Chapter 1454, Primordial Chaos Cloud. Chapter 1454, Primordial Chaos Cloud. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Without having any extraneous worries left, Yi-Yun could finally take the opportunity to consolidate his newly created primordial destruction domain. He slowly separated a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos and injected it into his domain before closing his eyes. He began fusing the wisp of nebulous primordial chaos with his destruction domain. After an unknown period of time, Yi-Yun realized that the region blanketed by the nebulous primordial chaos had already established a connection with him, so he opened his eyes. Through the nebulous primordial chaos, he could see that warriors were cultivating in the distance. The number of warriors had increased quite significantly, and the warriors that had just arrived were discovering the benefits of the area. As such, they took the opportunity to cultivate. Of course, there were some that failed to take even one step forward, giving them no other choice but to leave. Staying would only be a waste of time for them. It was better for them to seek out other opportunities in the Divine Parish Hall. Yi-Yun swept his perimeter and suddenly discovered that the region with the largest amount of nebulous primordial chaos gathered was where the Black Spear was. The reason for the rich nebulous primordial chaos definitely had to do with the Black Spear. And after Yi-Yun formed a connection, he seemed to discover the reason why the Black Spear attracted the nebulous primordial chaos. Yi-Yun had already fused a few wisps of nebulous primordial chaos into his destruction domain. Being overly greedy would not help. It was hard to fuse more nebulous primordial chaos, so Yi-Yun simply stood up and walked towards the Black Spear. The closer he was to the Black Spear, the more terrifying the pressure became. Despite being able to walk leisurely previously, Yi-Yun felt a horrifying force inundate him after taking nearly 100 steps towards the Black Spear. It felt as though a whole continent had smashed right into him. Yi-Yun immediately heard all his bones, especially his spine and knees, produce cracking sounds that left him shuddering. They sounded like they were about to buckle immediately. Yi-Yun's expression changed as he rushed to conjure his primordial destruction domain. A hazy space immediately enveloped Yi-Yun's surroundings, creation and destruction forming chains before they constructed a protective space. The simultaneous existence of both powers gave it a harmonious feeling, like the inception of a world. In fact, Yi-Yun's primordial destruction domain had already formed a nascent pocket world. If he were to engulf enemies in his primordial destruction domain, it would be no different from imprisoning them inside Yi-Yun's pocket world. In this world, Yi-Yun was the absolute hegemon. The pressure Yi-Yun felt instantly decreased with the primordial destruction domain's appearance. But even so, it took a month for Yi-Yun to get directly in front of the Black Spear. And during this period, Yi-Yun's primordial destruction domain turned denser, asymptotically approaching the status of a real pocket world. The ancient and unsophisticated Black Spear was embedded in the land, dyeing the surrounding earth a bright red. The red remained extremely bright despite all the time that had passed. It was unknown how long the Black Spear had been there. No one had ever approached it, so it continued to maintain its original state in every aspect. Before the Black Spear penetrated the ground, it clearly had experienced a horrifying battle. There were dried blood stains on the spear tip, each having different auras, clearly those of different experts. The auras had not dissipated despite the billions of years. They still contained potent strength that left Yi-Yun astounded. The owner of the Black Spear was clearly extremely powerful to be able to survive a battle against so many experts. And the terrifying decimation aura effused by the Black Spear made Yi-Yun feel like he was about to be killed simply by looking at it. Furthermore, he sensed that it was no illusion. The killing intent the Black Spear possessed really could kill. It made Yi-Yun recall the sensation he had when he first entered the Divine Parish Hall. Yi-Yun carefully approached the Black Spear when he suddenly saw a figure. The figure had an extremely powerful aura that left his heart palpitating. Yi-Yun felt great palpitations through his heart when he saw the figure. He immediately drew Mirage Snow. However, before he could launch an attack, he discovered that the figure was no living person. Instead, it was a broken set of armor. The armor had bloodstains on it and was covered in cracks. Yi-Yun could not help but feel his blood boil over when he saw it, and was eager to put it on immediately and wield the Black Spear to rush onto the battlefield to shed blood and lay down his life. But Yi-Yun did not move. He stood there to take in the killing intent that remained extremely keen despite the eons. Gradually, a gray wisp of air suffused the armor. It catalyzed Yi-Yun's primordial space, as it was actually condensed out of the essence of nebulous primordial chaos. And as though triggered by the gray wisp of air, a token flew out of Yi-Yun's clothes. Oh! Yi-Yun felt his heart jolt. The token was the token he had received at the Divine Parish Hall's passageway by the entrance. At that moment, it was slowly fusing with the wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. After the nebulous primordial chaos essence fused with the token, it produced mystic nomological patterns. Following that, the token stirred up a gray vortex, pulling in large amounts of nebulous primordial chaos from the spear's surroundings. Who? The swirling nebulous primordial chaos formed a gigantic cloud as its core sank down like a funnel, its target being Yi-Yun and the token. Yi-Yun felt in that instant like his body was about to be pulverized by the nebulous primordial chaos. He gritted his teeth and circulated all his strength to conjure the primordial space that had formed a pocket world to withstand the power. The cultivating warriors in the vicinity were also beginning to notice this strange scene. They did not know what was happening around the spear, nor could they see Yi-Yun's figure. They only knew that something major was happening. Master, what's going on? Why is the nebulous primordial chaos experiencing such phenomena? Blue Jade muttered. She looked at the nebulous primordial chaos that was forming a heavy cloud and a vortex-like funnel. She knew deep down how terrifying the vortex cloud was even if it was not more than a few kilometers across. It could ground a great world to bits. I'm unsure myself. This anomaly is just too astonishing. Nun Annihilation looked at the primordial cloud with glimmering eyes. She felt that even the trivial bit of primordial laws she had absorbed before was being pulled towards it. The onlookers retreated in alarm. No one dared to continue cultivating in the region. Oh! It seems there's someone in the middle of the vortex funnel, a person that cultivated in a special vision technique exclaimed suddenly. Everyone was alarmed as they looked over. Seconds later, they indeed saw a blurry figure in the middle of the primordial cloud vortex. The figure's arms were extended out as it floated amid the void. Its long hair stood up straight due to the energies surging through them while they experienced the baptism of the primordial energies. Such a shocking scene made people feel like the person was a godlike existence. Some even had the urge to prostrate towards it. That is Yi-Yun, Blue Jade said in disbelief. The scene in front of her was just too astounding. Even if Yi-Yun had killed two divine lords previously, she found it hard to imagine how Yi-Yun could trigger such a terrifying phenomenon amid the nebulous primordial chaos. It can only be him. He's the one beneath the primordial cloud. Nun Annihilation drew a gasp as she said this with a conflicted look. Back in the outer sanctum, she only felt that Yi-Yun was unfathomable when he plucked away the netherworld tree's fruit. But now, Yi-Yun had managed to stir all the nebulous primordial chaos and perturb the very laws of the world. This completely alarmed her. Could she be witnessing the birth of a future godly monarch? If that were the case, Xingyu and Li Fire were only stepping stones on Yi-Yun's path towards being a godly monarch. Hum. The primordial cloud constantly folded as the token in Yi-Yun's hand had completely disappeared. It had transformed into a nomological mark, a shimmering gray blob of light like a tiny sun, before it flew towards Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun spread his arms and allowed the nomological mark to permeate his body. Immediately, Yi-Yun felt a burning sensation at his chest. He looked down and saw the rune appear on the skin across his left chest. It emitted a black glow. This is... Yi-Yun circulated his Yuan Qi and, as it passed through the rune, fighting spirit immediately filled Yi-Yun's head. His body suffused in intense killing intent while he stretched out a finger. With that, all his Yuan Qi gathered towards the rune. After devouring a large amount of energy, a gray beam of light shot out from Yi-Yun's fingertip, striking the ground not far from him. Pwah! The ground was penetrated by the gray light, leaving a hole as black as ink. Yi-Yun probed deep into the hole but could not detect its bottom. This was still quite a feat, as the ground around the primordial spear had been solidified by the primordial laws, making it as tough as divine metal. What power! Yi-Yun was astonished. But he quickly sensed that he had drained nearly half his Yuan Qi. That strike was delivered with my full strength. I can't do that in actual combat, thought Yi-Yun. He looked at the rune on his left chest in delighted surprise. This was a worldly nomological mark that manifested as a result of the token's fusion with the nomological mark. Ignoring a fully formed primordial space, just the rune alone had become a terrifyingly potent divine power. The token I obtained in the Divine Parish Hall passageway acted as the foundation before it formed a rune. That means there are more than one of these tokens. Does that also mean that there is more than one such nomological mark? This thought streaked across Yi-Yun's mind. He had long sensed that the token was extraordinary. However, for tens of millions of years, no one had been able to make use of it. Converting it to a nomological mark was easier said than done. If the runic strength from before numbered in the hundreds or even 1,000, the overall strength left Yi-Yun reeling. Yi-Yun had a vague guess that this was probably the most important benefit of the ancient battlefield. Of course, it was already a challenge for him to obtain the one. Therefore, his wish to gather more would not be so easily fulfilled. And after Yi-Yun absorbed the nebulous primordial chaos, the armor immediately dissipated. The fragments rapidly reduced to dust on the ground. Yi-Yun had a wistful look. The armor had existed for hundreds of millions of years, but it eventually vanished into thin air. The nebulous primordial chaos in the area would gradually dissipate, but that would happen far in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1455, Fey God Tomb. Chapter 1455, Fey God Tomb. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi-Yun had determined that the nebulous primordial chaos was the remnant aura left behind by the piece of armor. Perhaps the ancient expert that wore it had also cultivated in the laws of primordial chaos. Although the armor was extraordinary, it had been damaged after all. Yi-Yun did not feel the pinch seeing it dissipate. However, the black spear remained completely intact. He coveted the black spear more than anything else in that place. Walking to the black spear's side, he took a deep breath before extending his hand to grab it. The black spear seemed to sense Yi-Yun's action as it vibrated suddenly. Yi-Yun felt extreme danger inundate him. He barely managed to summon the primordial destruction domain in time, encasing himself in it like it was armor. The next moment, he felt like he was being swallowed by a black rift. Yi-Yun became dizzy as his body appeared to be tearing apart. The Divine Parish Hall's spatial forces were far greater than the outside world's. If he were in the sinkhole, Yi-Yun's physique would allow him to sleep in the spatial storms without any problems. But now, he felt like his body was being tempered, causing his lifeblood to go into turmoil. As Yi-Yun was being sucked into a spatial rift, there was a group of people dressed in fine golden clothes outside the Divine Parish Hall. They joined forces with a batch of white lunar Divine Empire warriors to set up a massive array in an attempt to break open the Divine Parish Hall's door. The people in the golden clothes came from the Great Cosmic State. Just 10 days ago, the life slips connected to Li Fire Divine Lord and Xingyu Divine Lord's lives had shattered in the Great Cosmic State and White Lunar Divine Empire respectively. Both Royal Sealed Divine Lord had perished almost simultaneously in the ancient battlefield. Even in mighty factions like the Great Cosmic State and White Lunar Divine Empire, Royal Sealed Divine Lords enjoyed extraordinary statues. They were the forces that could prop up an empire. Once the ancient battlefield opened, it would last for decades. Under ordinary circumstances, there was little danger. Those that perished were usually juniors from the younger generation. Royal Sealed Divine Lords seldom encountered lethal difficulties, but now 2 Divine Lords had died. The Great Cosmic State and White Lunar Divine Empire commissioned people who had left their names on the world monolith in the outside world to specially create teleportation jade slips, allowing them to send people into the ancient battlefield to assess the situation. They soon learned that Li Fire Divine Lord and Xingyu Divine Lord had entered the Divine Parish Hall. However, the Divine Parish Hall was in complete lockdown. People outside could not enter, while people inside could not exit. It was unknown what had happened inside the hall for it to be like that. As the people from the Great Cosmic State and White Lunar Divine Empire were setting up the array, they attempted to force their way into the Divine Parish Hall. Yet, to their surprise, the Divine Parish Hall suddenly released grayish beams of divine light. Buzz. The massive Divine Parish Hall began to tremble violently. Above it, mystical runic marks formed in the sky. Upon seeing this happen, everyone felt a jolt through their hearts. The Divine Parish Hall had undergone another anomalous change. The heavenly Tao has been stirred. These nomological runes are no trifling matter. They seem to be resonating with something. An elder stared at the void that changed unpredictably as he spoke. And at that moment, a black beam of light flew into the mark like an arrow hitting its target before vanishing. The elder was taken aback. He had failed to identify the black beam of light, and at that moment, Ka-cha! Everyone was alarmed when they heard a cracking sound. What happened? The recognition monument, shouted someone in alarm. Everyone immediately looked towards the sound and saw the recognition monument that stood in front of the Divine Parish Hall suddenly develop a crack. It rapidly spread out like a spider's web the moment it appeared. The 2 names on the recognition monument also vanished with the appearance of the crack. In moments, the recognition monument completely shattered, dissipating into scattered nomological fragments. The recognition monument has vanished. Everyone watched with mouths agape. What was happening? Why did the Divine Parish Hall recognition monument that had stood there erected for eons suddenly vanish? What exactly was happening inside the Divine Parish Hall? About millions of kilometers from the Divine Parish Hall, dense killing intent permeated a desolate plain that stretched out endlessly. Nearly 1,000 warriors were gathered there. They formed teams of more than 10 people, forcibly resisting the corrosive powers of the killing intent while forging ahead arduously. In the distant horizon, in the deepest depths of the desolate plain, was a massive abyss. As if a god had swung his divine sword, the land had been ripped apart, leaving behind a massive fissure. And in the abyss, dark red decimation auras surged into the sky. They resembled blazing flames that reached for the firmaments, blasting away the layer of clouds that perennially hung above the ancient battlefield. The deep abyss was one of the more horrifying areas in the ancient battlefield. It was a perilous land of death. It was unlike the Divine Parish Hall. The Divine Parish Hall had experienced an anomalous change this time round, making it become more dangerous. As for the abyss, it had existed since the ancient battlefield first opened. It was as dangerous as could be. Even divine lords would not dare enter recklessly, for there was a strong chance that they would never return. It was unknown where the rumor came from, but it was said that the abyss was the tomb of one of the 12 Fey gods from ancient times. Although the rumor had no basis, the abyss gained its name due to it. People called it the Fey god tomb. As a place that supposedly held a buried Fey god, it was obvious how dangerous it was for human warriors to enter. However, due to the rich fiendish aura in the Fey god tomb, its periphery gave birth to excellent herbs and natural treasures. For example, blood lingji mushrooms aged thousands of years were rare elsewhere, making them very expensive. But here, there were many to be found. However, these blood lingji in the periphery had long been plucked away with each opening of the ancient battlefield. To chance upon the remaining older ones, one had to get closer to the Fey god tomb. One of the teams with dozens of people was approaching the Fey god tomb carefully thanks to a defensive treasure they had. Blood lingji, and it looks at least 3,000 years old. At that moment, a warrior with relatively good eyesight let out a joyous cry. Everyone immediately looked over and saw the faint outline of a lingji in a thick sanguine aura a few hundred meters away. Judging from the density of the sanguine aura, this lingji is probably nearly 4,000 years old. The man holding the defensive treasure in hand revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Blood lingji cannot be plucked directly with one's hand. Spirit jade must be used. If not, we will get contaminated by the sanguine aura, said the man. I'll get it. The warrior who first discovered the blood lingji could not conceal his excitement as he volunteered. He took out a spirit jade box and flew towards the blood lingji. But as he flew under the watchful gazes of everyone, the warrior suddenly laughed out boisterously in flight. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the group of his fellow warriors. People looked at him perplexed as the warrior hung a smile on his face and took on an eerie yearning look. It was as though he had seen a beauty he could not resist. Following that, he raised his hand and, suddenly, stabbed his 5 fingers deep into his head. Immediately, blood gushed out as the warrior's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. This strange scene left the scalps of people tingling. They stared intently at the warrior but failed to discover how he came under the influence of the mysterious power. Everyone knew that the Fey god tomb was strange, but this was the first time they had heard of such a situation. Release your psyche perception. There might be something invisible to the eye, just like those entities in the psyche vanquishing desert. The man holding the defensive treasure shouted. Junior brother Huan, follow me, huh? Junior brother Yang, what are you doing? Before the man could finish his sentence, he saw Yang suddenly draw his sword, turn around, and stab the person beside him right in the heart. The person had been stabbed without any warning. He looked in horror at Yang. And immediately following that, Yang withdrew his sword and sliced it across his neck. When Yang's corpse collapsed to the ground, people discovered in horror that there was a strange smile on his face. It looked identical to the smile of the warrior who had attempted to pluck the blood lingji. This sent everyone into a panic. It would have been alright if they could see their enemy, but under the present circumstances, they did not even know how death had crept up to them. The people already had thoughts of retreating. No matter how good the blood lingji was, it was in no way more important than their lives. The man with the defensive treasure looked at the corpses in anguish. 3 people had died for reasons unknown before they even touched the blood lingji. He felt too indignant to give up just like that. Suddenly, a light yellow barrier flashed across the man's body. Immediately following that, the man felt his glabella hurt. It felt like something had tried to drill into his head but ended up failing. He was astounded. He knew he would have been dead if the defensive treasure had not activated when it did. He did not have time to check his own body. Huan, who he had just shouted out to, also had that strange smile as he drew his weapon. Junior brother Huan, wake up! The man shouted amid anger and anguish. Huan was his best friend there. He was unsure what to do as he saw Huan fall into the queer madness. But at that moment in time, a figure twinkling with a faint glow flew over from afar. The figure appeared to fly slowly, but it appeared in front of them in a blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a gentle light beam shot out from the figure's hand and headed towards Huang. Don't hurt him. The man wanted to do something, but he was subtly pushed away by the gentle beam of light. Although it felt gentle, the man knew that the beam of light contained potent strength that he was no match for. Ah! A tragic cry sounded from Huang's body, but it did not come from his mouth. After being enveloped by the beam of light, everyone watched in horror as a face without any facial features appeared behind Huang's head. Following that, the face began melting away amid tragic cries. In a blink of an eye, it had vanished inside the beam of light. As for Huang, he came round. The color in his face was drained and he looked like he had lost a lot of lifeblood. Everyone, including the man holding the treasure, immediately looked at the figure that had taken action. The figure was materializing. She was a young girl with a divine halo around her. Her feet remained off the ground and, although she veiled her face, one could tell there was peerless beauty beneath the veil. Thank you for saving us, Fairy Yuru. The man looked at the peerless girl from the Netherski divine world with pleasant surprise. He immediately bowed. Upon hearing the man's words, people who did not know of the girl's identity immediately came to a realization. The girl was Fairy Yuru, also known as the Netherski divine world's young goddess. Fairy Yuru said, that was an evil spirit born out of the sanguine aura in the Fey God tomb. They grow by devouring the lifeblood and souls of warriors. It's very rare for one to encounter them in the Fey God tomb's periphery. Her voice sounded ethereal and pleasant. After she finished speaking, she reached out her slender fair hands and beckoned. Immediately, the bloodlingji flew towards the man, breaking away from the confines of the sanguine aura. Take this bloodlingji, said young goddess. The man felt flattered. How can I accept it? We did not have what it takes to pluck this bloodlingji at all. The way you wanted to protect your junior brother shows your kind heart. That's a very rare thing in the martial world. I'll leave the bloodlingji for you, said Fairy Yuru. The man did not wish to accept it and so insisted on declining it. Since Fairy Yuru wishes to give it to you, take it. What might seem like treasure to you is nothing to her. She really has an overly kind heart. At that moment, another woman's voice sounded. She was none other than Lai Jiaojiao from the Scarlet Yang continent. And beside her was still Lai Rikong as well as another man. He was Yu Wangjian from the First Beginning's Immortal Gate. The Lai siblings had separated from their team in a land of peril. They chanced upon young goddess and Yu Wangjian. Lai Jiaojiao lost her heart to Yu Wangjian at first sight and suggested forming a team with them. Young goddess was pure and gentle by nature, so she agreed to the proposal. She had flown over when she sensed the smell of death. The remaining three followed behind. Lai Jiaojiao was the weakest, so she was panting by the time she arrived. Once there, she realized that only a bunch of inconsequential people had been saved. She was rendered rather speechless when she discovered this. However, she spoke nicely and had a smile on her lips. Then, thank you very much, young goddess. We will be leaving now. We will go to the safer part of the periphery. The man stored the bloodlingji inside a spirit jade box as he spoke excitedly. Even when young goddess and company turned to leave, the warrior and his group still had a look of fascination. They almost could not believe that the godly girl had really been in front of them. They had originally heard that young goddess had peerless beauty and talent, but now, they had seen her kindness. It made them revere and admire her. The girl was truly perfect. Perhaps only White Lunar Divine Empire's Fairy Lin Shintong can compare to young goddess. Young goddess Fairy Yuru is indeed matchless. However, Fairy Lin is even more unfathomable. She left her name on the ancient battlefield 6 decades ago. Her looks are also impeccable. All right. The two fairies are not people the likes of us can talk about for long. Retrieve our junior brother's corpses. We need to leave this place as soon as possible, said the man. Junior sister Yuru, you can't plunge headfirst into danger whenever others encounter danger. These people have naturally accepted the corresponding risk to be here. If not, how can you call this an experiential training? Besides, we came to the Fey God tomb for more important matters. Yu Wangjian walked to young goddess's side and said with a smile. I only did it in passing, said young goddess softly. That's right, senior brother you. Young goddess's character is just too good. However, senior brother you, what you said makes sense. I have really benefited from being by your side. Lai Jiaojiao said with a lovely smile as she closed the gap between her and Yu Wangjian. Yu Wangjian smiled lightly and did not say a word. As for Lai Rikong, he remained silent to the side. Suddenly, they heard a loud rumbling sound far away. Simultaneously, blasts of spatial quakes spread towards them. Oh? What happened? Yu Wangjian immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw that space had been torn apart. What appeared to be a tiny black beam had shot out, but when he focused his eyes, he did not seem to see anything. Gray light flashed as the laws of the world were stirred, forming countless nomological marks. But in a blink of an eye, they dissipated. Calm was restored as if nothing happened. Upon seeing this situation, Yu Wangjian felt pleasantly surprised. Something impressive had likely appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1456, out. Chapter 1456, out. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Boom. Ian fell out of a spatial rift, his face stricken with terror by what had just happened. His clothing was rather torn, making him look rather pathetic. I should not have recklessly attempted to retrieve the Black Spear. Still, it was unexpected that the Black Spear's killing intent is able to tear open a spatial rift, thought Yun. Thankfully, his physique was very strong and he has just obtained a primordial destruction domain, so he managed to escape unscathed despite the threatening turn of events. The Black Spear was powerful, definitely not something Yun could use with his present strength. Yun looked at his surroundings. He realized that the killing intent was still rich and there was a sanguine air permeating the area. It did not look like a good place to be, and it could even be that he was no longer in the Divine Parish Hall. At that moment, Yun saw many figures rushing towards him. The commotion came from here. A treasure might have appeared. Quick! Soon after, a batch of warriors appeared. They gave Yun suspicious looks when they saw his wretched appearance. Were you here a while ago? Did you see anything? Asked a warrior immediately when he saw that Yun was alone and not from any recognizable faction. I just arrived here as well. As for what you are looking for, it doesn't exist here, said Yun indifferently. He still felt rather stunned. He never expected the commotion of him tearing open a spatial rift would be mistaken by others as the appearance of a treasure. He had no idea where he was or why there were so many people present. The warrior exchanged looks with his four partners before saying sharply, "Cut the crap. I bet you took the treasure." Even if there was no evidence of a treasure, they did not wish to leave empty-handed after rushing over. Since the fellow was alone, they could at least rob him and get something. With that said, the five warriors attacked Yun from different angles. Yun fumed with anger. He had just escaped from danger only to fall into a situation of others robbing him in broad daylight. Just as the five warriors arrived in front of Yun, they suddenly realized that he had disappeared before they could strike. Immediately following that, a gorgeous ice blue color permeated their vision. It left them feeling intoxicated. But right under the feeling of intoxication was terrifying killing intent. Pwah! Blood splattered as the five warriors slammed straight into Yun's sword flash. Instantly, their bodies were penetrated by the sword flash as they slumped to the ground. One of the warriors did not die so quickly, and he looked at Yun in horror. Sorry, senior. He knew they had hit a brick wall. Yun did not look old but had such a high cultivation level. However, there were many warriors who used techniques to fake their appearance. It was no wonder they were fooled by Yun's wretched appearance. So, the sword flash landed. Any remaining words the warrior had were left stuck in his throat forever. Yun did not hold back when killing such people. They were so quick to resort to robbery that it was obvious they had harmed numerous people. Killing them was just ridding the world of a scourge. There were other warriors that came and saw Yun kill the 5 demons that had wreaked havoc recently. While astonished, none of them dared to take any further action recklessly. Where is this place? Yun asked a warrior. This is the Fey God Tomb. The people you just killed are from the Great Cosmic State. They formed a team to rob people here. By killing them, said the warrior. Fey God Tomb. So that's where I am. Yun naturally knew of the Fey God Tomb thanks to the jade slip he received from Luoyue. It was a land labeled to be very dangerous. As for the Great Cosmic State, Yun thought nothing of it. So what if he had killed their people? He had already formed a vendetta with the Great Cosmic State, so why would he care about killing a bunch of scum? At that moment, the gathered warriors suddenly parted of their own accord. A few streams of light rapidly flew over from afar. Yun looked at the streams of light and found 2 auras among them that were very powerful. Soon, the streams of light descended in front of Yun. Oh? Why is it you? A familiar voice sounded, immediately causing Yun to knit his brows. Lai Jiaojiu was truly a haunting presence. He had bumped into her here of all places. Lai Jiaojiao looked at Yi Yun in astonishment. She never expected Yi Yun to pass through the psyche-vanquishing desert alone. And now, he was standing among a few corpses. However, since she did not recognize the corpses, they were unlikely to be of anyone of importance. He probably bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was not strange that Yi Yun could kill them with his supremacy cultivation level. As for passing the psyche-vanquishing desert, perhaps Yi Yun had relied on some special technique, but it was unlikely something impressive. Yi Yun, I'm surprised you came to the Fey God Tomb. Do you plan on plucking some herbs in the Fey God Tomb's periphery to sell for cultivation resources? Being an itinerant cultivator sure isn't easy. I doubt you even have a detailed map of this area, right? Lai Jiajiao said sarcastically. What's this? Junior sister Lai, do you know this friend? Asked Yu Wangjian. Yi Yun took note of the other two people with Lai Jiajiao and Lai Rikong. He had met them previously in the ancient ruined city's bazaar and knew that one of them was the young goddess of the Netherski divine world and the other was Yu Wangjian from the First Beginning's Immortal Gate. They were both prominent figures among the younger generation in this session of the ancient battlefield. It was unknown how Lai Jiaojiao had managed to team up with them. I can't call him a friend, but he is also from my Scarlet Young continent, said Lai Jiaojiao nonchalantly. So that's the case. Yu Wangjian cupped his hands at Yi Yun and said, Friend, do you know anything about the spatial fluctuation that happened here moments ago? He naturally could tell there was conflict between Yi Yun and Lai Jiaojiao, but the treasure was of greater importance. Yi Yun saw that he was already surrounded by many people. It would become very troublesome if he did not explain, hence, he said, I was previously somewhere else. I accidentally fell into a spatial crack and when I tore open space, I landed here. What a braggart. Lai Jiaojiao snorted coldly. Warriors that could tear open the void in a place like the ancient battlefield had to be people with deep knowledge of spatial dimension laws. How was Yi Yun capable of doing so at his age? Yi Yun could not be bothered to explain further. He had spoken the truth and it was not on him to compel others to believe his words. Friend, I never expected you to encounter such a fortuitous experience. Yu Wangjian's eyes flashed as he spoke. He did not really believe Yi Yun since the commotion was quite huge. It did not appear to be the simple tearing open of a spatial rift. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot over from afar. Fairy Yuru grabbed it. The beam silently exploded in her hand. It was a voice transmission talisman. Yi Yun gave the talisman an additional look. For it to be used normally in here, without being affected by the murderous aura and sanguine air, it had to be quite extraordinary. It was probably not for a simple reason that such a valuable voice transmission talisman was being used. After hearing the contents of the voice transmission talisman, Fairy Yuru said, Since there aren't any treasures here, we should leave. Martial Uncle just sent a message summoning us immediately. Fairy, this Yi Yun is clearly lying, said Lai Jiaojiao hurriedly. Fairy Yuru's voice turned cold as she said, If there are truly any impressive treasures around the Fey God Tomb, they will definitely be accompanied by extreme danger. How could anyone obtain them so easily? Besides, even if there was a treasure, it's his if he has it in hand. There's no need for him to share it with you. Are you thinking of mimicking those bandits, snatching treasures through murder? Or perhaps you are trying to borrow my hand to seek revenge on him because of the conflict you have with him? Fairy Yuru had knitted her brows slightly. It ended up making her look even more beautiful. She had a melancholic air to her. Lai Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. She knew that her loathing of Yi Yun had affected her appearance in front of Fairy Yuru. Armed robbery was something that Fairy Yuru disliked the most. Junior sister Yuru is right. Let's not complicate matters. It's time we leave. Yu Wangjin said with a smile as he gave Yi Yun a deep, meaningful look. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1457, Nameless Sword. Chapter 1457, Nameless Sword. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Martial Uncle even said to bring more people there in his voice transmission, added Fairy Yuru. Why? Yu Wangjian asked, perplexed. Martial Uncle said that, to repress the killing intent there, the more people the better. These people only need to help repress the killing intent. They will later be provided with the proper remunerations, explained Fairy Yuru. Yu Wangjian nodded. He naturally did not have any objections if remunerations were handed out instead of splitting the benefits received. There happened to be many warriors gathered around them at the moment, nearly all of them there due to the commotion that Yi Yun stirred. Fairy Yuru faced the warriors and said, Everyone, my martial uncle knows of a secret passageway that leads down into the Fey God Tomb's abyss. Would this interest any of you? If you are interested, might those with cultivation levels at the supremacy level or above, as well as those with equivalent strength, come over here to discuss in detail? Her voice was soft, but it reached the ears of everyone like an otherworldly tune that descended from heaven. There were exclamations from the crowd immediately. Down into the abyss? Everyone knew that the Fey God tomb was extremely dangerous. It only got more horrible the closer one was to the Fey God tomb. In addition, the abyss was a land of no return according to legend. Even divine lords perished in there, provided one could even enter the abyss. It had been so long since the last person entered abyss that no one could pinpoint the period. But even though descending the abyss was extremely dangerous, how could the abyss be devoid of treasure considering that many precious herbs were growing along the Fey God tomb's periphery? Treasures were enticing. Furthermore, the one that extended the invitation to them was Fairy Yuru. It didn't take long for 8 warriors to step out of the crowd. These warriors had cultivation levels at the supremacy realm or above. Only one of them was originally a Dao Palace realm warrior. He hung a scimitar behind his back and looked somewhat extraordinary. A genius from the magnificent heaven, Huang Xianyan. It's said that his saber techniques are profound and even at the acme of perfection. He once slew an ordinary supremacy. It's no wonder he so confidently dares to enter such a land of peril. There were such discussions amid the crowd. Fairy Yuru nodded at them and said, "Fellow warriors, this secret passageway was discovered by my martial uncle. Once we descend into the abyss, all you need to do is go to a particular place with us to help repress the killing intent there. The remuneration will be handed out after that." These people did not have any objections to simply repressing the killing intent. They naturally had the strength and courage to risk descending into the abyss. At that moment, Yuang Jin suddenly said with a smile, "Brother Yi, I wonder if you might be interested?" Junior sister Yuru's martial uncle did say the more the merrier. "I think you are also one of those who fulfills the conditions. Besides, you managed to kill those 5 scum easily, so there's no reason to doubt your strength." Fairy Yuru looked at Yi Yun when she heard his words. Her martial uncle's voice transmission mentioned that it was best if there were more than 10 people. However, her invitation had only attracted 8. It would naturally be better if Yi Yun joined them. Yi Yun was somewhat surprised hearing Yuang Jin invite him. He thought about it and smiled, since there is remuneration to be earned, why not? Yi Yun was also very interested in the place since Fairy Yuru was going to great lengths to get the crowd to head to it. After all, he came to the ancient battlefield in search of opportunities. Even though the Fey God tomb was dangerous, what was the point of cultivating in the martial path if one did not take risks to pursue an opportunity that was right in front of them? The warriors that had accepted the invitation also had the same thought. "Since fellow Taoist Yi Yun is willing to join, let's set off," said Fairy Yuru. Lai Jiajiao had a nasty expression on her face when she saw that Yi Yun was joining their team. She felt that she had spent some considerable time with Yuang Jin and that he should not have invited Yi Yun on account of her. "Junior sister Lai, I hope you can bear with it. Some personal squabble is nothing compared to important matters," said Yuang Jin as he walked over. Lai Jiajiao, who had a depressed look, immediately smiled and shook her head. "Why would I mind such things? Senior brother Yu, there's no need to worry about it." "That's good. But what was the reason for the grudge between you and Yi Yun?" asked Yuang Jin. Lai Jiajiao recounted the story between her and Yi Yun, with no lack of embellishments. Her version pushed the blame for the conflict all on Yi Yun. Yuang Jin nodded in surprise after being made aware that, despite being only an honorary elder of a family clan, Yi Yun had managed to traverse the Psyche-vanquishing desert alone. He then smiled at her and said, "I understand. At the end of the day, it's simply a conflict caused by personal feelings." Upon seeing Yuang Jin turn and leave, without even considering taking her side, Lai Jiajiao felt depressed once again. Since he was not planning on standing up for her, why did he bother asking about it? The Fey God tomb was extremely vast. Just the periphery spanned 50,000 kilometers. Beams of light flew across the blood-colored earth of the Fey God tomb. Then, they stopped in front of a meandering dried river bed. It vanished suddenly, for the other segment was hidden inside the abyss. Yi Yun learned more about the Fey God tomb from Yuang Jin along the way. He now knew that the riverbed demarcated the Fey God tomb's core and its periphery. The core and periphery were originally distinguished by people, but using the riverbed as the final boundary was agreed upon by all. It was said that the river was formed from the blood that flowed out after the death of the Fey God. Many people had experienced sudden accidents when they stepped into the river. As a result, the riverbed was the site of countless deaths. Yi Yun looked in the direction of the riverbed. It was covered with blood-red sand and mud. Although it was already dried, it continued to emanate a bloody smell. Perhaps that gave rise to the flowing Fey God's blood rumor. However, just a simple look made Yi Yun feel that the riverbed was no safe place. It was best not to approach it casually. The group waited there silently when a beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky like an arrow. From afar, it set off a spatial tremor, as though meteors were tearing through the sky. When the beam of light descended, a figure appeared. He looked to be in his 20s, handsome and dressed in linen clothes. He had a sword slung on his back and the look of a lone swordsman who traveled the world. Martial uncle. Fairy Yuru stepped forward to bow. Yuru, this is not the Netherski divine world. You can dispense with the formalities. Fellow Taoists, this is my martial uncle, Nameless Sword. He has been in the ancient battlefield for the past 1,000 years. He has probed the Fey God tomb numerous times in the past and is very familiar with the area. He only agreed to bring me down into the Fey God tomb after I implored him. Martial uncle, these are warriors that I brought to help, said Fairy Yuru. Fairy Yuru's words astounded everyone. Her martial uncle was a person that had left his name on the world monolith. That meant that he was a resident of the ancient battlefield. Him being able to stay in the ancient battlefield was a testament to his strength. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1458, Drawing Fire on Oneself. Chapter 1458, Drawing Fire on Oneself. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. So you are Senior Nameless Sword. The magnificent heaven genius named Huang Xinyan exclaimed. You were the most illustrious genius 1,000 years ago during that ancient battlefield's opening. I never expected you to remain in the ancient battlefield to cultivate after leaving your name on the world monolith. Clearly, Huang Xinyan idolized Nameless Sword. The others also revealed looks of shock. Not only had Nameless Sword left his name on the world monolith, his name had been carved deep in it. There was no question of it being there for tens of thousands of years. The appearance of a legendary figure before them stirred their hearts. Speaking of which, Nameless Sword was not much older than them, yet he had accomplished so much. It left them envious. Thank you everyone for coming here. I believe Yuru has already explained the situation to all of you. I found a relatively safe passageway that leads into the abyss of the Fey God tomb. However, it's only relative. In fact, the secret passageway will change according to the situation in the Fey God tomb. Even if you were to just walk through, leave, and then go back in, the things you encounter will be different. However, without using this secret path, the only way to enter the abyss is through the riverbed, but I believe all of you are aware of the danger it poses without me elaborating, said Nameless Sword. However, you do not need to worry. This secret passageway was discovered by me and I have already traversed it numerous times. I will try my best to avoid danger as I lead you in. Nameless Sword spoke clearly and came from the same faction as Fairy Yuru. Since these warriors had already resolved their intention to enter the abyss, they naturally did not say anything else. All of them nodded. Let's set off. All of you must take care to follow closely behind me, said Nameless Sword. Soon, everyone was following behind him and stepped past the demarcating border, entering the core region of the Fey God tomb. After Nameless Sword led the group a certain distance ahead, everyone felt their vision change. There were 2 tall stone walls that appeared around them. Furthermore, there were all sorts of rocks and sand of different shapes and sizes by their feet. Everyone turned nervous upon encountering such a change just moments after entering the core region. There's no need for worry. This is the starting point of the secret passageway. It is a channel beside the riverbed and might have been a branch of the river at one point, but that is all speculation. It's a lot safer here than in the actual riverbed. However, we will have to make many turns since it does not run parallel to the riverbed all the time. But eventually, it will lead us into the abyss and merge into the riverbed. All we need to do is exit when we reach that point, explained Nameless Sword. Ian turned his head and took a glance at the area behind him. He had sensed minute spatial changes when the scene before them transformed. There was likely a spatial array formation at the entrance, one created by Nameless Sword. The goal was to connect straight to the secret passageway. For him to be able to construct such a stable spatial array formation in such a dangerous land showed how impressive his strength was. It's best you follow closely behind me. There are many invisible dangers here. Also, the teleportation jade tokens you have cannot be used here due to the spatial seals. All of you are not to use overly potent energies or recklessly probe unknown places with your psyche perception, or it might only attract trouble. Nameless Sword led the way forward. We understand. The group did not know the dangers of the passageway as well as he did and so could only listen to his instructions. Senior Nameless, have you always been here in the ancient battlefield? My name is Lai Jiaojiao, a friend of Fairy Yuru. Lai Jiaojiao walked to Nameless Sword's side and said with a smile. Another handsome, young, and powerful man in the form of Nameless Sword had suddenly appeared in front of her. He was better than Yu Wangjian in every aspect, especially with their destination being discovered by Nameless Sword and him leading the way. Lai Jiaojiao naturally had immediate thoughts of becoming more intimate with Nameless Sword. Even if she could not get him to have fond feelings for her, just being someone he found familiar would make her journey safer. She might even get more of the benefits at the end of this escapade. Can I follow you? It's so quiet here. I feel a little afraid, said Lai Jiaojiao, her face looking a little embarrassed. Ian nearly thought the space was still changing. The woman had transformed completely from her sarcastic self of before. Then follow me, said Nameless Sword. Thank you, Senior Nameless. Lai Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she followed him closely. As for Fairy Yuru and Yu Wangjian, as well as Lai Rikong and the other warriors, they silently followed behind. Gradually, Ian noticed drawings on the stone walls on each side. They looked like marks, and he originally thought that it was possibly left behind by people that had walked through the area. But soon, he rejected that thought. The reason was that he saw alarming claw marks and bloodstains. It was as though a terrifying behemoth once existed here. And the drawings were starting to look more like they were scratched out by the behemoth. It was unknown if the terrifying being still lurked in the region, for it was likely they could not handle the consequences of encountering it. You are Yi Yun, right? We are from the Great Cosmic State, the Dao Twins. Two warriors came to Yi Yun's side and introduced themselves. Yi Yun glanced at the twins who had supremacy cultivation levels. Their titles made them sound like people of importance. Daoisty, the both of us heard that you killed 5 people with one strike the moment you arrive in the Fey God Tomb. Those 5 people were also from the Great Cosmic State. In a way, our relationship goes way back, one of the warriors of the Dao Twins said. Yi Yun knitted his brows when he heard that. Here they were, new enemies appearing at an inconvenient time. However, it was understandable. Many factions in the Great Cosmic State had interconnected relationships. What, are you planning on avenging them and attacking me? Yi Yun said indifferently. When the two warriors saw Yi Yun's cold response, they immediately looked displeased. Their auras also underwent minute changes as killing intent emanated out. There were even Dao patterns appearing on their faces. They did not have much of a relationship with the 5 scum, truly. They only wanted to say that as an excuse to threaten Yi Yun and scam him if possible. They never expected Yi Yun to be so arrogant that he thought absolutely nothing of them. Oh? What are you doing? Do not fight in here. Nameless Sword's voice sounded. The Dao Twins gave Yi Yun a cold glance and dissipated their killing intent in Dao patterns. Then, they walked ahead with cold snorts. At that moment, Yi Yun noticed a shadow streak passed them through the corner of his eyes. He immediately turned vigilant. At that moment, one of the Dao Twins screamed out loud. His body suddenly melted like a lit candle under the gazes of everyone. He let out a sharp, tragic cry as he flailed his arms in pain as though he was trying to grab a person beside him as a straw to clutch at. However, the person closest to him was his most intimate twin. He revealed a look of horror and involuntarily took a step back. Seeing his melting twin stumble towards him, the other twin drew his sword and said, with voice trembling, "Don't come any nearer. Don't kill him." Nameless Sword shouted. But the twin could not heed Nameless Sword in his shocked state. His sword had already cleaved down at his twin. However, the moment the sword sank into his brother's chest, the wax-like flesh and blood splattered out onto the scared twin. Ah! Ah! Another warrior that failed to dodge in time was splattered by the flesh and blood. Both of them let out tragic cries as their bodies rapidly melted. Soon, they were reduced to a pool of liquid wax on the ground. If everyone had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not dare believe that the 3 pools of liquid wax were living people just moments ago. What just happened?" asked a warrior as cold sweat ran down his back. The killing intent they effused attracted something. I already said that there are invisible dangers in here. And this particular danger, one that can melt a living person, should be a bug named Melting Spirit. It's impossible to discover them with one's eyes or perception. They are born from corpses and use flesh and blood as sustenance. Once they finish consuming a person, they fall into a slumber. Therefore, if he had not killed that person, the melting spirit bug would have gone to sleep. So that's the reason. Senior Nameless is truly well read. But that can't prevent people from causing trouble. To engage in conflict in such a place, such people really do not know the meaning of death. Lai Jiaojiao looked askance at Yi Yun. If Yi Yun had not provoked contention with the 2 supremacies from the Great Cosmic State, none of this would have happened. Enough, this has nothing to do with him. Nameless Sword snapped coldly. He had seen the entire confrontation. Everyone, listen up. No more conflict. Nameless Sword turned and continued leading the way. He even did not allow people to set fire to the 3 pools of wax, afraid that it would cause more trouble. After what had just happened, everyone turned tense. They had only heard that the area was very dangerous, but now they had truly experienced it. Just a mere bug could instantly take the lives of 3 supremacies. This was even considered a relatively safe passageway. The Fey God tomb was far from dangerous, it was a true land of death. It was no wonder Divine Lords did not come out alive either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1459, Fey Plant. Chapter 1459, Fey Plant. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Taoist Nameless, what do you aim to do inside the Fey God tomb? After the terrifying encounter, a supremacy well advanced in years suddenly felt apprehensive and asked this question. Although it was eye-opening to enter the Fey God tomb, if the opportunities that lay ahead were not clear, it was not wise to forcibly enter and risk their lives. He had made it to this age by not being reckless. The moment he posed the question, many people looked towards Nameless Sword. Nameless Sword paused for a moment before saying, I came to the ancient battlefield 1,000 years ago. Back then, I had already entered the Fey God tomb once. Although I returned with nothing, I chanced upon the discovery of a mystic land. From then on, I would probe the Fey God tomb every 60 years, whenever the ancient battlefield opened. Over time I slowly charted out a safe path and constantly approached that mystic land. Killing intent permeates that mystic land, and in the middle of it all is a buried blood bone. Everyone drew a gasp when they heard his words. The abyss was named Fey God tomb. So it was rather easy to connect the idea of a blood bone to the remains of an ancient Fey. But it also sounded like an impossibility. Regardless, even the mere chance of a blood bone was no trifling matter. For just a moment, everyone present found themselves with a yearning anticipation for the blood bone. I, Nameless Sword, swear that if I can obtain this opportunity, I will share enough of the benefits that everyone will find it satisfying. Although remuneration was mentioned in detail during the early negotiations, Nameless Sword was now offering to split the benefits. Of course, if he didn't, just vague remuneration alone might not be able to motivate them to go into such a dangerous place. Nameless Sword raised one hand and swore on his Tao heart. People from the Netherski divine world were known for cultivating both their bodies and morals. Furthermore, Nameless Sword's reputation in the world was that of a true gentleman. Now that he was swearing on his Tao heart, everyone naturally felt relieved. Riches were where danger laid. The Fey God tomb was worth going into. Have a rest. We will be entering the Fey God tomb soon. I believe all of you must have exhausted a good amount of yuan qi from plucking herbs in the Fey God tomb's periphery. Once we enter the Fey God tomb, the permeating killing intent will rapidly drain your yuan qi. You have to ensure that you are in your most optimal state, exhorted Nameless Sword. Everyone nodded and began sitting down to meditate. But at that moment, someone decided not to listen to Nameless Sword. He was focused on a nearby boulder, as though he was using his gaze to penetrate it. Yun, Senior Nameless has advised everyone to meditate, didn't you hear him? Lai Jiajiu said in a nauseating tone. The irritating fellow always chose to act differently from others. Friend, what are you looking at? Nameless Sword was rather amiable. He traced Yun's gaze and looked over. Is there something wrong with that boulder? There seems to be people there, said Yun, a little uncertain. People? Nameless Sword pricked up his brows. Are you sure they are people? Yun nodded. His words caused everyone to be filled with doubt. They turned to look at the boulder. It looked like an ordinary, lofty, and jagged rock. Upon closer look, its surface had patterns that seemed to be made up of inauspicious drawings, and it made them feel uncomfortable. Ha ha! Look at him claiming that there are people. Do you know where we are? This is a secret path that Senior Nameless found. We were only able to make it this far because of him. How could there be others? Even if there was something, they must be evil spirits that manifest as human forms. And even if there are any evil spirits, Senior Nameless should be the first person to discover them. Stop acting like a know-it-all, scoffed Lai Jiajiu. From her point of view, Yun was only playing to the gallery by saying such words at this point in time. He was just trying way too hard to get noticed. Since there was danger everywhere on the path, no one would dare probe a boulder so far away even if there were people there as Yun claimed. But Lai Jiajiu never expected that Yun would move just after she finished her sentence. His figure shot towards the boulder like a ghost. What? Everyone was alarmed. Was the guy mad? ignoring the question of there even being people there. So what if there was? What does this have to do with you? Why did you charge forward? Could people that appear in this place be so easily dealt with? The dangers remained fresh on people's mind. In this strange path, they did not even dare raise their voices, much less think of releasing their yuan qi. Yi Yun was practically announcing his death wish. This fellow has gone mad. Senior Nameless, he wishes to drag us all with him in suicidal death. Lai Jiaojiao quickly leaned towards Nameless Sword. Yi Yun's rash actions would no doubt invite great danger. Staying close to Nameless Sword was the safest thing to do. But at that moment, everyone heard a earth-shattering roar. The ground began to quake tumultuously. The gigantic boulder suddenly exploded as earth-yellow vines shot out from the boulder and attempted to coil around Yi Yun like venomous snakes. Yi Yun abruptly dodged, drawing mirage snow at the same time. His sword chi resembled frost as it spliced through the vines. Phew! Yi Yun landed tens of meters away. Looking at the direction in which Yi Yun had charged in, there was now no longer a boulder, but a strange plant. It had more than 100 flailing vines. Each leaf was as sharp as a blade. The vines were tucked together so compactly that it made everyone see it as a boulder. As for the strange patterns on the boulder, they were actually the vines themselves. Such a disguise was fully capable of passing the fake for genuine. Even the many experts present had failed to see through it. There's really people there? Huang Xianyan looked at the strange plant's core in alarm. In it was a blossoming flower that looked like it was about to seep out blood. It was about 10 feet wide and there were flower pistils extending out from its core. The flower pistils had 4 people trapped in them. Out of the 4, one of the men had already lost his life. The other man and 2 women were barely holding on. However, they had already lost a great amount of lifeblood and were on the verge of death. Yi Yun drew a deep breath when he saw these people. He had already made a guess, but now he confirmed his speculation. One of the 2 girls was dressed in a white dress. Her face was as white as a sheet, looking like a frail flower caught up in a violent storm. Nanxian Luoyue. Yi Yun found it unbelievable. His impression of Nanxian Luoyue was that her strength was adequate, but she was far inferior compared to a supremacy. She should not have appeared in such a concealed place regardless of the reason. In fact, she should not have been able to reach an area so close to the Fey God tomb. Could they be illusions formed by evil spirits to lure him over? Yi Yun rejected the thought as quickly as it came. He was well versed in the destruction laws. His eyes were like the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Average illusionary techniques would be destroyed before they even entered his eyes. What he saw was no doubt the truth. Lai Jiajiao and Lai Rikong clearly saw Nanxian Luoyue as well. And they too found it baffling. Why is she here? Asked Lai Rikong puzzledly. How would I know? It's quite amazing to come all the way here to seek death. Lai Jiajiao did not have a good relationship with Nanxian Luoyue to begin with. She even felt like gloating over Nanxian Luoyue's misfortune. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1460, A Narrow Escape. Chapter 1460, A Narrow Escape. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. The sudden provocation of the Fey plant stirred Nanxian Luoyue, who was bound tightly by the flower pistil. She slowly opened her eyes, vaguely noticing the group of people a distance away from her. She naturally recognized Yi Yun, Lai Rikong, and Lai Jiaojiao. It's you. Nanxian Luoyue was still in her weak state of reverie as she said breathlessly, all of you, don't come over. It can absorb energy. Nanxian Luoyue gave a warning despite being weakened. The corner of Lai Jiaojiao's mouth curled up. There was no need for you to tell me that, she thought. Sister Luoyue, don't worry. We will not go over. Was what she actually said. Just as Lai Jiaojiao said that, she realized that Yi Yun was making big strides towards the Fey plant with sword in hand. Oh? What are you doing? Lai Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. She yearned for Yi Yun to send himself to his death, but she was afraid that provoking the Fey plant would lead to an intense battle. If that happened, it would be difficult not to emanate battle aura, which would only attract even more danger. Senior Nameless, Yi Yun is endangering us with his reckless actions. Lai Jiaojiao hurriedly said to Nameless Sword. But at that moment, Yi Yun had already sped up. He charged at the Fey plant like a fiery beam of light, cleaving down mightily with mirage snow. Shoo! 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 Dozens of vines shot at Yi Yun like arrows, but at that moment Yi Yun had already activated the 9 stances of the ascending dragon's golden carp. His speed raised sharply and, like a golden carp coursing against the river flow, he shuttled between the vines swiftly. The vines that seemed devoid of any dead spots were dodged by Yun one after the other. In a blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Nanshan Luoyue. He raised his arm, slashing his sword down, cleaving straight at the Fey plant's flower pistil. Sha! When Mirage Snow struck the pistil, Yun found it extremely ductile. It bent upon being struck, instantly absorbing about 80 to 90% of the force. Simultaneously, dozens of vines hurtled towards Yun in a bid to wrap him up and trap him inside. Yun knitted his brows as he suddenly spun Mirage Snow, causing the power of time to emanate from it. Chie! With a crisp sound, Mirage Snow's blade flickered and sent out a gray beam. Although the pistil was ductile, everything must bow to the power of time. The spot that came into contact with Mirage Snow began to wither. In a blink of an eye, Yun sliced off a corolla. Ah! At that moment, the Fey plant let out a ear-piercing scream. It was extremely strange for a plant to produce such a sound. Terrifying sound blasts surged in every direction. Even people more than 100 meters away felt their eardrums hurting, their scalps tingling. Yun, surrounded by the Fey plant's vines, felt inundated by the sound waves, with nowhere to run to. But at that moment, Yun produced his destruction domain. All the sound waves vanished the moment they entered the destruction domain. Sha! Mirage Snow cleaved once again, tearing apart pistil after pistil. They leaked a startling crimson liquid that resembled blood. At that point, the Fey plant no longer had the intention to continue battling. It retracted its roots and began its bid to escape. However, Yun had no intention of letting it escape. He stepped through the void and, like a maggot that clung closely, Mirage Snow sliced down with the powers of time, cleaving off half a pistil. Pwah! The gigantic corolla slammed heavily to the ground, the Fey plant shouting tragically in the process. It retreated quickly, slinking into the darkness. Yun wanted to continue chasing, but at that moment a gigantic pair of eyes appeared in the dark environment. The eyes were a nether purple in color, like entrances that led to hell. They left one shuddering in fear. The aura from the intense battle had attracted an unknown biological creature. Yun focused his eyes, grabbed the Fey plant's corolla, and retreated as quickly as possible. The gigantic pair of eyes continued staring intently at Yun. Their owner remained hidden in the darkness, unwilling to truly show itself. Yun did not know what it was, but the purple eyes left him apprehensive. Luoyue, are you alright? Yun cleaved apart the pistil, freeing Nanshan Luoyue from it. The other man and woman were also saved, but their situation was terrible. They had lost a great deal of lifeblood. Even their flames of vitality had weakened. Yun checked Nanshan Luoyue's pulse and circulated his yuan qi through her body once. What he discovered left him somewhat surprised. He was certain that Nanshan Luoyue's future progress would be affected after having large amounts of her essential energy drained by the Fey plant. But he never expected that, when he infused her body with yuan qi, he would find her severely damaged vitality to be rejuvenated, like a land of drought being nourished by rain. Her lifeblood and essential energies were recovering on their own. Her already dried meridians had yuan qi flowing through them once again. The power of her bloodline. Yun recalled that Nanshan Luoyue had a unique bloodline. Back when he first saw her, she was unable to fully condense her Dao Palace, causing her to think she needed to constantly buy medicine from a medicinal clinic. The reason was likely that Nanshan Luoyue's mother was an ancient Fey herself. And it was due to this that Yun got acquainted with her. It also allowed him to get the teleportation jade token from the Nanshan family clan and enter the ancient battlefield. Back when Yun gave Nanshan Luoyue a drop of blood, it had brought her immense benefits. Now that his yuan qi was being infused into her body, Nanshan Luoyue's potential was awakening like a drought-welcoming rain. Eat these pills. Yun took out a bottle of pills meant to replenish lifeblood and handed it to her. Yun, thank you, said Nanshan Luoyue gratefully. She consumed it, and as the medicinal effects came into play, her pale face finally suffused a hint of ruddiness. However, to fully fix her damaged meridians, she would need to meditate and rest. So it's young Master E. Thank you, young Master E, for saving us. We were already resigned to wait for our deaths in despair after ending up in this land of peril. I never expected you of all people to see through the Fey plant's disguise and come to our rescue. The woman struggled to get up before bowing at Yun. Both she and the other man had rubbed off some of Nanshan Luoyue's luck. At that moment, Fairy Yuru and company walked over. They looked at Yun with a tinge of amazement. They did not expect for him to not only discover the Fey plant, but also slay it by himself. Brother E, how did you detect the Fey plant? Asked Nameless Sword. I just have keener senses, replied Yun. Everyone looked enlightened by his explanation. His keen senses were made evident from how he traversed the psyche-vanquishing desert alone. But now, it appeared that not only were his senses keen, he was also very strong. The area they were in was very strange. It already made the warriors that had followed become flustered with panic. Having someone with sharp senses and outstanding strength on the team could only benefit them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1461, Planet Destruction Plant. Chapter 1461, Planet Destruction Plant. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Luoyue, how did you come to be here? Yi asked curiously after Nanshan Luoyue had somewhat recovered. With her strength, it was unlikely she could travel so deep into a perilous land like Yi Yun's group had done. It would be practically seeking death. Brother Yi Yun, where is here? Unknowingly, Nanshan Luoyue had changed the way she addressed Yi Yun. This is the core region of the Fey God Tomb. We aren't far from the abyss, said Yi Yun. Ah. The other man and woman that have been rescued revealed astounded looks immediately. Their already pale faces turned paler. They had actually managed to enter the Fey God Tomb. Furthermore, it was somewhere so close to the abyss. Nanshan Luoyue carefully tried to recall but felt a splitting headache. Ultimately, she shook her head and said, I do not know how I ended up here. It seems like I can't remember any longer. What about the two of you? Yi Yun looked at the man and woman. The two looked lost for a moment before shaking their heads as well. You don't remember? Yi Yun was startled and felt that there was something odd about the matter. Alright, Brother Yi, since your friends are fine, let's continue proceeding forward. Although I would like for them to rest longer. Nameless Sword frowned as he looked at their surroundings before adding, we can't say for sure if that Fey plant and that unknown creature from before will appear again. It's best we do not stay here for long. Alright, said Yi Yun with a nod. Nanshan Luoyue walked to Yi Yun's side as the man and woman duo followed closely behind. The remaining warriors silently clung close to Yi Yun, apart from those that walked closer to Nameless Sword. In this land filled with danger, only being by their side was safe. Upon seeing Yi Yun become so popular in a blink of an eye, Lai Jiaojiao felt depressed. She naturally did not cling close to Yi Yun, instead, she continued to steadfastly stay by Nameless Sword. The group continued proceeding as Yi Yun constantly monitored their surroundings. On the way, he discovered quite a number of corpses that were just skin and bones. They were probably dregs that the Fey planet had spat out after draining them dry. These corpses laid silently in the sand, so silent that it made people feel a creepy eeriness. Indeed, other than Nanshan Luoyue and the two warriors, there are others that ended up here too. No one would bother looking for people that vanished in the Fey God Tomb. Even if it's known that someone has disappeared, they would never imagine that the disappeared would eventually die in a place like this, thought Yi Yun. At that moment, he felt a sanguine aura surge into the sky. It even left the bloods of the rest boiling, their skin suffering from prickling pain as a result. That is, the abyss. Yu Wangjian looked ahead as his gaze flashed with a strange glint. Everyone traced his gaze. The sanguine aura rose from a deep ravine and they were standing by its entrance. The ravine emanated a blood-colored mist. There were gray shadows lurking within it. They were bloodlust auras that could easily rob the lives of anyone that touched them. It was unknown how many years ago it had been since the last person stepped into the abyss. They could even be the first batch of people that entered the abyss in 10,000 years. Of course, no one knew what was inside the abyss. However, after experiencing the two dangers from before, everyone was feeling alarmed and did not dare act recklessly. A warrior turned to look and saw that the path they had taken was now blanketed by a thick black fog. It was quite possible that going through it would now lead to a different path than the one they had used. And there was a pair of purple eyes that suddenly flashed in the black fog. The warrior felt a cold shudder run down his back. He knew that retracing their steps was not an option. They carefully stepped into the abyss and, once in it, they felt they had entered a sealed-off world. The sky above could not be seen, there was only a thick sanguine aura that pressed down like a cloud. Look, there's a demon hand vine, exclaimed a supremacy suddenly. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing to. Indeed, they saw a vine that resembled a hand on a wall in the abyss. It was indeed the demon hand vine, an extremely rare plant in the outside world. Am I seeing things? That looks like an azure bird fey pistol, said another warrior in a disbelieving tone. Even Yi Yun's expression changed at that. Azure bird fey pistol was a supreme great herb that could be used to treat the soul. Refined azure bird fey pistol pills could even mend shattered soul seals. It was truly a divine pill, and had the unimaginable price of one. The warrior was quite knowledgeable to be able to recognize the azure bird fey pistol. When the others heard the two warriors discover the divine herb, they immediately looked around. There's an immortal skin ovum, skywisp jade. I also found something. There are 10,000-year-old bloodlingsies. Furthermore, it's an entire patch, with so many of them in one place. This is practically a land of divine treasures. The 4,000-year-old bloodlingsies in the Fey God Tomb's periphery were enough to make a group of warriors risk their lives, even making losing a few lives in the process worth it. But in this place, 10,000-year-old bloodlingsies appeared in clusters. These warriors had entered the abyss to seek out opportunities, but they never expected to encounter so much danger before they found any opportunities. Now that the opportunities had appeared, these warriors immediately turned excited. Be careful. There might be some sinister beast protecting the treasures, warned Nameless Sword. Thankfully, these warriors remained collected. Although they appeared excited, none of them recklessly approached the herbs. Suddenly, the warrior that discovered the first herb suddenly phased away. Immediately, a puppet appeared in his spot. The puppet looked rather crude and did not even have any aura. Let me give it a try. As the warrior spoke, the puppet in front of him suddenly jumped up and flew ahead like lightning, heading straight for the demon handvine. He was already prepared to immediately make his puppet self-destruct if anything dangerous happened. However, no accident happened even as the puppet plucked the demon handvine. Seeing the puppet right in front of him with the demon handvine, the warrior looked pleasantly surprised. He quickly took out a box to store away the vine. Upon seeing the warrior pluck the herb unhindered, the remaining warriors were enticed. It was an extremely rare opportunity. As the warriors carefully headed for the herbs they eyed, another warrior soon plucked his herb. Upon seeing this, the man and woman from before also walked over. But Nanshian Luoyue hesitated for a moment. She did feel tempted. No matter how valuable the herbs her family collected, they were incomparable to 1/100th of the herbs here. If she did not even make an attempt, it would be equivalent to walking past a treasure mountain without entering. Brother Iyun, should we pluck the herbs too? Nanshian Luoyue looked at Iyun. Although it did not appear dangerous, she still wished to know what he made of it. At that moment, Iyun was looking ruminatively at the first warrior that had plucked the herb as well as the spot where the demon handvine was plucked from. Everything appeared to happen smoothly, but Iyun had a nagging feeling that things would not be that simple. He had a hunch that something was dangerous about the area. He looked at the land, using his perception to carefully observe it bit by bit. Meanwhile, everyone was picking herbs. Even Fairy Yuru had plucked a few red lotuses. The lotus seeds in the red lotuses were about the size of pigeon eggs. They were supreme treasures that was exceedingly rare to chance upon in the outside world. Even Fairy Yuru was tempted by them. Oh? Planet destruction plant? Fairy Yuru was taken aback. She noticed a palm-sized flower growing on an inconspicuous mound. It only had a few leaves and it looked shriveled. Fairy Yuru was astonished seeing the plant. Wasn't that the legendary planet destruction plant? Ancient canon mentioned that it was an already extinct demonic plant. If it successfully matured, it could produce flowers like dandelions. When the wind blew, its seeds would scatter, tearing straight through the void and into the spatial turbulence. It would then flutter around space till it landed in a world where it would take root. However, it could possibly drain the world of its vitality, turning it into a land of death. That was how it earned its name. The seedling that clearly resembled a planet destruction plant on the tiny mound was practically a divine herb that legends spoke of. Yes, if the universe had any place that allowed for the growth of planet destruction plant, it would probably be the ancient battlefield. Only such a land could withstand its growth. Apart from Fairy Yuru, there were several other people that noticed the planet destruction plant seedling. They also wished to pluck it. But at that moment, Ian suddenly said, "Don't go near it." Fairy Yuru's heart skipped a beat as she immediately stopped in her tracks. The others also heard his warning. Some of them looked hesitant. Iyun had mentioned that he had sharp senses. Could he have sensed some danger? Ah! At that moment, the warrior closest to the mound let out a tragic scream. He convulsed violently, and at that moment, an extremely appalling thing happened. His body began melting from his feet up, followed by his thighs and waist. He struggled crazily, but as his body was melting from the bottom first, he turned shorter and shorter. Finally his half-body stump reached the ground as he flailed his arms madly. His eyes protruded out as though they were about to explode. In the end, all that was left of him was a head that was slowly melting. The process looked like a body made of sugar being melted on a hot stove. Upon seeing this happen, everyone drew a gasp. The ground. Was he consumed by the ground beneath him, said Fairy Yuru alarmed. He should have become fertilizer. Yi-Yun frowned. He had seen the records of the planet destruction plant in the Divine Alchemist's notes. Something made him feel that the whole thing was off. Was that really a planet destruction plant? As Yi-Yun pondered over the matter, the scene in front of him suddenly warped. All the herbs on the ground suddenly came alive. They wavered gently despite there being no wind. The scene was extremely peculiar. Ah! Suddenly, another person let out a tragic scream. She was none other than the woman Yi-Yun had previously rescued. A herbal flower that looked sacred in front of her suddenly melted into a red sticky blob of blood before enveloping her hand. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, but the blob of blood expanded rapidly, devouring her entire body. In a blink of an eye, she had vanished from where she stood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1462, Tragic. Chapter 1462, Tragic. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After the warrior was sucked dry, the pool of sticky blood clearly expanded in size. Immediately following that, it surged towards the people beside it. And the closest warrior happened to be the man that Yi-Yun had previously rescued, as well as Lai Jiaojiao. The man's cultivation level was not very high and he was already heavily injured. He only had time to reveal a look of shock before his head had been wrapped within the blob of blood. Lai Jiaojiao's expression changed drastically as she frantically threw out a jade talisman. However, the barrier it triggered only succeeded in being devoured rapidly at a discernible pace. Save me, quickly! Lai Jiaojiao's entire body was trembling. Lai Rikon's expression changed as he charged forward with weapon in hand. Unfortunately, more than 100 white bugs of different sizes suddenly bored out of the ground before he even reached Lai Jiaojiao. They had a carapace that resembled white bone. On their backs were more than 10 pairs of eyes, and from the moment they appeared they swarmed towards Lai Rikon's feet. He failed to dodge in time. His left foot was bitten by more than 10 bugs, being reduced to bone instantly. Ah! Lai Rikon immediately let out a tragic cry. He heaved as he slashed his saber at the bugs, sending them retreating. However, it was only temporary. Only slight marks appeared on the bugs' bodies after being struck. They soon returned with a vengeance, this time in numbers of more than 100. Lai Rikon's face immediately turned into one of despair. These are blood soul bugs. They can devour anything. Everyone, do not get too close to them. Nameless Sword's gaze turned turbid as he shouted. He also flew forward, drawing the sword behind his back while in midair. Shie! Sword flashes descended like a snowstorm, instantly enveloping the region beneath. Wah! 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 The blood soul bugs let out baby-like cries as they were enveloped by the sword flashes. They retreated like a receding tide. Nameless Sword landed on the ground and grabbed Lai Rikon, throwing him back to the crowd. Catch him. With that, Nameless Sword looked at Lai Jiaojiao. She immediately sported a look of pleasant surprise. Senior Nameless. But right at that moment, the blood soul bugs let out their infantile cries once again as they moved to surround Nameless Sword. They spread their wings and lifted off the ground, dozens of pairs of red eyes emitting an otherworldly glimmer. Nameless Sword frowned slightly for he was instantly being surrounded by the blood soul bugs. Lai Jiaojiao's look of pleasant surprise quickly turned into one of horror. The blood was still maniacally corroding the barrier of light in front of her. As for the jade talisman, a loud crack was heard as it showed signs of damage. Fairy Yuru, senior brother Yuangjin, save me quickly, shouted Lai Jiaojiao. However, massive numbers of blood soul bugs had bored out of the ground at that moment. The moment they appeared, they rapidly crawled towards Fairy Yuru and company. Everyone immediately began engaging in battle with the blood soul bugs. A warrior was forced close to the planet destruction plant unknowingly. By the time he realized his mistake, his expression changed immediately. He did not hesitate to burn his blood essence to escape, but he failed to avoid the nightmare. He began to melt. Another warrior had the thought of escaping, but just that momentary distraction gave a blood soul bug that bore out near his feet a window to bite him. His momentary pause after being bitten allowed massive numbers of blood soul bugs to swarm him. In a blink of an eye, he was sucked dry, not even bone was left. After Yi-Yun slashed at the blood soul bugs, his eyes flashed a queer look. Use soul attacks. These bugs seemed to be afraid of soul attacks. It was not that physical attacks were ineffective on blood soul bugs, but the effects were just too mediocre. When Yi-Yun struck the blood soul bug, he suddenly realized that although their carapaces were hard, their soul seas were very weak. Ah! A middle-aged warrior could hardly withstand the swarm of bugs, and without much thought, he smote a blood soul bug with a soul attack. Wah! Wah! The blood soul bug immediately let out a cry as it retreated. Fairy Yuru's eyes flashed as light radiated from her body. Colorful beams of light scattered in every direction. The blood soul bugs that made contact with the light beams immediately retreated, making it apparent that she had used a soul attack. Yuan Jin similarly used a soul attack to strike a few blood soul bugs. And at that moment, Yi Yun took action. Clang! Mirage Snow suddenly slashed out with a gorgeous sword flash. It looked like an illusion that seemed to place people in an icy plane. Their eyes even appeared to see an endless ice plane. Yi Yun had fused his soul attacks into his sword Dao, and with his soul being extremely powerful, the flash beam was enough to overcome the sanguine aura that flooded the region. Even the herbs were affected by the strike as they turned stiff and did not sway any further. The silent sword flash landed, unleashing a bout of shrill screams. Wah! Wah! The blood soul bugs that were swept up in Yi Yun's sword flash exploded one after another as they reduced to pools of blood. The earth immediately absorbed the blood. Yi Yun was unsure if he was mistaken, but the frail planet destruction plant seemed to become more spirited. Everyone were shocked by Yi Yun's strike. Even Fairy Yuru could not help but steal another glance at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was too strong. Everyone had to use all their strength just to withstand the blood soul bugs, but he managed to slay them all with one strike. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly slashed at Fairy Yuru. Fairy Yuru was alarmed, but she did not move. Wah! A blood soul bug the size of a face basin was split apart behind Fairy Yuru. Fairy Yuru turned around and her expression changed slightly. It was a queen bug, clearly much more powerful than ordinary blood soul bugs. She did not even realize when it had secretly appeared by her feet. If not for Yi Yun, she might have been injured, if not killed. And at that moment, Lai Jiaojiao's screams turned sharper. Quick, save me! The barrier in front of her was so thin that it had turned nearly transparent. As she was shouting, her jade talisman reduced to dust. The barrier shattered instantly as the blob of blood inundated Lai Jiaojiao. Lai Jiaojiao was scared out of her wits as she turned to rush towards Yi Yun and company. Yi Yun, save me, quick! She had already forgotten the way she had treated him. All she could see was Yi Yun's mighty strength at that moment. Yi Yun knitted his brows when he saw Lai Jiaojiao charge towards him. He was not some goody two-shoes who would take the initiative to save her. At that moment, a gaping mouth suddenly opened beneath Lai Jiaojiao's feet, instantly devouring her. Gulp! It was a fey plant that had swallowed Lai Jiaojiao. It extended its vines and began wrapping her in layers. This fey plant was the one they had met in the periphery of the abyss. It had previously disguised itself as a boulder and imprisoned Nanxian Luoyue. Yet, it had been seen through by Yi Yun, who slashed off its corolla. Yet here it was again. It was unknown how the fey plant had recuperated as it followed them deeper into the abyss. Ah! Lai Jiaojiao continued struggling as she let out tragic cries. The fey plant was infuriated as it secreted mucus, hoping to digest Lai Jiaojiao. Fairy Yuru hurriedly slashed out a beam of light that cut into the fey plant. However, the strike that could split apart divine metal only left a foot-deep wound on the plant's stalk. On a stalk that thick, it was nothing. She could not slash it apart. Fairy Yuru frowned slightly. Although she could slice apart the stalk if she attacked it repeatedly, Lai Jiaojiao would probably be dead by then. At that moment, Nameless Sword was fighting the entire bug horde alone, unable to extricate himself from them. That left Yi Yun as the only one strong enough. From his past performance, it would not be difficult for him to split apart the stalk with one strike. However, Yi Yun looked like he didn't even see Lai Jiaojiao. He was still dealing with a few blood soul bugs. He was moving at a casual pace, doing so with ease. Save me. Why? Young Master Yi. Lai Jiaojiao struggled frantically as her cries for help turned shrill. Yi Yun, are you really turning a blind eye to a woman in distress? Lai Rikon looked angrily at Yi Yun, who smiled in return. Why aren't you rescuing your own sister? You? Lai Rikon felt so stifled that he vomited blood. However, he did not have enough courage to attack the fey plant. He was not its match at all. But at that moment, a blinding beam shot over suddenly. It originated from Nameless Sword. While engaging in an intense battle with the bug horde, he managed to divert his attention long enough to slash out a sword beam. It was resplendent like the stars of the highest heavens, forming a gigantic beam that swept towards the fey plant. Ah! The fey plant seemed to cry out as it jolted from the extremely sacred beam strike. It spat out Lai Jiaojiao and escaped underground using its roots. Bam! Lai Jiaojiao's head smacked into the ground. Her body convulsed a few times before she slowly raised her head. She was still alive. My face! My face! Lai Jiaojiao touched her face and let out a hysteric cry. Fairy Yura had a melancholic look when she saw her face. The others felt their scalps tingle. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as the face of a haunting specter. Her skin and flesh had been corroded till it was all pocky. Together with the fey plant's juices seeping into her flesh and blood, it would be difficult for her to recover her original looks even with treasures. Ah! Lai Jiaojia cried out in despair, completely unable to accept such a reality. However, no one had time to bother with her. They did not have the luxury of time or sympathy. While she screamed, a blinding sword flash seemed to vanquish everything amid the blood-soul bug's engulfment, carving out a path from within. Immediately following that, a figure charged out, filled with killing intent. Beneath Nameless Sword's feet were several blood-soul bug corpses. These corpses quickly reduced to blood and were absorbed by the earth. He had nearly sent the bug swarm scurrying with his strength alone. What terrifying strength! The warriors that remained alive were greatly shocked. The gap between them and Nameless Sword was just too great. In the intense battle from before, he was still able to divert his attention to rescue Lai Jiaojia. If not for Nameless Sword, they would probably have all died there. Even Yiyun might not have changed that outcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1463, Blood Fey Bone. Chapter 1463, Blood Fey Bone. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Everyone, retreat quickly, shouted Nameless Sword the moment he ended the battle. In fact, everyone wished to get as far as possible from the area even without his command. People immediately retreated out of the region and looked at the planet destruction plant from afar. Brother E, how were you able to tell it was dangerous? Nameless Sword asked as he walked to Yiyun's side. The others looked at Yiyun as well. He had previously discovered the disguised fey plant, and now he had noticed the abnormality of this situation. His perceptivity was truly potent. Those herbs and blood soul bugs, the blob of blood, and even the earth itself, they all serve to provide nutrients to the planet destruction plant, said Yiyun. Everyone felt a chill run through them. They were already made acutely aware of what nutrients meant. Then, Yiyun frowned again. However, although a planet destruction plant can suck a world's vitality dry, I have never heard of it producing such monsters to consume flesh and blood. I never expected you to have such a comprehensive understanding of planet destruction plants, said Fairy Yuru in astonishment. As he had studied the Divine Alchemist's notes, no one present had knowledge of the planet destruction plant that surpassed Yiyun's. Only he could readily describe the detailed characteristics of planet destruction plants. The others only knew a little about it. Even geniuses from large factions like Fairy Yuru and Yuang Jian had knowledge that was far inferior to Yiyun, who had inherited the Divine Alchemist's heritage. If that isn't a planet destruction plant, what the heck is it? Asked the Dao Palace Realm genius, Huang Xianyan, from Magnificent Heaven. He came in filled with confidence, but now he was a nervous wreck. As Huang Xuanyan's voice faded, everyone cast their gazes back at the fey plant. After absorbing the flesh and blood of 4 warriors, the planet destruction plant appeared more spirited. And when they looked over the herbs, they immediately bobbed, as though they were beckoning for them to come over. Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their backs. The herbs had lost all allure to them, taking on an ominous air instead. Yiyun stared intently at the planet destruction plant. He had a nagging feeling that something was incongruous, but he was unable to pinpoint it. However, he was certain of one thing. The planet destruction plant was similar to the fey plant from before. They both had a common characteristic. They devoured the flesh and blood of living people. The situation has changed since the last time I entered. It's a lot more dangerous. Shall we invite Brother E to lead the way with me? Asked Nameless Sword. I don't trust him. A hoarse, vicious voice protested. It was none other than Lai Jiaojiao, who was standing beside Lai Rikon. She was using a veil to cover her face, but the skin and eyes that could still be seen looked gruesome. Lai Jiaojiao looked hatefully at Yiyun. He stood idly on the side, unwilling to help me. He might betray us at any time. If not for Yiyun's inaction, she would not have suffered such an outcome. Yiyun had made it apparent that he wished to see her get eaten. From her point of view, it was all Yiyun's fault that she was in her present state. You were the only person that he didn't save, said Nanshan Luoyue coldly. Anyway, I only trust Senior Nameless. In this land of peril, one that ignores his companions when there is danger is a useless teammate. Seeing how he treats a weak woman like me, it's best you do not pin your hopes on him. Lai Jiaojiao looked at everyone, but her corroded eyes only served to make them feel uneasy. Yi Yun smiled faintly, completely uninterested in dealing with Lai Jiaojiao. However, he also sensed that Lai Jiaojiao's words had affected the rest. They still viewed him with odd reverence, but they also slightly distanced themselves from him. Compared to Yi Yun, the powerful and righteous Nameless Sword was clearly more trustworthy. Yi Yun did not mind this at all. He was not here to make friends with these people. The abyss was strange and his interest in the blood fey bone was piqued. He had no idea what the situation was with the blood fey bone to make it produce the rich sanguine aura and intense killing intent. At that moment, Fairy Yura walked over and said softly, "Thank you for saving me. I was only doing it in passing. Besides, even if I did not do anything, you could have resolved the matter by yourself." "There's no need to thank me," said Yi Yun. Fairy Yura glanced at Yi Yun, her eyes flashing with a strange glint. She was completely unrelated to Yi Yun, but he had saved her. The others might have seen him as an aloof person, but she did not think it so. Yuan Jian's eyes took on a depressing look when he saw Fairy Yura take the initiative to express her friendship towards Yi Yun. He never expected that Yi Yun, who he had invited, would steal the limelight in the Fey God tomb, completely overshadowing him. He had even rescued Fairy Yuru, winning her favorable impression. "Let's leave this area. It's best we take care not to touch anything without thought going forward. The dangers in the abyss are things even I do not understand," said Nameless Sword. The crowd continued proceeding forward. This time, nearly everyone crowded close to Yi Yun and Nameless Sword. But even so, a warrior still got silently devoured by a pile of sand which had nothing above it. Several hours later, Yi Yun and company entered a region with even richer sanguine aura. It was so dense that it condensed into liquid that looked like rain. The smell of blood inundated their olfactory senses, and there were skeletons beneath their feet. These skeletons belonged to humans as well as fey beasts. The smaller fey bones were the size of houses and the bigger ones were the size of hills. White bone structures were strewn across the blood-colored land, producing a heavy air of death. People stayed in here for too long would have their vitality slowly sapped away. "We are here," Nameless Sword gently sighed as he said. He then pointed to a boulder which seemed to be immersed in blood. Its sanguine aura was extremely dense. A second look revealed that on the boulder was a blood fey bone the size of a palm. No one noticed the boulder and blood fey bone prior to this. Only when Nameless Sword pointed it out to them did they strangely feel their hearts and visions suddenly become captivated by the blood fey bone. Yi Yun felt that the blood fey bone seemed to have blood flowing in it. It also produced a heavy, dull sound. Bam! Bam bam! He also heard the sound of blood flowing from the blood fey bone. Bloop, bloop. At that moment, a chill suddenly surged across his body. He jolted to his senses and realized that the sounds did not come from the blood fey bone but were the result of his lifeblood being stirred. Even his very heartbeat was being tugged at by the blood fey bone. If he listened to it too long, it might have been possible for him to explode to death. The rest jolted to their senses, faces filled with shock. Among them, the heavily injured Lai Jiaojiao and Lai Rikong had the color in their faces drained. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1464, Cooperation. Chapter 1464, Cooperation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Nanxian Luoyue looked at the blood fey bone in disbelief as she uttered, "This fey bone contains terrifying amounts of lifeblood power." She had an ancient fey bloodline, so she had an intense reaction to the fey bone just like Yi Yun did. And at that moment, Yi Yun sensed a nomological force around the blood fey bone, clearly an array formation that had been manually set up around it. This array was the reason why they did not discover the fey blood bone prior to this. "I found this blood fey bone the last time I came, but it's too powerful. I was unable to take it with me, therefore, I set up an array formation that could aid in retrieving it. The array formation is meant to chip away at its strength, constantly draining it," said Nameless Sword. But in fact, the array formation can only drain a portion of it. The abyss is filled with sanguine aura and killing intent, and this blood fey bone has been here receiving its nourishment for a very long time. The array formation's effects are highly limited. "Then what can we do?" asked a warrior. "Help me push the array formation as far as it can go. Even if we can only sever the connection between the blood fey bone and this environment for a short period of time, I will have a chance of retrieving the blood fey bone. Everyone, don't worry. Once I succeed, I'll definitely provide all of you with sufficient remuneration. Not only that, I'll also split a portion of this blood fey bone." The dangers we encountered on this trip into the abyss has far exceeded my expectations. Nameless Sword said with a sigh. Senior Nameless, there's no need to continue. We siblings will definitely help. I believe the rest will provide their strongest support, right? Lai Jiaojiao stood forward to offer her help. The warrior's eyes lit up after Nameless Sword mentioned that he would share the Blood Fey bone. I am willing to help. If not for Taoist Nameless, we would never have been able to get near the Blood Fey bone, said the warrior. The remaining warriors contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Not only would they obtain some of the Blood Fey bone if they helped Nameless Sword, they would also get rewarded. And all they needed to do was help Nameless Sword draw out the array formation's full powers. When the time came to retrieve the Blood Fey bone, it was still Nameless Sword who needed to do the deed. Therefore, they would not encounter any danger. It was obvious Fairy Yuru would be part of it. Yuang Jian also immediately said, I have no problems either. As he said that, he looked at Yi Yun. Fellow Taoist Yi Yun, what about you? Nameless Sword looked over as well. Yi Yun's eyes were fixed on the Blood Fey bone while he observed the array formation. He noticed that the energy flowing out of the array formation indicated that there was indeed energy being pulled out of the Blood Fey bone and expelled by the array formation. But the expelled energy was inconsequential compared to the Blood Fey bone's powerful aura. This was because the array formation was operating rather sluggishly. The laws in it were being corrupted by the surrounding sanguine aura. From the looks of it, what Nameless Sword said was right. However, Yi Yun was in no hurry to agree immediately. Everything appeared fine on the surface, but Yi Yun felt something was wrong. Back when he cracked the Divine Alchemist's array formation in the Ninely Magus Empire, Yi Yun already had his own comprehension of array formations, giving him his own school of thought. He was currently using this self-made understanding of array formations to size up the array formation in front of him. Brother Yi, we are truly lacking in manpower at the moment. You have to help, said Nameless Sword earnestly. For your strength, I am willing to give you an additional portion of the Blood Fey bone. The rest who heard that had no qualms. After all, Yi Yun's strength was already apparent to all. Lai Jiaojiao looked at Yi Yun, not concealing the viciousness in her eyes in any way. The person that had resulted in her being harmed actually stood to gain double the benefits. Taoist Yi, if you are unwilling, my martial uncle will not force you, said Fairy Yuru. Everyone looked at Yi Yun for about 30 seconds, until he finally spoke. In that case, I naturally have no reason to reject, said Yi Yun. Thank you for helping, Brother Yi, said Nameless Sword with a smile. With that, he took out a few array flags and distributed them to the group. Refine the array flags into your bodies. That way, you will form a connection with the array formation like I have. However, the array formation is ultimately mine. There are many intricacies within and a slight move may affect the whole. Therefore, listen to my instructions carefully and do not touch the array formation unless instructed. What if we do? Huang Xianyan asked with the array flag in hand. Nameless Sword felt a little exasperated. Naturally, it would result in us falling short of success at the final stage. We might even suffer a backlash. I advise you not to attempt doing so. When Huang Xianyan noticed the rest glaring at him, he immediately said, I was only asking. I naturally know how serious this is. Please begin refining it then. We should not stay here for long. The faster we resolve the matter, the earlier we can leave, said Nameless Sword. Yi Yun held the array flag, but that feeling of incongruity would not leave him. He had agreed to Nameless Sword's request obviously because he wanted the Blood Fey bone. And it was also clearly impossible for him to snatch it for himself under the current circumstances. At that moment, the rest were done refining the array flags. Nameless Sword swept his gaze across everyone before looking at Yi Yun. He saw Yi Yun's hand empty, having just opened his eyes from sitting cross-legged. He immediately smiled at Yi Yun and nodded. Everyone, we shall begin now. Please head to your respective spots as indicated by the array flags, said Nameless Sword as a disc array appeared in his hand. These people had the array flags in their bodies and could sense their required positions. They headed to their spots without Nameless Sword needing to give detailed instructions. Yi Yun was the last to move. He took 7 steps left before taking 2 steps forward. He stopped in front of an inconspicuous rock. Just as Yi Yun stopped, energy swirls appeared between the people. A complicated array formation immediately showed itself beneath their feet. Upon seeing this scene, Nameless Sword nodded as he activated the disc array. The array formation's light bloomed as it was fully activated. Everyone immediately felt the complete connection they had with the array formation as though they had become one with it. The array formation immediately started extracting their Yuan Qi. Fairy Yuru appeared indifferent, but the other warriors looked a little tense. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. This is a stimulation array formation that gathers everyone's strength. Please do not resist or it will affect the array formation, said Nameless Sword as he moved his hands over the disc array. We have reached a critical stage. Everyone, you must cooperate with me or the Blood Fey bone will be difficult to retrieve, said Nameless Sword solemnly. At that moment, Yun suddenly took 3 steps forward. That act caused the array formation to instantly go into chaos. The nomological energy fluctuated, causing everyone to feel their lifeblood descend in turmoil. Brother E, what are you doing? Nameless Sword looked at Yun in surprise. Fairy Yuru also looked at Yun filled with curiosity. Yun, what are you doing? Is harming me not enough? You must be thinking of harming all of us, right? You don't want any of us to get the Blood Fey bone, am I right? You wish to hoard it for yourself? Lai Jiaojiao screamed sharply. Lai Jiaojiao's words made the originally perplexed warriors look at Yun suspiciously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1465, Sudden Turn of Events. Chapter 1465, Sudden Turn of Events. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. With the array formation about to succeed and the Blood Fey bone almost in hand, everything came to a crashing halt when Yun suddenly acted. Not a single person there wanted to ignore the Blood Fey bone. Therefore, they wouldn't buy it if Yun claimed he did not have any thoughts on taking it. Fellow Daoisti, that's not a very good act of faith you're pulling, said Yuan Jian in a deep voice. Let's ask him why first. I believe Daoist E has an explanation, said Fairy Yuru. She felt that Yun was not such a person, but it was true that his action didn't seem particularly noble. Brother E, if you return right now to your original spot, we can still recover the array formation. Furthermore, everyone hasn't had their Yuan Qi greatly drained. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to activate the array formation again. I have already promised you 2 portions of the Blood Fey bone. I believe it will be the greatest reward you can reap on this trip to the Fey God Tomb, or maybe even the entire ancient battlefield. It will be difficult for you to find a treasure better than the Blood Fey bone, said Nameless Sword with a frown. With his reputation of being a gentleman, he was composed and refined. Even now, he did not show his displeasure or go into a rage. Senior Nameless, you might be trying to persuade him with tactful words, but they can't reach someone like him, said Lai Jiaojiao with a sarcastic tone. Unfortunately, the rest, including Yuan Jian, felt that Lai Jiaojiao was right. Although Yun was powerful, his character and moral standing were far inferior to Nameless Sword, who acted openly and aboveboard. Yun swept the crowd before revealing a faint smile. What are you smiling? Yuan Jian felt a little peeved seeing Yun's response. Just as he spoke, Yun suddenly conjured his primordial destruction domain. The moment the blurry space appeared, everyone felt a terrifying gravitational force. It was a nomological force that left their hearts quivering. He's really trying to snatch the Blood Fey bone. Quick, stop him. Lai Jiaojiao let out a shrill scream. But at that moment, everyone felt the array formation begin to tremble. The laws that formed the array formation began shattering under the primordial destruction space's pressure. Crack! A crack immediately appeared in the disc array Nameless Swords was holding as the array formation began to collapse. Yun, you must be mad. Lai Jiaojiao was even more enraged than Nameless Sword should have been. In order to snatch the Blood Fey bone, Yun was fully willing to toss aside all decorum. Nameless Sword's expression suddenly changed. As the cracking sound ensued, the cracks in the array formation increased. Nameless Sword looked down at the disc array before looking at Yun in disbelief. How did you do it? This is an ancient array formation. The disc array is rare and I set it up myself. How did you find the array core in such a short span of time? Nameless Sword finally revealed an inkling of killing intent on his face. The spot that Yun had stepped on was precisely the array core. It looked like a coincidence prior to this, but now it was apparent that he had done so deliberately. The spatial array formation from before did not show how much of an array formation master you are, said Yun with a smile. Senior Nameless, why bother wasting your breath on him? Quickly finish him, shouted Lai Jiaojiao. And at that moment, a gray light suddenly arose from a warrior with the strength of a supremacy. Boom! The gray light struck the primordial destruction space, but it seemed to sink into a quagmire. It immediately began dissipating. Finally, the gray light was fully gone before it could even penetrate the primordial destruction space. The warrior's expression changed. His sneak attack had been so easily nullified. How was the blurry gray space so powerful? Yun swept his gaze at the warrior and said coldly, "What utter foolishness! You are the utter fool. Now that the array formation is destroyed, no one can get the blood fey bone, and you are the one to blame. You will only be killed by our combined force, said the supremacy coldly. But at that moment, his body suddenly convulsed as large amounts of yuan qi was extracted from his body. The others also immediately had the same thing happen to them. Nameless Sword held the disc array as he constantly put seals into it. The array formation immediately stopped crumbling and began clashing with the space created by Yi Yun's primordial destruction domain. As Nameless Sword injected the seals, the disc array constantly emanated an intense light. Everyone felt the suction force grow stronger. Taoist Nameless, do not be infuriated by Yi Yun. Senior Nameless, we can't withstand it if this continues. Martial Uncle? However, Nameless Sword appeared deaf to everyone's voices, including Fairy Yuru's. His eyes were burning with anger as they stared intently at Yi Yun. Condense! Nameless Sword recited incantations as a more potent suction force suddenly surged. Bam! Bam bam! The scene before everyone's eyes instantly turned blood red. And amid that redness, they could hear their hearts thump loudly. All their lifeblood was being stirred to their boiling points by their very heartbeats. In the blood-red fog, a black shadow slowly emerged. It looked human as it silently floated over. It found the warrior that had sneaked an attack on Yi Yun. The warrior widened his eyes, but he could not move due to the array formation's effects. Seeing the shadow approach him, the warrior began to reveal a look of horror. The black shadow did not have any facial features, but he could clearly see that it was sizing him up. Taoist Nameless, quickly stop! The warrior desperately wished to shout out for help. But not only was he unable to move, he could not even produce a sound. He could only watch helplessly as the shadow floated in front of him, to a spot not more than a palm's distance away from his face. Taoist Nameless, what is this? At that moment, the shadow suddenly surged forward. The warrior's eyes suddenly opened widely like they were about to pop out. He could clearly sense that the shadow was moving as if boring through his body. At the same time, all his yuan qi and blood essence was being rapidly sucked away. He widened his mouth, and a noiseless cry came out. His face was filled with utmost horror. Gradually, his flesh and blood began vanishing. His skin shriveled and his body turned into a bag of bones. His face was that of an agape skeleton draped in a layer of skin and hair. This scene left everyone appalled. What was happening? Is this Yi Yun's doing? Lai Jiaojiao directly pinned the blame on Yi Yun. As for Fairy Yuru, she looked at Nameless Sword. When she saw his expression, she could not help but produce a look of incredulity. The martial uncle in front of her felt extremely unfamiliar to her. His cold eyes appeared as though he had not seen the warrior's tragic end. You are truly incorrigibly foolish. At this point in time, you are still lost in the dark. With your low intelligence, you might even be helping the person who sold off you count his earnings. Do you even deserve to practice martial arts? Yi Yun looked at Lai Jiaojiao and said disdainfully. His words left Lai Jiaojiao taken aback. Even if she had the preconceived notion that Yi Yun was evil, even she had begun noticing that something was amiss. She slowly turned her head to look at Nameless Sword. He exuded an extremely intense bloodlust. Even his voice had changed. He was no longer gentle and refined but appeared to come from the deepest abyss. Yi Yun, you nearly spoiled my plans. Since you have seen through everything, I'll just have to use you as the blood sacrifice first. As his words faded, the array formation's laws formed chains in the array core, trapping Yi Yun as well as his primordial destruction space. I never expected you to have a trick up your sleeve using this array formation, said Yi Yun. As he spoke, he drew Mirage Snow and cleaved at the nomological chains. Boom! With a loud boom, the nomological chains trembled but did not shatter. The array formation had absorbed copious amounts of yuan qi, which was now constantly replenishing the nomological chain's expenditure. Realizing how Yi Yun could still talk and move, Nameless Sword revealed a look of shock. You did not refine the array flag? Why would I refine someone else's array flag into my body? For what? To allow you to slaughter me, countered Yi Yun sarcastically. You actually managed to find your spot without the array flag. That actually fooled me. Nameless Sword shook his head. Yi Yun, your nomological insights are powerful and you are far stronger than everyone else. You have very keen senses and are adept at array formations. You are truly a genius. With a person like you here, I feel more confident. Upon hearing Yi Yun and Nameless Sword's conversation, the others could not help but realize, no matter how unbelievable it was, that Nameless Sword had brought them here not to give them any treasure or remuneration but to take their lives. Yi Yun had not taken action because he wanted to snatch the treasure. Instead, he had sensed something was amiss and had taken the preemptive measures to stop Nameless Sword. Although Yun had mocked them openly, no one found his words problematic. They had completely believed Nameless Sword and refined his array flags into their bodies. Now they were like wooden puppets, unable to resist. Weren't they simply placing themselves onto a chopping board? The way Fairy Yuru looked at Nameless Sword turned from disbelief to sadness. And at that moment, Nameless Sword looked back at her. His eyes had a hint of softness. Yuru, I watched you grow up. I'm very aware of your talent. I almost could not bring myself to lead you here, but only your bloodline can allow me to complete the final step. At that moment, the black shadow slowly burrowed out of the desiccated corpse. Compared to before, it was clearly a lot more corporeal. And clearly, Nameless Sword was referring to the shadow. For Luo Yue and that man and woman to end up here for no apparent reason must have been your doing, am I right? Asked Yun. Nameless Sword revealed a look of surprise. How do you know that? His response was equivalent to an admission. I began suspecting the moment I saw Luo Yue. With Luo Yue's strength, there is no way for her to come here on her own. And for some reason, she can't remember what had happened prior to that. I guessed that someone must have brought her in. You mentioned that only you know of the secret passageway. Yet, a person had brought Nanxian Luo Yue and company into the same secret passageway prior to our arrival. Such coincidences don't just happen. Even if you didn't do it, someone related to you did. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1466, Illusion Array. Chapter 1466, Illusion Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When you first brought us into the Fey God Tomb, we had to pass through a kind of spatial array formation that you set up. That same array formation was set up in different spots in the periphery of the Fey God Tomb, am I right? That way, people could enter by mistake, and would be devoured by the different kinds of biological creatures that live here. Nameless Sword gave Yun a penetrating look, but his eyes gradually turned calm once again. What you said is exactly what happened. You are indeed not the first batch of people I have brought in here. Every time the ancient battlefield opens, I choose some people to be brought in here. I've already forgotten what number batch you are, but I can be certain of one thing. You will be the final batch. Nameless Sword's mouth twisted into a hideous smile when he said that. But I'm quite astonished. You managed to determine all of that based on a mere Nanxian Luo Yue? Naturally not. Yun's voice remained collected. It's because I discovered that the secret passageway you led us through was not a true path, but an illusion array in and of itself. An illusion array. Everyone was extremely alarmed hearing Yun's claim. Was everything they encountered part of some illusion array, something fake? Ha 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 ha. Nameless Sword suddenly laughed out maniacally. You actually managed to see through that as well. That's right. From the moment you entered, the blood ritual had begun. And all of you are the sacrificial items. Everyone was taken aback hearing Nameless Sword's words. Since the blood ritual had begun from the very beginning, why did Nameless Sword work so hard in rescuing them? Was it the array flags? Martial Uncle, you put us in danger and then rescued us to win our trust, also that we would willingly refine your array flags? Fairy Yuru came to a realization. She could still probe her dantian, and saw that there was no longer an array flag in it. Now it was clearly a blood-colored hex seal. The hex seal shone from her dantian, projecting itself onto her chest. This was the thing she had just refined? This is... Once the blood phase hex seal is planted, it's impossible to remove. However, the conditions of planting them are very stringent. It needs to be done voluntarily. With this blood fey hex seal, all your blood essence, soul, and yuan qi will be turned into the most perfect offering. As for the trash that died in the beginning, they were only appetizers that did not catch my fancy. They were dealt with ahead of time by the illusion array. They were fertilizer, which is only slightly better than nothing. Nameless Sword said such extremely cold and heartless words, leaving Fairy Yuru reeling in disbelief. How could the martial uncle that, according to her memories, patiently taught her be the same person as the devil in front of her? This shadow is a manifestation of the blood fey bone, am I right? Asked Yun suddenly. That's right. Nameless Sword nodded. Upon seeing Nameless Sword admit it so readily, Yun drew a gasp. The blood fey bone was a dead item and at most could suffuse cadaveric auras to influence its surroundings, maybe causing hallucinations. Yet, the blood fey bone in front of him had already manifested into a spiritual creature like shadow. On top of that, the shadow felt like it was gradually manifesting itself as corporeal embodiment. Its sinister air left one shuddering to the bone. Are you cooperating with it? Taking favors from a tiger? Aren't you afraid it will betray you? Asked Yi Yun coldly. I am, but how am I to gain anything if I do not take risks? It yearns to leave this area and I yearn for greater strength. I learned how weak I was after leaving my name on the recognition monument. I had done my best but only left my name at the bottom of the recognition monument. As for the top geniuses, they easily stood at the top. If I do not do anything now, won't I forever be lining the bottom? I made the pinnacle of martial arts my goal at a very young age. How can I settle for being a person that accomplishes nothing and does not pursue that path that leads me to the extreme end? It's worth it no matter the price I pay, said Nameless Sword. However, he was only casually explaining his point of view. The shadow had already completely extricated itself from the desiccated corpse while he spoke, slowly floating towards the others. Lai Jiaojiao suddenly realized that she was the shadow's next target. The desiccated corpse was still standing upright in its place, making it look extremely horrifying. How could Lai Jiaojiao accept such a tragic and cruel death? She opened her mouth to scream but realized that she could not produce a single sound. She never expected that whatever Yi Yun had done was to stop Nameless Sword. And most laughable of all was that she had stepped forward to malign him. Now, she watched helplessly as the shadow flew closer to her. Yi Yun, I'm very satisfied with your talent. If I'm not wrong, your lifeblood must be quite considerable, right? Good, very good. You will be the final big supplement before the blood fey bone absorbs Yuru. With you as an ingredient, everything will become even more perfect, said Nameless Sword. He believed that Yi Yun had no way to escape the array formation suppression. No matter how strong Yi Yun was, his efforts were just mere intention. For this very moment, Nameless Sword had made too many preparations, so how could everything fail as a result of one warrior? Everyone here would definitely become the final batch of blood nourishment for the blood fey bone, and once it was completely ready, the bone would become a part of Nameless Sword's body. After obtaining the blood fey bone, Nameless Sword was confident that he would become a true expert when he left the ancient battlefield. He could even come close to the pinnacle of martial arts. To achieve that, what were a few sacrifices? As for Fairy Yuru, due to her unique bloodline, Nameless Sword had specially waited for her to arrive. Although she was his martial niece and the young goddess of the Netherski Divine World's new generation, Nameless Sword did not hesitate to sacrifice her for his own future. It appears all of you wish to speak. In that case, I'll give all of you a chance to say your last words. Sigh. Nameless Sword sighed as he injected a rune into the disc array. Everyone immediately felt that they could finally speak. Let me go, Senior Nameless. I implore you not to kill me. Lai Jiaji shouted immediately. But at that moment, the loudest person was Yu Wangjin. His forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He had an earnest look on his face as he said loudly, Senior Nameless, hear my piece. Many of these people have factions backing them. Some have family clans and their sections. Furthermore, there were thousands of people that saw us leave and know of the matter. If we die for no good reason, wouldn't the factions backing us investigate? Senior Nameless, I wish you would consider the matter more thoroughly. Lai Jiaojiao's eyes lit up as she looked at him with anticipation. That's right, Senior Nameless. Senior brother Yu Wangjin is right. However, Yi Yun sneered in response. Yu Wangjin was insinuating that Nameless Sword only target those without a faction backing them, and the only person present that fit that description was him. Be it Yu Wangjin or Lai Jiaojiao, they were only employing desperate measures in desperate times. Nameless Sword had this in the works for ages, so how could he be afraid of a few factions? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1467, For the Sake of Remaining Alive. Chapter 1467, For the Sake of Remaining Alive. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun wasn't surprised to see Nameless Sword remain unmoved by what was said. With the situation having developed this far, there's no need to say such useless things. It's best you make use of your remaining time to say your last words. Senior Nameless. If you are the only one to leave alive, you will definitely be wanted by many factions. I believe that even you could not get away from that unbothered, right? And even if that doesn't bother you, wouldn't it just be easier to avoid it altogether? Yu Wangjin said anxiously. Nameless Sword did not even give him the courtesy of a reply. All he did was look at him with an eerily silent smile. Yu Wangjin's gaze turned heavy. Then he suddenly said, I have a blood hex scroll. I can swear on it. If I violate my oath, my soul will be tormented in an extremely pain way for 1,000 years. After that, my soul will shatter, leaving me to be doomed for all eternity. As Yu Wangjin spoke, he took out an ancient red scroll from his interspatial ring. He had planned on using it on someone else but never expected he would need to use it on himself. He was threatening to cast the most vicious hex on himself so as to remain alive. Senior Nameless, as long as you spare me, I will swear on this blood hex scroll. I will not mention anything that happened today. I will say that whatever happened today was an accident. I, Yuang Jian, am someone of repute. Many people will believe whatever I say. If I testify on your behalf, you will not end up in trouble. I believe the blood fey bone would not suffer from absorbing one less person, right? He could tell that the ones that had truly caught Nameless Sword's eyes and were needed the most were Fairy Yuru and Yi Yun. As for the rest of them, they were only there to serve as basic ingredients. Since he was not a necessity, it meant that it was possible to persuade Nameless Sword into letting him go. Yuang Jian suddenly pointed at Yi Yun and said angrily, Yi Yun. This is all a result of your actions. Once I'm out, I will announce to the sinkhole that you sneaked up on us to snatch the treasure. I'll even say I was almost killed by you. You are truly, outrageously wicked. Everyone watched with widened eyes. Yuang Jian appeared to be open and aboveboard, but now, in order to stay alive, he was spouting nonsense in such a presumptuous manner. Fairy Yuru's eyes revealed a look of disappointment. She said coldly, Yuang Jian, you are truly shameless. Junior sister Yuru, I am doing this simply because I have no choice. I'm a core disciple of the First Beginning's Immortal Gate. I have a bright future ahead of me. I truly do not wish to die here in such a manner. I believe all of you can understand me. As for Brother Yi, once you're dead, I don't think you will care about your reputation, said Yuang Jian earnestly. Fairy Yuru's eyes were cold as she ignored him. She did not even wish to speak a single word to him. Yi Yun could not help but laugh. I obviously do not care. But it's more because it's impossible for you walk out of here alive. While you can still use that mouth of yours, take this opportunity to use it. Yuang Jian's expression sank. Yi Yun was too stubborn. Did he still think he had a chance in such a situation? However, Nameless Sword's eyes flashed. He said, Yuang Jian, what you say does make some sense. Swear upon it then. If he had a chance to avoid trouble, he naturally was not going to reject it. Yuang Jian drew a deep breath as he shattered the blood hex in his hand while clenching his teeth. It transformed into sanguine light that flew into his body. Upon seeing the blood hex take effect, Nameless Sword nodded. In that case, go to the array formation and inject your Yuan Qi to be of some use. Yuang Jian was instantly delighted upon hearing Nameless Sword's words. Thank you, Senior Nameless. Nameless Sword casually produced a rune, and Yuang Jian immediately realized that he had regained control over his body. Yuang Jian kept his excitement at bay as he looked at the motionless people around him. These people were either looking at him hatefully or wore a look of despair. And at that moment, Lai Jiaojiao yelled, Senior Brother Yu, save me. Save me. I beg you. I don't want to die yet. Junior Sister Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. I only have one blood hex scroll. I really can't do any more here, Yuang Jian shrugged as he said with a smile. Even if he did have another blood hex scroll, it was impossible for him to use it on her. The woman was just too naive. However, Nameless Sword suddenly said, don't worry, you won't be dying too soon. Lai Jiaojiao had a vicious look when she heard Yuang Jian's words, but she soon turned excited when she heard Nameless Sword. Senior Nameless, please let me go. I adore you greatly. It's best you do not get prematurely happy. I only said that you would not die too soon. It first needs to prepare for the final stage of fusing with me. Every step needs to be savored, and I need to imbue all the absorbed energy into myself. Only then will it be the next person's turn, said Nameless Sword slowly. Lai Jiaojiao's body froze up as her lips constantly trembled. Wasn't Nameless Sword referring to digestion? After the blood fey bone digested the first person, it would immediately devour her next. And the time it took to digest might last 30 minutes, or it could be over in the blink of an eye. And during this process, the strange shadow was still floating towards her and was in fact already in front of her. With the black shadow's face so close to her, Lai Jiaojiao was forced to take in its true looks. It was nearly translucent, as though it was formed from many black foggy wisps. Although it did not have any facial features, Lai Jiaojiao could sense its gaze. It was a gaze that chilled a person right down to the bone. And at that moment, Lai Jiaojiao suddenly saw a face amid the featureless shadow. It was the warrior that had been sucked dry. He had a look of pain and his mouth was agape. He looked like he was caught in an eternal scream. Ah! Lai Jiaojiao let out a terrified scream, but, with her being fixed in place, she could not even dodge. She was forced to watch the shadow inch towards her. The warrior's face slowly streaked across the shadow's body before sinking into the black fog. But soon, many faces appeared inside the shadow's body. Those who had previously died were among them. The shadow was not formed of black fog but by faces. It was unknown how much essential flesh and blood was absorbed by the blood fey bone for it to form this body of many faces it currently had. And she was soon going to be one of them. Yuanjian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Following that, he began injecting his Yuan Qi into the array formation. "Use all your strength," said Nameless Sword nonchalantly. The moment Nameless Sword spoke, Yuanjian obviously compiled. He pumped his Yuan Qi into the array formation constantly. Boom! 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 Yun's sword flashes intercrossed inside the array formation. When Yuanjian saw the sword flashes slash at him, he immediately felt a little worried as though the sword flashes were about to arrive above his head. The warriors felt apprehensive when they saw Yun attack. If Yun could crack the array, perhaps they had a chance of living. Even Lai Jiaojiao began to pin her hopes on Yun. The sword flash cleaved into the first thin membrane in an instant. The thin screen coruscated with faint red light. It appeared weak but was able to fully withstand the sharpness of the sword flash. There was not a single scratch on it. Yuanjian felt his fear instantly vanish. Now, Yun was only a tiger without any teeth. As for the other warriors, including Lai Jiaojiao, they revealed looks of extreme disappointment. "Yun, are you going to await your death obediently or are you going to waste my strength?" Yuanjian mocked. As Nameless Sword spoke, the entire array formation began to spin. Sanguine light beams tore out from the ground and the blood of light appeared to be infused with the souls that had been inflicted with the greatest pain. Upon seeing this scene, everyone felt a shudder down their backs. These tortured spirits were likely geniuses from various factions that had come to the ancient battlefield. Nameless Sword had spent more than 1,000 years in the ancient battlefield. He had brought many geniuses into the Fey God tomb over time. Suddenly, the wraith forces gathered by the array formation and looked to be swarming at none other than Yun. Nameless Sword naturally wanted to finish Yun before he dealt with the rest. Yun was the only hope everyone had. Once he was dead, they would be finished. Yun sighed softly when he saw the devilish powers gather together before putting away Mirage Snow. Oh! Upon seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Why did Yun put away his sword? Even if he was inferior in strength, he shouldn't just be giving up entirely. Good, you have finally submitted yourself to your fate. Then, become an offering to the blood fey bone. Nameless Sword laughed maniacally, but at that moment, a mysterious rune lit up in Yun's chest. It let out a nether gray light like it was a gray nether moon. The ethereal runes on Yun's chest emanated wisps of grayish aura. The moment they appeared, the floating sanguine air and wraiths shrinked back. They even shattered upon coming into contact with the gray air, so much so that the space they were in began trembling violently as though it would shatter at any time. Nebulous primordial chaos. Oh! This is... Nameless Sword suddenly felt a sense of unease, but at that moment Yun extended his finger. All the Yuan Qi he had gathered shot towards the Dao Talisman. A terrifying bloodlust burst out as a gray light shot out from Yun's fingertip. This was the power that Yun had obtained from the Divine Parish Hall. With the ancient token, he could gather massive amounts of nebulous primordial chaos. After forming a mark, he could engrave it by his chest, using the nebulous primordial chaos as an attack. So, the gray light penetrated all the painful souls and smashed mightily into the thin barrier. Upon seeing the gray light, Yuanjian's heart was even more taken by fear. As for Nameless Sword, his heart leaped when he saw the grayish light. His gaze sank as he immediately produced more seals and sent them into his disc array. However, the gray light was too concentrated. It was about as thick as a finger, but it was as though it gathered all the powers in the universe and was completely unbending. Boom! A loud boom was heard as the gray light stirred up a terrifying nebulous storm. Yuanjian stood in the array formation, feeling his head buzz. Following that, pain that reached to his very soul began to manifest. A large number of the souls were destroyed by the gray storms, completely disintegrated to nothingness. As the controller of the array formation, Nameless Sword grunted and spat out mouthful of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468, Death. Chapter 1468, Death. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Boom! An explosive noise drew everyone's watchful gazes. They looked on as the screen cracked, reducing to countless fragmentary points of light. Yun walked out amid those fragments. The array had been cracked. Everyone also felt the pressure of the array weaken and disappear. Hold him back. Nameless Sword roared at Yu Wangjin. He kept injecting runes into the disc array he wielded. He absolutely could not let the plans he had been working on for so long fail at the most critical moment because of Yi Yun. Yu Wangjin was taken aback as he stared at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was filled with killing intent as he held up Mirage Snow. Hold back Yi Yun? Was that a joke? He was simply fodder against Yi Yun's strength. But he didn't dare disobey Nameless Sword. Besides, he was in the same boat as Nameless Sword. If Nameless Sword failed, the outcome awaiting him wouldn't be much better. Yu Wangjin lamented inwardly as he clenched his teeth, pushing his Yuan Qi to its limits as he slashed at Yi Yun. The sword condensed every insight Yu Wangjin had about the sword Dao, filling it with a resplendent radiance. The very space itself tore as it passed, forming a black spatial rift in its wake. Gravel arose beneath it as a huge ravine appeared in its wake. And at that moment, Yu Wangjin growled, "Explode!" Boom! A terrifying explosive boom sounded as nomological fragments jettisoned off, instantly enveloping Yi Yun within. Surprisingly, Yu Wangjin had decisively chosen to initiate the self-destruction of his weapon. Yu Wangjin felt his heart bleed as he watched the explosion's nucleus. He cultivated in the way of the sword, and although he did not reach the point of using his life to refine the sword, that sword had accompanied him for a very long period of time. It was connected to him in spirit and in mind, and was something he fostered with care. Not only that, the sword had been tempered with all sorts of treasures. Its net worth was extraordinary. A First Beginnings Immortal Gate Elder had even embedded a specialized array formation in it, giving it almost priceless value. But now, Yu Wangjin had chosen to destroy the sword in order to stop Yi Yun. Despite slashing out with all his strength, Yu Wangjin did not have much confidence in it. He was a decisive person, which explained why he could destroy his own weapon without any hesitation. As long as he held Yi Yun back for even a moment, Nameless Sword would have time to recover, allowing the both of them to combine forces. Yi Yun was then doomed. The spot where Yi Yun had been standing was now inundated by a terrifying storm. Even his figure was obscured by the wild energy. Everyone watched the storm nervously. Yi Yun's success was closely tied to their fates. If they had to choose, they would rather die at Yi Yun's hand than become fertilizer for the Blood Fey bone. But the storm was truly terrifying, and Yu Wangjin had surprised everyone with that decisive attack. Yi Yun was now fully embroiled in it, and, even if he did not die, he would probably be gravely injured. Meanwhile, Nameless Sword had already taken out a unique talisman. He looked at it, seemingly reluctant to use it, before he twisted it with a finger. It ignited. The burned talisman transformed into a black beam of light that shot into the disc array. Immediately, the disc array emitted a rich cadaveric air. It infused into the array formation, rapidly stabilizing it. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank once again. Yu Wangjin was delighted. He had given Nameless Sword enough time. Yi Yun would naturally be dealt with by Nameless Sword in what followed. He had not sacrificed his sword for nothing. Yet just as he thought that, an ice-blue sword beam thrust out from the explosion. The chaotic nomological fragments that arose from the explosion melted the moment they encountered the sword beam, like snow meeting the radiant sun. Yi Yun's figure followed closely behind his sword beam. His body was emanating a gray fog. His clothes were not even torn or dirty in any way, much less his body being injured. Yu Wangjin had a look of disbelief. Had he destroyed his sword for nothing? He knew Yi Yun was strong, but the Yi Yun before him had far exceeded his expectations. This was not merely being powerful, it was practically heaven-defying. Little did he know that Yi Yun was never worried about his paltry explosion because he had been cultivating in the core of the nebulous primordial chaos. Yu Wangjin's sneak attack was not even considered one despite him believing so. Yi Yun had seen through him instantaneously and knew he would stop at nothing. He was long prepared for such a deceitful move. Yu Wangjin was not Yi Yun's main enemy. Nameless Sword and the Blood Fey bone were the true threat. If the mere Yu Wangjia injured him, Yi Yun could forget about dealing with Nameless Sword. You sure went all out just to be a good lackey. Now, it's your turn to take a strike of mine. Yi Yun's voice was right by Yu Wangjin's ear. He immediately felt an extremely potent killing intent overwhelm him as though it was about to drown him. An intense sense of panic arose in his heart as he produced a new sword from his interspatial ring quickly. He spat a mouthful of blood essence on it before swinging it forward. Boom! A sharp and indomitable sword chi cleaved towards Yu Wangjin's head. Yu Wangjin felt helpless against the horrifying sword chi. Ka-cha! The sword in his hand shattered abruptly as the sword chi continued straight for his head in an indomitable fashion. No! Senior Nameless, save me! Yuan Jian was scared out of his wits as he turned to run while yelling. A genius disciple of the first beginning's immortal gate turning tail and fleeing for his life was something no one present would believe were they not seeing it with their own eyes. However, the sword chi's speed allowed it to quickly chase up to Yuan Jian. It tore into his back and went right through him. Ah! Yuan Jian cried out tragically as he collapsed straight to the ground, body covered in blood. He was not dead yet, but the sword had penetrated his dantian. He was now a cripple. Reducing him to a cripple in such a perilous land was equivalent to passing the death sentence on him. It was a more tragic death than just flat-out stabbing him. Yuan Jian constantly let out tragic wails. He could not accept this reality. He had gone through great efforts to obtain mercy from Nameless Sword, but, in a blink of an eye, he had been crippled by Yi Yun. After Yi Yun crippled Yuan Jian, he could not even be bothered to take another look at the trash. When he looked at Nameless Sword no longer looked injured despite having vomited blood earlier due to the array formation's destruction. The disc array in his hand emanated a rich cadaveric air, tainting his entire body with a strange grayish-black color. Yi Yun, you are indeed very powerful. Blood Fei Bone, you have seen his performance too. He is definitely a great supplement. Once you eat him, your strength will rise greatly, allowing you to escape the Fei God Tomb seal. Nameless Sword stared at Yi Yun as he spoke slowly. And at that moment, the shadow turned towards Yi Yun as well. Upon seeing this scene, Lai Jiaojiao could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She knew that if Yi Yun died, none of them would survive. But for the moment, she was free from the danger before her. There was a bit of joy in that. Alas, the shadow suddenly extended its arm, penetrating deep into Lai Jiaojiao's body. She immediately widened her eyes as her body began convulsing violently. She felt like her flesh and blood were constantly being drained. The feeling of being eaten alive was truly terrifying. The shadow was about to fight Yi Yun. Consuming her was only a way to replenish some of its stamina. It was only something it did in passing, but to Lai Jiaojiao, it was terrifying death, a calamity that would end her life in the worst way. Save me! Lai Jiaojiao let out a shrill cry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1469, Battling Nameless Sword. Chapter 1469, Battling Nameless Sword. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Unfortunately for her, it was impossible for anyone to rescue Lai Jiaojiao. Yi Yun, the only one capable of stopping Nameless Sword, had a cold expression. He was staring intently at the shadow. Why would he open up himself to attack by taking action to rescue her at this critical juncture? Lai Jiaojiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. Amid her cries, her body and looks were rapidly shriveling. Her voice also turned hoarse instantly, until her throat became so dry it stopped her from making any sound at all. A few seconds later, Lai Jiaojiao sensed the shadow's hand pull back. It had instantly vanished. Kill me. Lai Jiaojiao stared with widened eyes. She saw that her hands and arms had turned wrinkled like a tangerine skin. To a woman in her prime, the sudden transformation into an old woman that appeared like a candle guttering in the wind was no doubt the worst punishment. At that moment, she wished for nothing but death to come and finish the job. Simultaneously, Fairy Yuru suddenly exclaimed, Yi Yun, be careful. The shadow was like a ghost. The instant it vanished from in front of Lai Jiaojiao, it had silently appeared behind Yi Yun. It extended its arms, grabbing avariciously at Yi Yun. Everyone had seen the outcome of being touched by the shadow. Even Yi Yun would not be able to withstand it. After the shadow appeared, a large number of human faces surfaced inside its body, each face bearing a screaming expression. A noxious sanguine aura arose from its twisted form and separated into countless blood-red threads. They flew at Yi Yun like a spider's web. The trapped people sensed a terrifying heretic force from the blood-colored spider's web. They felt like they were moths that had haplessly flown into a real spider's web. The shadow was the massive spider that was gradually approaching its prey. Their body's lifeblood was drawn to the spider's web, constantly being absorbed. Regardless if it was their protective yuan qi or the powers released from the circulation of their cultivation technique, everything inside of them was being absorbed. If they tried to face the spider web head-on, they could only watch helplessly as they were sucked dried. They were unable to put up any resistance. In fact, Yi Yun had already sensed the shadow through his primordial destruction domain the moment it appeared, even without Fairy Yuru's warning. When the blood-colored web enveloped Yi Yun, it immediately collided with Yi Yun's primordial destruction domain. Yi Yun's body quivered. He sensed a corrosive force coming from the blood-colored web. It tightly wound around his primordial destruction domain, corroding it while compressing it. At that moment, Nameless Sword attacked as well. He powered the disc array, immediately turning the entire array formation into a huge spinning grinder. Heavy cadaveric auras smashed down at Yi Yun. As if all of that wasn't enough, the cadaveric auras produced potent suction forces as though they were trying to forcibly suck out all of Yi Yun's blood. These forces combined were an attempt to finish off Yi Yun in one fell swoop. Nameless Sword was in a hurry to complete his plan. For the Blood Fey Bone to escape the Fey God Toon seals, it not only needed a blood sacrifice, it also had a time limit. Every time the ancient battlefield was opened, its seal only became weaker for a short period of time. And the big problem that was Yi Yun needed to be resolved quickly. However, what left Nameless Sword with a big frown was that Yi Yun's primordial destruction domain could still continuously hold its own despite the two forces pressing down on it. What appeared to be a weak gray space that trembled from being attacked by multiple forces did not crack. The blood-colored spider web could absorb everything, but it could not absorb the nebulous primordial chaos or major destruction laws. As for the array formation forces that Nameless Sword conjured, they were unable to shatter Yi Yun's domain. The primordial destruction domain was truly, extremely powerful. Nameless Sword's face revealed a sliver of annoyance as he continued powering the disc array. Ka! Ka! The ancient disc array in Nameless Sword's hands could not even withstand a battle of such intensity. It began to emit strange sounds. Pwah! He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the disc array. It immediately produced humming sounds as it vibrated vigorously in response. The strength of the array formation greatly increased, causing Yi Yun's primordial destruction domain to instantly reduce in size from the pressure. Everyone could tell that Yi Yun was being forced into a passive state. If Yi Yun did not take the initiative to attack, he would soon be at the disadvantage. However, how was he to go on the offensive under the current circumstances? Any attack would probably have its Yuan Qi absorbed by the blood-colored web. Even so, taking action was precisely what Yi Yun did. A runic pattern lit up at his chest, as a gray stream of terrifying might immediately course down Yi Yun's fingers before shooting out. However, his target was neither the Blood Fey Bone nor Nameless Sword. It's the array formation's weak point. Fairy Yuru had a look of astonishment. Boom! The gray stream struck a spot in the array formation, immediately resulting in a loud boom that resembled an earthquake. The entire ground even began to quake intensely. At the same time, there was a cracking sound as the ancient disc array completely fell apart. Darn it! Nameless Sword held the pieces of the shattered disc array, no longer able to maintain his composure. He could ignore the fact that Yi Yun had found the array formation's core previously. But now, moments after he powered the array formation, Yi Yun had already found its weakness. Clearly, Yi Yun's attainments in array formations had far surpassed his. The array formation completely fell apart as Fairy Yuru and company finally regained the ability to move. However, they were all very weak after having most of their Yuan Qi absorbed. Boom! 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 The sounds of the crumbling array formation were thunderous. When he set up the array formation, Nameless Sword had used the bone cemetery as its foundation. Now that the array formation was crumbling, the scattered Fey bones and human bones were immediately reduced to dust as though they were being weathered by the elements. The Blood Fey Bone let out a sharp scream, and that was the moment Yi Yun's sword moved. The blinding sword beam slashed out of the primordial destruction domain, cleaving fiercely towards the Blood Fey Bone. Yi Yun had used all his strength, evidenced by how the entire sky and land was dyed blue by the sword flash. The entire region seemed to freeze over into a land of ice. The Blood Fey Bone immediately felt the threat. It wanted to escape, but the land of ice seemed to imprison it. You are courting death. Nameless Sword roared angrily as he drew the sword on his back. Chie! Nameless Sword's combat strength was definitely not something Yi Yun could compare with. The moment he attacked, the sword flash immediately inundated the region, blanketing the area where Yi Yun stood. Yi Yun, be careful. That's Nameless Sword's Netherski sword domain. This sword domain contains endless sword art permutations. If you cannot tear out of the sword domain, you will be subject to endless attacks that grow in strength. Fairy Yuru immediately warned. Yuru, to think you are detailing our Netherski divine world's dermic formulations to an outsider. Nameless Sword's voice sounded from the sword domain. A cold glint flashed in Fairy Yuru's beautiful eyes. The real outsider is you. You no longer deserve to be called my martial uncle. Ha 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 ha. Yuru, I still think of you as my dear martial niece even if you say such things. Wait a moment. Once I finish Yi Yun, we shall have a good chat. I still need your help, said Nameless Sword. He was not distracted in any way while he spoke with Fairy Yuru. Instead, he hid completely in his sword domain. Countless sword beams surged downwards as they unleashed a barrage of attacks that battered Yun's primordial destruction domain. Let's take action as well. Attack Nameless Sword first, said Fairy Yuru coldly. At that moment, no one hesitated. Yun's death spelled their doom. All sorts of attacks were launched at the sword domain. Chie! The blood-colored spider web expanded, blanketing them with a sinister force. Immediately, everyone but Yun felt their bodies go stiff. Bang! 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 The attacks that had lost their strength landed on the sword domain, unable to cause so much as a stir. And their remaining energy was being absorbed by the blood-colored spider web. A sword beam shot out from the sword domain, instantly penetrating the limbs of two people. Pua! Nanxian Luoyue had the weakest cultivation level of everyone there. She suffered a backlash as blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. As for Fairy Yuru, her face was pale. She emitted a divine light from her body in a bid to resist the heretical forces of the blood-colored web. However, the web was able to absorb even her divine powers. She could hardly put up a fight as she was gradually weakened. Yun, he. Fairy Yuru could not help but feel despair creep up on her. Would Yun be able to withstand the attacks now that they were unable to help him? Under the relentless attacks, Yun found his primordial destruction domain constantly quaking. A few spots had even started to crack. The nebulous primordial chaos possesses the powers of creation while the major destruction laws possess the powers of destruction. Two powerful laws from the birth of the universe are actually being repressed by a mere sword domain? As Yun spoke, all his lifeblood began to boil over. The primordial destruction domain was constantly being shredded, but it also continued to mend itself. Yun's understanding of his primordial destruction domain also became deeper during this process. Yun had only used the nebulous primordial chaos for cultivation, but now its use was truly putting him through the mill. In the sword domain, the countless sword beams were like a massive hammer that was striking a metal sword. It could turn the sword to junk, but it was also possible for it to temper the blade into a truly peerless weapon. Boom! 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 Nameless Sword's expression suddenly changed as he felt loud booms coming from his sword domain. It was as though a storm was brewing inside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470, Cracking the Sword Domain. Chapter 1470, Cracking the Sword Domain. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. God vanquishing myriad swords. Nameless Sword's angry voice boomed as a hazy sanguine aura emanated from his body, dyeing the entire sword domain red. Hum. 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 The sound of countless sword hums immediately came out of the sword domain. Then it spawned more than 10,000 blood-colored swords. They resonated together before tearing through the clouds with a shrill whistle as they shot towards the same target, Yun. Boom! The tumultuous bangs sounded like the world itself had raptured. The entire ground quaked vigorously as large swaths of land caved in. Deep ravines cracked open across the ground. One poor warrior that got too close to the battle saw his protective Yuan Chi get immediately torn apart as dozens of bloody, gaping holes appeared on his body. He was sent flying backward as he tragically shouted. He immediately took out a bottle of pills and poured the whole thing into his mouth. He looked at the area that the sword domain had blanketed with an extremely pale expression. If he had been just a bit closer, he would have been instantly killed even as a supremacy. The attack was just too terrifying. Fairy Yuru's divine light also dissipated amid the ensuing force. She let out a light grunt as blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, dripping onto her fair skin. Her arms drooped down, showing that she had lost all of her fighting strength. This attack had drained Nameless Sword greatly as well. He had expended a great deal of blood essence to use it, causing his skin to turn a bruised blue. There were dark blue circles under his eyes. Yun should be dead with that. Nameless Sword looked with a sunken gaze at the sword domain. He had previously planned on defeating or restraining Yun because he needed all of the essence in Yun's flesh and blood. It would be a waste to kill him directly. But just moments before, he suddenly felt an immense threat. He was a ruthless person to begin with, or he would not have executed such a cruel plan. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his strongest attack. Even if Yun died without leaving even anything behind, it was better than having Yun spoil his plans. At worst, he could leave and find even more geniuses with rich blood essence to absorb and make up for his present losses. All he knew is that now, Yun had to die. Boom! 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 Powerful sword chi nearly tore apart the land as the sword domain enveloped an area, sending mud and rock flying. A massive crater had appeared. Upon seeing this scene, Huang Xuanyan's heart chilled. He still believed that he possessed the strength of a supremacy, but now he realized the gap that separated him from true supremacy experts. Nanxian Luoyue was feeling extremely worried. If she had been inside the sword domain, she would probably have been pulverized, not even leaving behind a strand of hair. Even if Yiyun was still alive, he was likely gravely injured, right? By the side, the blood Fei Bone was eyeing the battle hungrily. If Yiyun was injured, she did not even dare imagine the outcome. Fairy Euro stabilized her body as her bright eyes looked into the sword domain. I never expected him to grasp that move. Just that alone makes him a top genius, yet he wants even more. God vanquishing myriad swords was the last and most powerful attack of the Nethersky sword domain. It was difficult to grasp with the strength of a supremacy, but Nameless Sword had managed to do it. This strike had far exceeded the strength of supremacies, reaching that of the Divine Lord level. At that moment, a loud roar was suddenly heard from within the sword chi. A figure charged out of the sword chi with astounding might, like a dragon splashing into a river. His body was circled by countless wheels that formed the primordial destruction domain. As he flew through the sword chi, he was stabbed, but the wheels also destroyed all sword chi the moment it made contact. Nameless Sword widened his eyes. Yiyun had actually managed to tear out of his god-vanquishing myriad swords. While enveloped by Nameless Sword's sword domain, Yiyun experienced an epiphany that made him think of other uses for the primordial destruction domain. There were myriad uses and infinite permutations for every technique in martial arts. The primordial destruction domain had already formed a pocket world of its own, and in this world, he was the absolute ruler. How difficult was it for him to make the world change according to his wishes? I've received thousands of your sword chi. Try receiving one strike of mine. This strike's name is Annihilation. Yiyun's roar sounded like rumbling thunder as it boomed in Nameless Sword's ears. Boom! Unlike thin-bladed sword chi, Yiyun's strike was like a mountain that came crashing down like a meteor. This strike even had a dragon phantom coiled within it, giving it a majestic draconic aura. It also contained the primordial destruction domain that fused with the draconic aura. Slash! Nameless Sword was only nearing the strength of a divine lord, and it was not like Yiyun had never killed one of those before. Terrifying killing intent enveloped the blue sword beam and, like a sharp flash that could penetrate anything, it tore through the barricade of sword flashes with a sharp whistle, stabbing straight at Nameless Sword. Nameless Sword's expression changed drastically. He immediately conjured his protective Yuan Qi and at the same time threw out several disc arrays, triggering defensive array formations in the process. Yiyun's strike had arrived. Defensive array formation, cracked. Disc array, cracked. Protective Yuan Qi, cracked. Die. Nameless Sword's pupils constricted. He sensed an indescribably horrifying force strike him. All his bones produced cracking sounds as his organs took the heavy blow. Ah! Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Yiyun's sword beam struck Nameless Sword, sending him flying a distance of more than 1,000 feet before crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! A deep crater appeared where Nameless Sword had landed. He lay in the crater, his expression filled with shock. Blood seeped out of him from a gaping stomach wound. Cough. Nameless Sword spewed a few mouthfuls of blood. He could not believe that while they had both smashed open craters, the differences between them were so drastic. Nameless Sword was considered an extremely strong supremacy. He believed that honing himself in the ancient battlefield for 1,000 years and cooperating with the blood Fei Bone made it so that there was no one beneath the level of Divine Lord that was his match. He could even defeat an ordinary Divine Lord. But what was with Yiyun's strength? Was he some kind of freak? If Nameless Sword was not certain that Yiyun was human, he would even believe that Yiyun was actually an unknown biological creature from the Fey God Tomb's depths, a terrifying monster. If he knew ahead of time that Yiyun had killed 2 royal sealed divine lords the moment he came to the ancient battlefield, he would have absolutely avoided bringing Yiyun into the Fey God Tomb. Nameless Sword watched Yiyun walk towards him. He hurriedly shouted, "Blood Fey Bone, why are you still in a daze? Quick, do something." The blood Fey Bone was floating in its spot, still a shadowy mass of faces. It suddenly turned and vanished into the land. Darn it! Multiple blood strands appeared in Nameless Sword's eyes, making it look like they were cracking. The blood Fey Bone had abandoned him at such a critical juncture. If it had held back Yiyun for even a small while, he could have still recovered from his injuries. Yiyun walked over with a sneer. He stood by the crater's periphery and looked down, watching Nameless Sword struggle to get up. I long told you that your cooperation with the blood Fey Bone is like taking favors from a tiger. Of course it wouldn't hesitate to flee at a critical juncture. Nameless Sword stood up, his eyes staring coldly at Yiyun. Yiyun, if you spare me, I can give you the formulations to the god-vanquishing myriad swords. It is a core cultivation technique of the Netherski divine world. I only managed to produce 1/100th of its prowess, said Nameless Sword, unwilling to die without putting up a fight. Nameless Sword, you! Fairy Yuru was infuriated. In order to live, he was actually giving away the Netherski divine world's cultivation technique. Ha! Ian smiled faintly. He possessed the major destruction laws. He had zero interest in the god-vanquishing myriad swords whatsoever. He could not be bothered listening to Nameless Sword's nonsense, and so slashed down. The sword beam he produced cleaved down diagonally. With no strength to resist, Nameless Sword's neck was instantly pierced through, causing blood to spray out of it. Nameless Sword had an extremely resentful look. You will die a horrible death. He let out the last bellow of his life before crashing down to the ground headfirst. Blood quickly pooled beneath him, quickly submerging his body. Nameless Sword was dead just like that. The remaining people found it unbelievable. Only when they circled around and saw the corpse at the bottom of the crater were they certain that Nameless Sword was truly dead. It has ended. They had mixed feelings. What should have been an opportunity ended up being a nightmare. Now, people were dead or injured. Not a single one of them could stand properly. Young Master Yi, thank you for saving my life. Fairy Yuro suddenly bowed at Yi Yun. She was even more serious than before. Not only had Yi Yun saved her life, he had also washed away the scum of the Netherski divine world. And as Yi Yun had not accepted Nameless Sword's offer of the formulation, he prevented the core heritage of the Netherski divine world from being leaked. The rest expressed their gratitude towards Yi Yun. Although he was not deliberately fighting to save them, they would have died tragically if not for him. Therefore, they had a great admiration for him. The misunderstandings they had of Yi Yun earlier left them embarrassed. Yi Yun waved his hands. They immediately stopped talking, knowing that Yi Yun did not care what they thought. Yi Yun extended his hand and swiped, taking off Nameless Sword's ring. He took a look at its interior and found all the disc arrays that Nameless Sword had used. All that was left beside those were some talismans and pills, as well as some jade slips and spirit jade. He did not see any of the remuneration that Nameless Sword had promised the warriors. Yi Yun guessed that Nameless Sword had spent all his resources on his cultivation. He put everything into his plan, leaving him with almost nothing. As for the few jade slips he saw, they emanated special energy fluctuations. Yi Yun gave them a cursory look and knew that they were likely related to the Netherski divine world's heritage. He directly threw them to Fairy Yuru. That's yours. The cultivation technique was useless to Yi Yun. Besides, taking it might result in him being pursued by the Netherski divine world. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will report what happened to the sect. It will definitely reward you. It was all done in passing, said Yi Yun indifferently. He then looked at the pills in Nameless Sword's interspatial ring. They took him by surprise. Nameless Sword had entered the Fey God tomb several times and he had harvested quite a number of valuable herbs. These pills were refined from supreme-grade herbs. They released potent lifeblood powers, and although they were incomparable to the Dragon Emperor relic, they would be very beneficial to Yi Yun's cultivation. Yi Yun had previously guessed that since there were fake herbs in the area, it also meant that there were real ones. From the looks of it, Nameless Sword had plucked them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1471, Surrounding the Bloodbone. Chapter 1471, Surrounding the Bloodbone. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. No one protested Yi Yun's claim to the ring. Regardless what it held, he deserved to take all of its possessions. Young Master Yi, Yuang Jian is already dead, said a warrior. Yi Yun looked over and saw that Yuang Jian, who had had his Dantian crippled, failed to escape. During the intense battle between Yi Yun, Nameless Sword, and the Blood Fey Bone, Yuang Jian had been silently killed by a stray blast. The pathetic death of a genius disciple of the First Beginning's immortal gate made people sigh. Young Master Yi. Lai Rikong gritted his teeth and approached Yi Yun. I came to apologize for any transgressions Jiajiu and I committed against you. Yi Yun swept his gaze and saw that Lai Rikong had lost one leg. Even if he grew another one, it would greatly affect his future. He definitely had to give up on this expedition into the ancient battlefield. As for Lai Jiaojiao, she looked utterly tragic and it seemed as though her days were numbered. Not just that, but those last few days would probably be spent in suffering. There is no need to apologize to me, but I do not wish to see either of you appear before me ever again, said Yi Yun indifferently. Lai Rikong walked away with his head down, picked up Lai Jiaojiao, and slowly retraced the path they had taken. As for Lai Jiaojiao, her head was drooped. She did not look at anyone, and no one could imagine much hate and regret filled her heart. They also had no idea if they could leave the place alive. "Brother E, should we quickly leave this godforsaken place?" asked Nanxian Luoyue as she approached him. "No, I want to find the Blood Fey bone," said Yun. Although the Blood Fey bone was sinister and strange, it was still an extremely rare item. Otherwise, Nameless Sword would not have went through such great lengths and effort to claim it. Yun was a great supplement to it, but Yun viewed it likewise. If he were to leave now, it would be equivalent to leaving empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Find the Blood Fey bone? This Fey god tomb is huge. How are we to find it? Asked Fairy Yuru in astonishment. The Fey god tomb was fraught with danger. If one searched aimlessly, it would definitely end in tragedy. However, Fairy Yuru knew Yun was not an impetuous person. She was more interested to know what stratagem Yun had cooked up to get the bone safely. "If there's anything I can do to help young Master Yi, I will not hesitate to help," said Fairy Yuru. "We can help too. Please feel free to tell us if we may be useful in any way." The others echoed. Although they only wished to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible, the danger of trying to chart out a course alone was far greater than seeking the Blood Fey bone with Yun. "In fact, I do need your help," said Yun. He looked at the region, the corners of his mouth revealing a sneer. "Let's see where you can run." Soon, these people stood in different spots in accordance with Yun's instruction. These people faced each other and, after Yun threw out a bunch of array flags, invisible chains appeared between them, forming an array formation that spanned 5,000 feet in circumference. Nameless Sword had used an array formation to help the Blood Fey bone absorb the warrior's essence, but Yun was using one to force it out. Everyone stood motionless at the spots Yun had specified. They looked at the empty region the array formation enveloped. In fact, these warriors had scanned the area several times with their perception but failed to discover anything. There were no changes to the region at all despite the passage of time. Yet Yun continued injecting array seals ceaselessly. Gradually, the warriors began having doubts in what Yun was doing. They were worried they were wasting time. And in this godforsaken place, it was more likely they would encounter something deadly the longer they stayed. A few warriors could not help but send voice transmissions to Fairy Yuru and Nanxian Luoyue. "Fairies, should we ask young Master Yi?" They knew themselves. Their words bore no weight in front of Yun, but Fairy Yuru and Yun did not have any conflicts while Nanxian Luoyue was apparently quite familiar with Yun. "Young Master Yi definitely has his reasons for what he's doing," said Fairy Yuru after some thought. Nanxian Luoyue spoke out frankly, "You can leave if you are unwilling. But you all did offer Brother Yi your help." These people smiled passively and shut up. Since Fairy Yuru and Nanxian Luoyue thought nothing of the matter, they could only wait. They would naturally leave if Yun's actions ended up fruitless. And after Yun injected nearly 20 seals, a huge radiance emitted from the array formation, as though a burning sun was scorching the entire region. The array formations might left everyone shuddering in fear. If they were not part of the array formation, just standing there would probably cook them alive. At that moment, they suddenly heard a sharp scream as a terrifying sanguine aura surged out from underground like lava spewing out from a volcano. It instantly filled the entire array formation. People felt the hair stand on the back of their necks. The sanguine air was filled with a heretical power. It formed a vortex in the middle of the array formation as though it was attempting to suck everyone inside. Ka ka ka. The array formation was constantly being inundated by the sanguine aura and looked like it was about to crumble instantly. As for the warriors standing on the array formation nodes, they immediately felt immense pressure. Their lifeblood began to boil over as though it was going to cook them from the inside. Clearly, the Blood Fey bone had appeared and released horrifying heretical powers. People did not have the luxury of time or mental strength to consider how Yun knew that the Blood Fey bone was located here. They only felt that although Yun had trapped the Blood Fey bone, they were definitely unable to put up a fight against it with their combined strength. Yun's array formation would have to do something more. And at that moment, Yun suddenly charged into the array formation. Everyone was stunned. Yun had given up presiding over the array formation and charged in directly? Furthermore, he was charging straight for the sanguine vortex. The moment he entered the sanguine vortex, Yun immediately felt all his lifeblood boil. But in immediate response, the grey primordial destruction domain immediately enveloped him. The instant it appeared, the effects the sanguine vortex had on him decreased drastically. Amid the sanguine vortex, the Blood Fey bone seemed to fuse with the surrounding lifeblood as one, until they were hardly distinguishable. Yun stood within the sanguine vortex and took in the wailing sounds that constantly sounded. Suddenly, a shadow flitted beside him. Yun abruptly turned around, cleaving with his sword. There was a sharp howl as the ghostly shadow was split into two, instantly dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, another shadow appeared behind him. With another strike, it too was vanquished. Ghostly shadows appeared constantly as Ian slowly moved amid the vortex, his ears resounding with the sharp howls of the shadows. And at that moment, a hand silently extended from beneath Ian's feet. At the instant Ian slew a shadow, it grabbed at his ankle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472, Bloodbone Obtained. Chapter 1472, Bloodbone Obtained. Translator, Cetulan. Editor, Cetulan. The hand was condensed out of thick, coagulated blood. Beneath the bloody hand one could see shocking white bone that effused a rotting toxin. It slowly reached out towards Yun, who appeared not to have noticed it. It was like a ghostly claw that reached out from hell, attempting to drag Yun down into the abyss of death. But at that moment, Yun suddenly extended his finger. He did not attack the hand but instead attacked another spot in the ground. Ah! A sharp, tragic cry emitted from underground. The hand also instantly splattered, returning to a more liquid blood form. A black shadow shot out from underground and charged towards the exterior. Bam! The shadow collided into the array formation's border, producing a loud crash. Are you still trying to flee after I have forced you out? With that, Ian spoke an array incantation, causing the array formation to instantly contract. Soon, the shadow was trapped in a tiny space. Ian stabbed out with his swords. With a sharp scream, the shadow dissipated, causing the sanguine vortex to vanish. And at the spot where the shadow vanished, a tiny blood-red bone appeared. Even then it still attempted to transform into a red beam of light and escape, but Ian grabbed hold of it with a swipe of his hand. The bone was then contained within a primordial destruction domain. Blood Fey Bone. Although the domain was encapsulating it, Ian could sense the lifeblood contained within the bone. It was constantly throbbing like a mighty heart. Ian had went through quite a lot of trouble to get the Blood Fey Bone. If not for the array formation and primordial destruction domain, it would truly not have been easy to capture the Blood Fey Bone. Just as Ian was about to augment the seals, he suddenly felt something tug at his psyche. Aren't you planning on cooperating with me? Ian's mind stirred as he immediately understood that the sensation came from the Blood Fey Bone. Since the Blood Fey Bone had cooperated with Nameless Sword, it naturally possessed intelligence. Oh? How do you want to cooperate with me? Asked Ian with a teasing smile. Just as I cooperated with Nameless Sword, I can fuse my body with you and become a part of your skeleton. Your talent will experience extremely great changes as a result. You will gain immense achievements in the aspect of body tempering. The Blood Fey Bone's thoughts, which contained very seductive offers, were communicated to Yun. Like Nameless Sword? His outcome wasn't that great. So it's best I directly refine you into a pill. Wouldn't that be better? Then I can have peace of mind, said Yun with a sneer. Wait. You are also an alchemist, said the Blood Fey Bone in astonishment. It had communicated with Nameless Sword often and knew much about martial arts. It was already rare for Yun to be an array master, but he also happened to be an alchemist? If the bone were refined to a pill, its intelligence would be completely pulverized. It took eons for the Blood Fey Bone to gain intelligence, so it naturally could not accept such an outcome. If I were refined into a pill, the effects would be greatly diluted. Only by fusing the blood bone directly into your body will you see a complete metamorphosis. The deal I had with Nameless Sword was to leave this piece of bone with him. He would help me find a body to possess. He wished to become stronger while I wanted to leave this place. He was a smart man, and if I aimed to bamboozle him, would he have cooperated with me so wholeheartedly? If not for your appearance and scrambling of his plans, Nameless Sword and I would have each obtained what we wanted. Therefore, there's no need to worry that I have any ulterior motives in cooperating with you, said the Blood Fey Bone. I don't mind if the effects are lessened. I picked this bone up, after all. Besides, I have no interest in the transaction between you and Nameless Sword. To me, you are better off as a pill, said Ian as he prepared to augment the seals. Wait, said the Blood Fey Bone hurriedly. I'm very familiar with this area. Aren't all of you here in the Fey God Tomb to seek opportunities? I can lead the way. No one is a better guide than me in this area. I can help you avoid many dangers. It has been many years since the Fey God Tomb's abyss was last visited. Don't you wish to explore the area thoroughly? Although I'm very interested in opportunities, I will not let you guide the way. Who knows if you will lead me into a trap? Ian shook his head and continued producing more seals. Even if what the Blood Fey Bone said was true, Ian would not heed the guidance of the shady bone in this godforsaken place. He would have to have a death wish to do that. Wait a moment. The Blood Fey Bone was extremely depressed. Back then, Nameless Sword had many doubts as well, but he finally submitted as a result of his obsession and aspirations. Yet Yi Yun was completely impervious to his enticement and was ridiculously strong. If the seals were completed, it would no longer have a chance of speaking again. Its mental processes would also turn turbid and it would eventually be refined into herbal dregs while stuck in its muddled state. What is it with all this nonsense? I'll give you one last chance to speak, said Yi Yun. The Blood Fey Bone originally wished to convince Yi Yun through reason and emotion, but it was completely stopped in its tracks by Yi Yun's comment. You have nothing else to say? Then we shall meet again during the refinement, said Yi Yun. With that said, Yi Yun had produced a seal. The potency of the seal left the Blood Fey Bone trembling. There's one thing I did not tell Nameless Sword. The Blood Fey Bone seemed to steal its proverbial heart and spoke out. Yi Yun stopped and said with a faint smile, "Oh? What is it?" The Blood Fey Bone still held out hope until it was faced with the grim reality of death. Yi Yun never believed that the Blood Fey Bone would abandon its body and accept mere possession. Even Nameless Sword probably didn't believe it, but he was just too tempted by the Blood Fey Bone's offers. The Blood Fey Bone also knew that if it did not offer a secret that was enticing enough to Yi Yun, it would be doomed. In fact, this piece of bone is not my entire body, said the Blood Fey Bone. Yi Yun was taken aback. Could it be that the Blood Fey Bone was in fact another spirit that had possessed the bone? However, Yi Yun rejected the thought as quickly as it came. The Blood Fey Bone's heretical aura would have devoured any spirit that attempted to possess it. You should already realize that this is only a portion of my main body. This piece of bone is part of a massive skeleton. Since you know the value of this Blood Fey Bone, you naturally know what a bigger skeleton would get you. Besides, the skeleton's sanguine aura is extremely rich. It might even be the source of the sanguine aura that fills the entire Fey God tomb, said the Blood Fey Bone. If your main body is that powerful, why would you stay in this tiny piece of bone? Asked Yi Yun with a sneer. It's because that skeleton has been sealed in the Fey God tomb, said the Blood Fey Bone helplessly. After a long period of time, a tiny bone dropped off from the skeleton, and the seals on that tiny piece of bone were a lot more relaxed. Gradually, the bone gained sentience, and that's where I came from. But due to the seal, I have no way of entering the skeleton. I could only think of a way to leave the Fey God tomb first and return to crack the seal after I gained strength. The Blood Fey Bone might not have been telling the complete truth, but Yi Yun sensed that the skeleton that the Blood Fey Bone mentioned really existed. The source of the sanguine aura in the Fey God tomb was probably the legendary skeleton of a Fey God. As the name implied, legend said that the Fey God tomb was the burial ground of a Fey God. Regardless if the skeleton was the bones of the Fey God or not, its rarity was unquestionable. You shouldn't place your sights on the skeleton. The seal's potency makes it very difficult for you to approach it. Even I planned on returning hundreds of thousands of years later to make an attempt. But if you agree to spare me, I can bring you to the region where the skeleton is sealed. The sanguine aura condenses into a river there, and if you were to cultivate in that place, you would benefit tremendously. The effects are 10 times better than refining me. And in that blood river, you will find a special kind of blood spirit jade. It's similarly very beneficial for you. The Blood Fey Bone began speaking enticingly once more. Just as its voice faded, a tiny crystal appeared in Yi Yun's hand. It resembled spirit jade but was blood red in color. Things like blood spirit jade were probably only produced in places with rich sanguine auras like in the Fey God tomb. It does indeed look good, but how do I know you will not deceive me? Asked Yi Yun nonchalantly. I believe that with your intelligence, you should be able to tell. As for me, how do I know if you'll spare me if I were to lead you there? Countered the Blood Fey Bone. Reasonable. In that case, lead the way. But if I sense any problems in your guidance, I'll immediately refine you, said Yi Yun. I would not do something so pointless. What danger can hide from you if you can force me out? Sneered the Blood Fey Bone. Yi Yun did not speak. He did not trust the Blood Fey Bone, but he was extremely interested in the Fey God bones that the Blood Fey Bone mentioned. The Fey God tomb was massive, and even if he knew the existence of the Fey God's bones, finding them was another story. It would, however, be different with the Blood Fey Bone. But with the Blood Fey Bone being extremely crafty, it had to be concealing some sinister goals. This point made Yi Yun more wary against it. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun suddenly produced a restrainment seal and placed it on the Blood Fey Bone. The Blood Fey Bone immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing?" There's no need to worry. It's just a restraint used to take precautions against you. If you were to do anything untoward to me, this seal will activate, said Yi Yun. The Blood Fey Bone was doubtful, but it seemed to sense the seal momentarily and, after confirming the restrainment seal's usage, it said unhappily, "I'm not your match, so why would I try to harm you? You are being overly suspicious. It stopped speaking after that. And at that moment, the others were standing in particular spots in the array formation, watching the array formation's center intently. When Ian charged into the sanguine vortex, everyone heaved before massive ghost shadows appeared and constantly let out shrill cries outside. And their vision was blocked by the sanguine vortex and the shadows. They could only vaguely make out Ian's figure and his sword flashes. However, they had no idea what was happening within. Abruptly, the sanguine vortex dissipated as Ian walked out unharmed. Brother E, have you caught the blood fey bone? Nanshan Luoyue went forward and asked out of concern. Ian smiled, stretched out his hand and flipped it. There was a blood-red bone in his palm and it suffused a heretical aura. It was none other than the blood fey bone. The rest stood awkwardly to the side and remained silent. No matter the aspect, Ian was on a completely different level than then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1473, Blood River. Chapter 1473, Blood River. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ian looked at the people around him with a cold, indifferent expression. He knew that although these people had survived because of him, they were also selfish people, solely concerned about their survival. If they had not been the least bit obedient, Ian would have long chased them away. Fairy Yuru, Luoyue, I'll be handing the array flags to you. Wait for me here. With the array formation working as it is, it can conceal your auras, preventing monsters from noticing you, said Ian. Brother E, do you plan to venture deeper into the Fey God tomb? Asked Nanshan Luoyue in alarm. The Fey God tomb was so dangerous, yet Ian was not planning on leaving despite having obtained the blood Fey bone? Yes, I have other matters to tend to, said Ian with a nod. In that case, rest assured and tend to your matters, young Master E. There's no need to consider us, said Fairy Yuru as she took the array flags from him. She had some guesses about what Ian wanted to do, believing that it was related to the blood fey bone. But since it was something personal to Ian, she did not plan on probing any further. The others were disappointed when they heard that they were still unable to leave, but none of them dared to speak their feelings. They had already witnessed the potency of Ian's array formation. If Ian chased them out of the array formation, it would be too late for tears. Maintain the array formation well and listen to Fairy Yuru and Luoyue's instructions, said Ian as he swept his gaze coldly at them. Yes, yes. Rest assured, young Master E. We will definitely work hard. We will not tire the two fairies. These people hastened to answer him. Ian left once he felt that everything was in place. Everyone watched as Ian vanished into the Fey God tomb, all of them having different expressions and mixed feelings. It had been years since anyone dared venture into the Fey God tomb. It definitely hid opportunities, but they did not have the strength to take them. All they could do was watch Ian go forth to seek out more opportunities. The Fey God tomb had lifeblood emanating from it, and danger lurking in it. The deeper he went, the richer the lifeblood became, so rich and thick that it was utterly pitch black. Woo! Woo! Crying sounds could be heard amid the sanguine aura as well as conversations between people. Some voices even appeared to come from behind Ian. Save me! Fellow Taoist, save me! Ian ignored the plea for help as he continued walking forward. A gentle and graceful girl let out sobs as she gradually approached from behind, spreading out her frail arms in a bid to embrace Ian. Ah! A gray fog immediately appeared over Ian's body. The instant the girl collided with the fog, she immediately let out a shrill shriek that resembled an owl's. She revealed a face of bone beneath her black hair. She retreated in alarm, not daring to approach Ian again. These are warriors who died in the Fey God tomb. They have been contaminated by the sanguine aura, turning into vengeful spirits. Some of them were even born naturally. They have gained bewitchment abilities, and warriors who embrace them meet a tragic end. However, their tricks appear to be useless on you, said the blood fey bone. It gained a deeper understanding of Ian's strength as they proceeded. It was increasingly intrigued and astonished. Nameless Sword was already someone with extremely high talent, but compared to Ian, it was like night and day. Ian's bone age definitely did not look like it was more than 1,000 years, but be it his combat strength or willpower, they were extremely powerful. Do you wish for me to be harmed by those things? The next time we encounter such things, it's best you warn me ahead of time instead of acting wise after the fact. If not, I'll refine you directly, said Ian with a faint smile. No, you are being oversensitive. I just felt that these things would not be able to even touch you, and I was right, said the blood fey bone. Ian sneered while the blood fey bone ceased its nonsense and continued guiding Ian forward. Walking in the sanguine aura made it nearly impossible to sense any temporal and spatial changes. Even Iyun himself failed to determine how far he had walked after some time. If a warrior were to wander in this place, they would probably lose themselves to the endless solitude, eventually turning into a vengeful spirit in the sanguine aura. At that moment, Iyun suddenly caught a whiff of the strong smell of blood ahead. He even felt like he had walked into a mountain of corpses or a sea of blood. Iyun was alarmed as he proceeded forward a few steps before his heart leaped. He halted immediately. He looked beneath his feet, and as the sanguine air was dissipated by the primordial destruction domain, Iyun was able to clearly identify where he was. He was on a lofty cliff, and beneath him was an extremely wide river. The river was flowing with thick blood, and large amounts of bones were bobbing in it. They belonged to humans and fey beasts. And despite the fact that he was standing beside the billowing river of blood, he did not hear a single sound. He felt like he was immersed in a silent world as a sense of solitude and boundlessness inundated him immediately. Iyun stood there quietly, sensing something pertaining to time in the blood river. Death was a rule of time. The blood river's flow also followed the rules of time. How fascinating. Iyun originally believed that the blood river would make one feel horrified, but he felt a placid calm instead. At that moment, a wave suddenly surged out of the blood river. An extremely dangerous and chilling feeling immediately swamped him. Iyun instantly converged his aura as he heard a low and ancient roar. The waves in the blood river rolled, continuing far into the distance. When the wave passed by the cliff where Iyun was on, he sensed a gaze lock onto him. A pair of extremely cold eyes appeared within the wave as it swept across the cliff. Iyun felt his body turn ice cold when the gaze swept past him. It was as though he had been frozen in an ice cavern. He was prepared to summon the ascending dragon cauldron at any moment. However, the gaze continued to sweep past Iyun before it slunk back into the blood river. Following that, the wave continued into the distance, and soon, the blood river was restored to its placid state. Only then did Iyun heave a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at the blood river again, his feeling of peace was gone. It was too dangerous. "What was that?" asked Iyun. "The river god of the blood river." "I know no more than that," said the blood fey bone. Iyun snorted coldly. He felt that the blood fey bone had to know but was unwilling to tell him. But against such a terrifying existence, he only wished they would stay out of each other's way. Iyun did not plan on investigating it. It's now the best opportunity to search for blood spirit jade and cultivate by the blood river. The river god will not appear for another 20 hours at least, reminded the blood fey bone. Iyun circled around the cliff and, after walking a distance, arrived by the blood river's side. The blood river similarly emanated a blood-red fog. The closer one was, the more the river's surface became indistinct, impossible to make it out. White rocks plastered the two banks of the river. But on closer inspection, they were actually bones. Due to the waves of the river water, they had mostly been weathered, looking no different from rocks. Iyun gradually approached the blood river and soon discovered blood spirit jade on the riverbanks. The closer he was to the blood river, the more blood spirit jade he found and the better their quality. One could imagine that the entire riverbed was lined with blood spirit jade. Iyun constantly searched through the blood spirit jade but quickly discovered that he had reached the end of the blood river. In front of him was a towering mountain. It had a massive cave on it, and it was where the blood river's source was. Before Iyun arrived at the cave's entrance, he smelled the noxious smell of blood. The sanguine aura was dozens of times thicker than the blood river. This mountain cave is the source of the blood river. Even I have not been in there before. If the Fey God tomb has any opportunities, they have to be in there, said the blood Fey bone. Iyun sneered. The blood Fey bone would not be so kind as to alert him of opportunities. It was clearly plotting something, but if Iyun abandoned opportunities because he was afraid of the schemes of a piece of bone, his practice of martial arts would be for nothing. Sanguine aura emanated out the cave's entrance and had nomological fluctuations as well. It happened to be a naturally formed array formation. If one did not know these laws, it would be impossible to enter despite coming this far. Furthermore, the naturally formed array formation was fused with its surroundings, making it very difficult to crack. Iyun slowly studied the cave's entrance. After quite some time, Iyun finally figured out the laws that it followed. He began conjuring seals to crack the array and gain entry. At that moment, he felt something ominous. He immediately stopped moving and carefully observed his surroundings. Iyun's back immediately broke out into a cold sweat from what he saw. The natural array formation was an array within an array. The first layer was nomologically formed while the second layer was condensed with lifeblood. Once the first layer was cracked, It would trigger a killing array that would crush a person to a bloody mush, making them a part of the blood river, doomed forevermore. Only the dead could pass through the natural array formation. The blood in the blood river, as well as the bones and blood spirit jade, could safely pass through the array formation, but Iyun could not. Thankfully, Iyun had noticed it at the final moment, or the consequences would be unthinkable. Iyun carefully studied it a few times, and only after he was certain that there were no more problems did he attempt to crack the array. 4 hours later, Iyun dispersed the laws and stepped into the cave. The cave was extremely expansive, as though it was a world in and of itself. Countless stalactites hung overhead, all made of blood. They dripped blood as well. Iyun followed the blood river into the cave steps. He would occasionally hear the sounds of blood dripping from the stalactites, but apart from that, it was silent. After walking a distance, countless massive shadows appeared ahead of him. Iyun was alarmed, but he soon realized that they were massive skeletons. These skeletons were all from various fey beasts. They were very large in size and had to have been horrifying behemoths in life. Even after being dead for eons, their skeletons continued to effuse a mighty aura that left one reeling in alarm. It was unknown what had happened here years ago. Why would so many behemoths die in here, and be gathered in a cave after their deaths? Iyun began having doubts about the legend that described the area as the burial ground of a fey god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1474, Stone Marrow. Chapter 1474, Stone Marrow. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Iyun could faintly hear a series of deep resonating hums, like wind was blowing through the cave. The sound turned clearer as Iyun continued venturing deeper. He came to realize that it was not the sound of wind. But dump. It was the sound of heartbeats. Iyun looked more carefully around the cavern and suddenly felt that the entire mountain seemed to be alive. This discovery left Iyun shuddering. He immediately went to the mountain wall and carefully observed it. Through the mountain's heartbeat, Iyun discovered that beneath the stalactites were white things that resembled veins. And these white veins were actually all massive bones. Iyun became more alarmed the more he noticed. The entire cave was actually being held up by a set of bones. The skeleton had become a towering mountain after its death, and its body's interior was now a spacious cave. The behemoth skeletons that scattered within were nothing worth mentioning in comparison to this discovery. They were probably prey that the skeleton had devoured while alive. Where he was standing might have even been the skeleton's stomach. Although the skeleton had transformed into a mountain after its death, one could still hear the terrifying heartbeat sounds while walking inside it. If this truly was the burial grounds of a fey god, this skeleton was probably the fey god's skeleton. Iyun stood in front of the mountain wall, looking up at the snow-white bones. These bones trembled gently in response to the heartbeat. For a long-dead skeleton to show signs of life was truly unbelievable. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly charged out of the blood fey bone, flying towards the skeleton. The shadow's speed was extremely fast, nearly as fast as lightning. And if Iyun had only discovered its motive now, he would have been too late to stop it. But after the shadow dashed out 100 feet, it suddenly let out a tragic cry like it had slammed into an invisible barrier. Instantly, its flight was stopped, its body turning more ethereal. Simultaneously, laws began to seal the shadow's surroundings as the shadow attempted to barge in every direction only to slam into those laws. It kept letting out tragic cries as its figure turned faded more and more. "Iyun, what did you do to me?" screamed the shadow. Iyun looked at it, revealing a sarcastic look. "That's indeed your true goal. You were unable to enter the mountain, so you wanted me to bring you here. You were worried that I would turn suspicious if you mentioned a cave immediately, so you deliberately avoided talking about it. Instead, you brought me near to it so I would discover it on my own." "That's right. I can't enter the cave on my own. I have already done what I can." "Won't you let me off now?" asked the shadow angrily. "You are no blood fey bone. This mountain is transformed from the blood fey bone. If you are the blood fey bone, why can't you enter your own corpse?" replied Iyun with a sneer. "You were already that suspicious of me?" The shadow's tone sank. It was not strange that Iyun could guess that the white bones inside the walls were blood fey bones, but Iyun was still wary of the one he held. And the hidden aspect of Iyun's seal was something it failed to detect. It clearly had checked it thoroughly a few times. "But why do you say I'm not the blood fey bone?" "The blood fey bone is in your hand. Go ahead and compare it with this skeleton," said the shadow. "There's no need for comparison. I'm not saying that this bone is not a part of the blood fey bone, but that you are not some intelligence born from the blood fey bone. Instead, you are a soul that possessed the bone. By being able to possess it, especially just this tiny bit of the blood fey bone, shows how strong you are. Who are you really? Asked Yi Yun. The shadow fell silent. Yi Yun had already guessed its origins. Soon, the black shadow's featureless face gradually produced features. It looked like a middle-aged man with long brows, making for an extremely sinister and ruthless face. You are right. I was originally a warrior, a royal sealed divine lord. I must be quite unlucky to fall into the hands of a junior like you. The middle-aged man's face revealed a look of hate. After he perished in an accident in the Fey God tomb, only his essence soul escaped. He later discovered a tiny bone which could have been washed out of the cave by the blood river after it fell off of the massive skeleton. After discovering the tiny bone, he immediately decided to inhabit it. Thankfully, he was adept in an engulfing law, for if he wasn't he would have been devoured the moment he attached himself to it. Even if his essence soul remained, his intelligence would have long turned murky. After successfully attaching himself to the tiny bone, the middle-aged man sensed the location of the true blood fey bone through it. The tiny blood fey bone gave him tremendous strength, opening up another cultivation path for a remnant soul like him. If he could claim the real blood fey bone as his own, his future strength would very likely exceed his past royal sealed divine lord self. This was too enticing to him. Apart from absorbing blood essence inside the Fey God tomb to strengthen himself, all he thought of was the real blood fey bone. But with his crippled abilities, there was no way for him to enter the cave. He had planned on using Nameless Sword to temporarily leave the Fey God tomb. He would then return to the Fey God tomb once he was stronger to obtain the whole blood fey bone. But now, having fallen into the hands of Yi Yun, he knew that Yi Yun would not agree to let him escape the Fey God tomb. His only hope was to lure Yi Yun over. He did not believe that Yi Yun could truly enter the cave. When Yi Yun failed, he planned to find an opportunity to escape into the blood river, but Yi Yun actually succeeded in entering. At the instant they entered the cave, the middle-aged man's excitement nearly exposed him. He had actually arrived inside the blood fey bone effortlessly. But his excitement did not last long before he was figuratively slapped in the face by Yi Yun. He was beaten back into harsh reality. You were once a royal sealed divine lord? You sure did have a tragic outcome. Yi Yun shook his head. The person had perished in the Fey God tomb and his corpse was left in the open. It had probably been weathered to bone somewhere. However, the person was also strong-willed. With only an essence soul, he still managed to survive on in the form of a bone. Tragic? If I can obtain the blood fey bone, why would I mourn the loss of my old body? The middle-aged man let out a wretched cry. His promising future had been shattered by Yi Yun. This blood fey bone is indeed not bad. Thank you for leading the way. I won't stand on ceremony and will definitely accept it. As for you, it's best you return to the land, said Yi Yun with a smile. With death hanging over him, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He rushed to say, wait. I was from the Great Cosmic State. If you spare me, I can get the Great Cosmic State to give you treasures that would satisfy you. I also have cultivation techniques. I can tell you where my body lies. He tried his best to offer whatever benefits he could think of, hoping to entice Yi Yun. Although he was feeling ashen after losing the blood fey bone, it was better than being reduced to actual ashes. Great Cosmic State? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yi Yun revealed an odd look. That's right. I'm from the Great Cosmic State. The middle-aged man finally saw something that interested Yi Yun as he said immediately with a nod. Oh? So you know Li Fire, I suppose? Asked Yi Yun. Li Fire? Naturally. He's my junior brother. Since you also know Li Fire, you should know that I'm speaking the truth. If you bring me to him, he will definitely reward you to your satisfaction. The middle-aged man saw a glimmer of hope. Yi Yun's expression had changed when Li Fire was raised. He was apparently very familiar with Li Fire. Yi Yun was not from the Great Cosmic State. For him to know Li Fire implied that Li Fire had also come to the ancient battlefield. Perhaps mention of him made Yi Yun think twice or for some other reason. If he could obtain the help of a royal sealed divine lord, Yi Yun's chances of leaving his name on the ancient battlefield would only be greater. Bring you to him? All right then. Yi Yun's expression turned increasingly odd. Immediately, heretical god fire lit up in his hand. The middle-aged man jolted. He could sense a terrifying power coming from the tiny blob of fire. He looked at Yi Yun and felt an ominous foreboding. Yi Yun, what's the meaning of this? Meaning? Didn't you ask to be brought to Li Fire? That's why I'm preparing to send you to hell, replied Yi Yun. Li Fire is dead? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then, he looked incredulously at Iyun. Don't tell me you killed Li Fire? You? Ah! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, he let out a shrill scream. His soul was being enveloped by the heretical godfire. Amid the terrifying flames, his soul was melting bit by bit. The pain was even worse than what the warriors who were sucked dry by him had experienced. Gradually, the middle-aged man's soul was completely burned to nothingness by the heretical godfire. He had survived an ignoble existence as a soul for years, but having finally come to the blood fey bone that he yearned for the most, he was burnt to nothingness by a tiny blob of fire. After destroying the middle-aged man, the tiny blood fey bone in Iyun's hand immediately lost its sinister feel. It also gradually lost its luster, but when Iyun raised it towards the cave wall, the blood fey bone gradually resonated with the gigantic blood fey bone skeleton. The blood fey bone's aura began to change before it produced a vital aura. Iyun held the blood fey bone inside. He had never seen such potent lifeblood before. Iyun did not discover any evil spirits in the cave. He guessed that due to the naturally formed array formation, evil spirits were barred from entering. Therefore, there was no danger inside the cave, which was also the source of the blood river. Iyun walked deeper into the cave by following the vein-like bones. The further in he went, the clearer the heartbeat sounds were. Eventually, he felt that he was standing on the skeleton's heart. And at that moment, Iyun suddenly saw a milky white pool ahead of him. The loud heartbeat sounds were coming from the pool. Those are divine stalactite marrow? Iyun raised his head suddenly. He saw white stalactites above him, each dripping stone marrow essence into the pool. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1475, Completely Unexpected. Chapter 1475, Completely Unexpected. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Divine stalactite marrow was one of the many treasures recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. It could not be used in herbs, and any attempt to refine it would destroy its potency. It had to be consumed directly. A cup of divine stalactite marrow was already extremely rare, but now Iyun was standing in front of an entire pool of it. The outcome of someone soaking themselves in the divine stalactite marrow pool was unknown, as even the Divine Alchemist had never amassed that much divine stalactite marrow. Upon seeing this situation, a glint flashed in Iyun's eyes. How did the divine stalactite marrow appear here? Why would the Fey God tomb produce something like that? Although he felt excited, he did not dive in recklessly. He was worried that such a divine pond had something protecting it. If any demonic entity appeared here, it would be difficult to handle. He fully released his perception as he approached the pool carefully, one step at a time. When he turned around a corner, he instantly stopped in his tracks. He saw an extremely astonishing scene. In the middle of the divine stalactite marrow pool, a dark red stalagmite had grown out. The diameter of the stalagmite at the surface of the pool was about the length of a person's arm. A foot-long piece of metal was embedded into its sharp end. It was a piece broken off from a sword, or to be precise, a sword tip. Upon seeing this sword tip, Iyun found it familiar for some baffling reason. Could it be? Iyun approached it carefully while staring intently at it. He carefully directed a wisp of his psyche onto the sword tip. Finally, Iyun took a deep breath. It was true, the sword tip was indeed the other half of the pure yang broken sword. He had used the pure yang broken sword for a long periods of time. So even though he had never seen the pure yang sword tip, there was no mistake. It formed a hole with the pure yang broken sword. However, why would the pure yang broken sword tip that Baiyuan took be here? Did Baiyuan lose it, or could it be that she left it here on purpose? Upon thinking of this possibility, Iyun felt his heart jolt. Could the pool of divine stalactite marrow be there to nourish the sword tip? He looked at the stalagmite that had grown out from the pool. It was definitely gathering all the essence in the pool to constantly provide for the sword tip. Iyun remembered that Huan Shinshua had once said that the pure yang broken sword tip contained a secret. And compared to the tip, the remaining half of the broken sword was nothing of importance. That was the reason why Baiyuan had only taken the sword tip away. This also made it very possible that the divine stalactite marrow pool was set up by Baiyuan. Upon coming to this realization, Iyun felt an upheaval of emotions. Iyun did not have a good impression of Baiyuan at all. He wished to take away all the divine stalactite marrow in the pool and also destroy everything that Baiyuan had set up. Speaking of which, what was Baiyuan up to? It had been rumored that she had not appeared in front of others for tens of millions of years. She had been in a constant seclusion, one that lasted for tens of millions of years. Iyun found such a number staggering. This woman is very powerful. Since she went through the trouble of creating such a setup, there might be some protective array formation guarding it. There's probably no hope of destroying it, but it might be possible for me to siphon away some of the divine stalactite marrow. If he just left without trying anything, it was akin to walking out of a treasure mountain empty-handed. Yi-Yun truly found that unacceptable. Bit by bit, he carefully combed the area for the existence of any array formation traps. Simultaneously, he gently took out a spatial bottle to attempt to siphon away some of the divine stalactite marrow from the periphery, but at that moment, the space above the divine pool suddenly stirred. Ripples began forming across the milky white surface of the pool. Yi-Yun felt his vision turn into a blur as a figure with tattered clothes was appeared in midair and plummeted. She fell directly into the pool. The instant she entered it, her tattered clothes vanished as points of light. She had fallen into the pool naked. And at that moment, Yi-Yun was completely dumbfounded. Although it was a blink of an eye, he saw an extremely slender and curvaceous body with skin that resembled snow. However, this petite body had a few frightening bloody marks on it. Even so, they did not eclipse her beauty. Instead, the injuries actually added a tragic beauty to her. Splash! The pool splashed with milky white waves. Her body was completely immersed in the divine pool, leaving behind her long hair that sprawled across the divine stalactite marrow like a black rose. You! The woman looked at Yi-Yun and saw him holding a spatial bottle, clearly planning to siphon off some of the divine stalactite marrow. The woman's eyes were deep like the starry cosmos. At the moment they were filled with shock, for she never expected a person to appear by the side of the pool. How did you enter? She knew that the entrance to the cave was protected by a naturally formed array formation. It involved the use of both the Tao of primordial chaos and major destruction. It was impossible for anyone to figure out the intricacies of it, making it a naturally strong protective barrier. Even she had to expend a great deal of strength and use her superb spatial laws to sneak in. She never expected another person to be capable of entering. As he locked eyes with the woman, Yi-Yun did not have any thoughts of admiring the beauty's entry into the pool. Instead, his body froze. This woman that had suddenly appeared gave Yi-Yun a strong sense of unease. Could this woman be Bai Yuan? Yi-Yun held his breath. The mysterious woman that appeared in front of him could very likely be Bai Yuan herself. He was done for. Yi-Yun's heart sank. Ignoring the fact that Bai Yuan was a ruthless person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, she would probably not spare him even if she was a kind woman. The instant she entered the pool, he had seen her naked body in its entirety. Even if it was just for a split second, a person that enjoyed such an elevated status would likely not accept such a thing. And indeed, Yi-Yun felt ice-cold killing intent from the woman. Her fingertips gently swiped, forming ice crystals as the space in front of her was torn apart by the ice crystals. Who are you? The woman asked coldly, but the moment she spoke, her face turned pale. A mouthful of murky blood rose to her mouth. Oh? The woman's brows furrowed tightly. She tried her best to force back the mouthful of blood, but her physical state was terrible. A tiny stream of blood seeped out the corner of her mouth. She's injured. Yi-Yun naturally knew that the reason the woman had thrown herself into the divine stalactite marrow after removing all her clothes was to soak her injury-laden body in the pool for healing. From the looks of it, her injuries were worse than he imagined. Was she really Bai Yuan? If she was Bai Yuan, one of the top godly monarch existences in the entire sinkhole, what could possibly injure her? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476, River God. Chapter 1476, River God. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Could he try to make an escape while she was injured? But the entrance to the cave had an array formation naturally formed by the great Tao of destruction and primordial chaos. Even though Yi-Yun had just passed through it, he would still need to spend time to pass through it again. There was no time at all with someone attacking him. Even if he did escape, she was a godly monarch. Once she recovered, she could scan an entire great world with a mere thought. Any attempt to escape from her would be difficult. Furthermore, he still needed to find Lin Shintong. There was no way he could avoid encountering Bai Yuan. So if he couldn't escape, was he going to fight a godly monarch in a life-and-death battle? Bai Yuan looked at the silent Yi-Yun, her fingernails shimmering with a frosty glow. Since you do not wish to speak. Yi-Yun felt a strong sense of danger. He tightly clasped Mirage Snow, stirring his Yuan Qi fully for, regardless of what he decided, he needed to first fend off the incoming blow. But at that moment, a dull roar suddenly sounded. Following that, a huge wave appeared in the blood river nearby. A pair of cold eyes appeared amid the blood waves. Yi-Yun froze instantly when he was swept by its gaze. The river god. The divine Lord Spirit was indeed full of lies. He claimed that the river god would appear after at least 20 hours, but it did not take that long to return. Yi-Yun lamented his bad luck. On one side was Bai Yuan, and on the other a similarly unfathomable river god had appeared. In this cave, he was the weakest. After Bai Yuan saw the river god, her gaze changed slightly. At that moment, the river god's gaze finally moved away from Yi-Yun and onto Bai Yuan. Yi-Yun held his breath. The river god was apparently not targeting him? He looked silently from the river god to Bai Yuan, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. The best outcome for him was if the river god fought Bai Yuan. He could then escape in the chaos. But for some reason, Yi-Yun had a vague feeling that the river god did not have any nefarious intentions against him. "What are you doing here?" asked Bai Yuan coldly. Even though Bai Yuan remained motionless in the divine stalactite marrow pool, the space surrounding her was being covered in ice crystals. Countless fractures formed in the walls as a result of the freezing, and the way she looked at the river god was extremely cold and distant. Yi-Yun stood on the side, sensing the chill. Despite her serious injuries, her strength remained unfathomable. The river god let out a deep roar and, after staring at Bai Yuan for a while, slowly slunk into the blood river. After a momentary stir, the blood river returned to a state of calm. The river god had left. Yi-Yun clearly sensed that the river god held some fear towards Bai Yuan. It had appeared to communicate with her, but he was unsure of the content of their conversation. Yi-Yun looked at Bai Yuan, who was submerged in the divine stalactite marrow pool, and his back tightened. Since the river god left so quickly, didn't that mean that Bai Yuan would quickly turn back to kill him? But with the situation having developed to this point, other than bracing himself for a battle and seeking the first opportunity to escape, he had no other choice. At that moment, Bai Yuan turned around and gave Yi-Yun a deep, meaningful glance. As Yi-Yun felt an unbearable, staggering pressure, almost to the point that he wanted to go all out and attack, all of Bai Yuan's killing intent vanished. She slowly closed her eyes. Yi-Yun was taken aback. Bai Yuan was clearly about to attack but was interrupted by the river god. Now that it had left, why did she suddenly lose her killing intent? Was she not planning on killing him? Yi-Yun did not believe that a figure like Bai Yuan would resort to scheming tricks. Yet now, Bai Yuan's killing intent was gone. Furthermore, she no longer bothered with Yi-Yun. She submersed herself in the divine stalactite marrow pool, eyes shut. Her body emanated an ice-cold aura as clear ice crystals formed around her. She began focusing on her recuperation. Yi-Yun gave her an odd look. He was surprised that Bai Yuan was ignoring him. In the beginning, Yi-Yun was contemplating if he should take the opportunity to leave, but when he saw the motionless Bai Yuan with her eyes closed and the divine stalactite marrow that filled an entire pool, he fell into a dilemma. Screw it. If she wanted to kill me, she would have long done so. There's no way to escape, anyway. Yi-Yun made up his mind. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while those who starve are the meek. He went up to the side of the divine stalactite marrow pool and sat down to begin cultivating. In the beginning, Yi-Yun was entirely focused on Bai Yuan. But once he realized how she completely ignored him, Yi-Yun only diverted a little bit of attention to her, leaving him more to focus on his cultivation. As he absorbed the extremely pure Yuan Qi by the side of the divine stalactite marrow pool, Yi-Yun felt his mind and body lighten simply from cultivating for a moment. After an unknown period of time, Yi-Yun opened his eyes, giving him a wistful look. Although the Yuan Qi beside the divine stalactite marrow pool was pure, its effects diminished after cultivating for some time beside it. If he could actually enter the divine stalactite marrow pool and soak in it, the effects would definitely be outstanding. However, that was only a hopeful thought. Yi-Yun sat by the pool, hesitating for a moment. He considered that, although he was cultivating, Bai Yuan's reaction implied that as long as he did not disturb her, she would not care what he did. In that case, there was no need to be afraid. With this thought in mind, Yi-Yun rummaged through his interspatial ring and took out a tiny cauldron. It was unknown which of the unlucky bastards he had killed over the years he obtained the cauldron from. The quality was nothing special, but it made for a perfect bucket. Yi-Yun carried the cauldron to the spot furthest from Bai Yuan. He began scooping out the liquid from the divine stalactite marrow pool. He glanced at Bai Yuan and indeed, she paid him no mind. This made Yi-Yun relieved. After scooping a few times, he felt that the cauldron was not big enough. It contained too little divine stalactite marrow, not enough for him to soak in it as he wished. Reflecting on the way Bai Yuan soaked herself in such a huge pool of divine stalactite marrow while he could only get a tiny cauldron, the huge difference left him depressed. The ascending dragon cauldron was large enough, but he could forget about taking it out in front of Bai Yuan. Yi Yun gave up the thought of soaking in a cauldron. He took out a knife and began digging into a spot next to the divine stalactite marrow pool. Soon, Yi Yun had dug out a tiny hole. He filled the bottom of the hole with the blood spirit jade he had previously picked up. Then, he connected the hole to the divine stalactite marrow pool. Immediately, milky white divine stalactite marrow flowed into the hole Yi Yun dug. When the hole was filled with a portion of the divine stalactite marrow, Yi Yun was content with what he had. He blocked off the passage. Although Bai Yuan ignored him, he was not going to reach out for a yard after taking an inch. He entered the tiny pond and comfortably soaked in it. To be safe, he took another look at Bai Yuan. Despite all the commotion he had caused, Bai Yuan showed no reaction at all. She was focused on her recuperation. However, Yi Yun did not think it safe enough to fully drop his guard. He could tell that it was only temporary, that Bai Yuan did not want him dead. The woman was not only incredibly powerful, she was also hard to get a read on. Soaking openly beside her still left him on tenterhooks. At that moment, Bai Yuan suddenly let out a light grunt. The divine stalactite marrow around her suddenly turned a light crimson color. On careful look, he saw frozen blood beads. Yi Yun was secretly puzzled. As a godly monarch, Bai Yuan was nearly without equal in the sinkhole. Who could have injured her so gravely? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1477, Encountering the Demonic Servants Again. Chapter 1477, Encountering the Demonic Servants Again. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Bai Yuan sensed Yi Yun looking at her, so she opened her eyes to shoot a cold glance at him. As her body emanated an ice-cold air, her aura gradually calmed down. Just as Yi Yun began to believe that Bai Yuan had successfully repressed her injuries, her charming figure quivered as a stream of blood seeped out the corner of her mouth. The blood had a strange hint of blue in it, while the divine stalactite marrow pool she sat in turned a deep blue color. Along with the color came a faint, sweet fragrance that spread outwards. This sweet fragrance was mentally refreshing, and could leave one lightheaded. But when Yi Yun caught a whiff of it, his expression immediately changed. He quickly stopped breathing and sealed off all his pores as he rapidly circulated his cultivation technique. After a while like this, Yi Yun suddenly extended his finger, shooting out a drop of blue blood from his fingertip. It landed on one of the giant skeletons not far away, and instantly the white bone seemed to be dyed a faint layer of blue. It was poison. An extremely potent poison. Yi Yun gained a deeper understanding of a godly monarch's strength. Just the poison she emitted was so deathly potent, and from the way Bai Yuan looked, she was clearly deeply poisoned. Yet she was able to live on despite being so afflicted. The poison in Bai Yuan had suddenly relapsed as she knitted her brows tightly. The frost chi around her grew denser and, like a 10,000-year-old ice sculpture, it continuously released a chilling air. It even covered her black, cascading hair with a layer of frost. Yi Yun hurriedly acted to endure the frost chi, his expression extremely depressed. Although Bai Yuan ignored him and did not seem to mind his presence while she recuperated, he was only able to dissipate a tiny portion of the frost chi that Bai Yuan released while recuperating. It was still enough to make him feel like he was stuck in an extremely cold ice cavern. Thankfully, while Yi Yun did his best to withstand the frost chi, he was able to more quickly absorb the divine stalactite marrow's essence. He felt that the impurities in him were constantly being purged as his meridians flowed more freely. Even the speed at which he circulated his cultivation technique had sped up greatly. It became easier for him to withstand the frost chi. He even recovered fully from the bit of damage the poison did to him. The divine stalactite marrow was indeed a great boon. It would probably deliver many benefits if he continuously soaked in it, but he knew it was an impossible wish. Once Bai Yuan was done recuperating, she would definitely not tolerate his continued presence. Upon coming to this realization, Yi Yun decided to make full use of this opportunity. He stopped repelling the frost chi that Bai Yuan released and instead used it to cultivate. With the frost chi of a godly monarch aiding him, Yi Yun absorbed the divine stalactite marrow at an accelerated pace. Soon, the divine stalactite marrow in his pool had decreased by 10%. A few days later, Bai Yuan suddenly opened her eyes. Although Yi Yun was cultivating, he was always paying attention to Bai Yuan. He immediately discovered any of her changes. Had she finished recuperating so quickly? Yi Yun was somewhat despondent. She had recovered too quickly. If only she had spent half a month, he could have used the opportunity to continue cultivating there. However, the awakened Bai Yuan seemed to have no intention of driving Yi Yun away. Instead, she looked up as a sliver of ice-cold killing intent effused from her body. This killing intent made Yi Yun tense up, but he was aware that the killing intent was not targeted at him. At that moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space above the pool. Yi-Yun immediately felt a strong, ominous foreboding. Boom! Space was suddenly torn apart as a pitch-black rift opened. It was unknown where it led to, but there was complete darkness on the other side, with no light sources at all. Suddenly, a face appeared on the boundary of the rift. It had an indifferent expression, its eyes like two black holes. Beneath the face was a body, but the body did not seem to match the face. It felt like this unfathomable warrior was wearing a strange mask made of human skin. However, Yi-Yun knew that it was not a human mask the moment he saw it. Furthermore, the face was looking at them. This is... Yi-Yun felt his heart palpitate as his face suddenly dropped into a look of astonishment. He had seen such a face before. Back in the myriad divine territory of the young god Empyrean heaven, he met a girl who had suddenly been inflicted with a strange illness. She fell unconscious for several years and her father visited all sorts of renowned doctors to save her, but none of them managed to heal his daughter. Later, it was Yi-Yun that came to the rescue. He discovered that the Azurewood divine tree within him was a natural nemesis of these heretic demons. Later on, Yi-Yun headed to the spawning ground of these human-faced demons. It was an endless cemetery and they were sealed in countless blood-colored ice coffins. These human-faced creatures laid in slumber in these coffins and he had killed a countless number of them after they awakened. In that cemetery, he encountered a mysterious and noble white-dressed female's projection. Her name was Divine Dream and she told him that the human faces were demonic servants, servants of the bronze giants. However, the demonic servants that Yi-Yun had encountered were low-level servants. They were only responsible for building cities and mausoleums for the ancestor gods. In addition, they had abandoned their physical bodies, leaving only their spiritual bodies behind. But the person that had appeared in the spatial rift's boundary was absolutely no low-level demonic servant. It released an extremely dangerous aura that left Yi-Yun's body involuntarily taut. He felt like he had a crisis on his hand. This was likely a high-level demonic servant. But if it was only one high-level demonic servant, Bai Yuan would have likely been able to resolve it easily. Although Yi-Yun was unsure of Bai Yuan's true strength, she was truly unfathomable compared to this high-level demonic servant. However, when Yi-Yun looked at Bai Yuan again, he felt that something was wrong. Bai Yuan had a grave look on her face. Yi-Yun looked at the rift as his heart began thumping in his chest. In the second he shifted his eyes away, the spatial rift had silently filled with demonic servants. Every face had an extremely indifferent expression. They looked extremely odd. There were more than 100 high-level demonic servants. These high-level demonic servants were clearly here for Bai Yuan, but they were unlikely the cause of her heavy injuries, much less could they have pursued her. How did they enter? Yi-Yun was baffled. The cave they were in were protected by an array that was naturally formed by the major destruction laws. The average person had no hopes of entering. Yi-Yun refused to believe that these demonic servants had such ability. Then, who was the one that opened the spatial passageway? At that moment, one of the high-level demonic servants let out a sharp howl. Immediately, more than 100 demonic servants passed through the spatial rift with sharp, howling screams and entered the cave. These demonic servants emanated dense demonic auras and swarmed Bai Yuan like gigantic bats that had human faces on them. Bai Yuan instantly stood up from the divine stalactite marrow pool. While she did, her body became covered in a black dress with coruscating silver points of light. She stood there like a goddess sculpture, cold and noble with an awe-inspiring killing aura. Bai Yuan snorted coldly. Her voice sounded like a natural law as ice instantly sealed off a space 1,000 feet above her. The demonic servants did not dodge and slammed straight into the frozen space, their sharp howls crying out incessantly. Boom! 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 Loud rings were heard as the sharp howls formed sound waves that constantly collided with the frozen space. Yi-Yun had already used his Yuan Qi to protect his meridians, but even so, he felt the lifeblood in him flow in the opposite direction. It was somewhat unbearable. The might of a godly monarch was not to be doubted. Even if Bai Yuan was heavily injured and poisoned, these demonic servants would only perish if they met her head-on. They were unable to cause her any harm. The following scene chilled Yi-Yun's heart. He saw that the demonic servants were no longer charging at Bai Yuan and instead, swarmed towards the divine stalactite marrow pool. Their bodies exploded in mid-air, transforming into green blood that mixed into the divine stalactite marrow. Soon, the pool of divine stalactite marrow gradually turned green as it emanated a gag-inducing stench. This corpse liquid clearly contained poison. They had contaminated a pool full of divine stalactite marrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1478, World Decay Poison. Chapter 1478, World Decay Poison. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Oh. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yuan's expression changed as well. Her present situation was dire and she was in urgent need of the divine stalactite marrow pool to treat her injuries. The demonic servants were unable to inflict any damage on her directly, but this attack's purpose seemed to be to contaminate her divine stalactite marrow pool. It's world decay poison. Yi Yun drew a cold gasp. When she heard Yi Yun's exclamation, Bai Yuan gave him a surprised glance. She clearly did not expect Yi Yun to be so knowledgeable at his young age. He was actually capable of recognizing the world decay poison. In this world, poisons were a form of laws as well. The average poison could hardly damage extraordinary experts, but there were always those who pushed their poison laws to the limits. This world decay poison was produced during the rotting of a great world. Nothing in the universe truly lasted forever. Great worlds were no exception to this rule. The Azurewood Great World that Yi Yun previously visited was a dying world, one that was on the brink of destruction with apocalyptic fumes erupting everywhere. And world decay poison could be extracted from all the rotting elements of a great world, including the apocalyptic fumes. If it could even cause decay to a great world, the potency of it on humans was obvious. Furthermore, Yi Yun could sense that the person who had employed the world decay poison was extremely powerful. If not, it would have been impossible for them to injure Bai Yuan, much less tear open a spatial passageway in the ancient battlefield's cave. In that case, the potency of the poison was naturally horrifying. In this circumstance, the person who had extracted the world decay poison had bound the poison inside the demonic servants' bodies. Once they died, the world decay poison would explode out from them. With the demonic servants swarming incessantly into the cave like a school of carps moving down a stream, and the cave was beginning to fill with the world decay poison, the dense rotting stench of a world's decay began filling the air. Even Yi Yun was affected by it. He was a victim of disaster because of another person's doing. What better time to leave than now? Yi Yun had no intention of saving Bai Yuan. Besides, did she need his saving considering her cultivation level? Upon coming this conclusion, Yi Yun phased away and made plans to escape the Blood Fey Bone Cave. But the moment he moved to act on his thoughts, he felt his scalp tingle. He was appalled to discover that the decaying stench that was produced after massive numbers of demonic servants died had formed a barrier that completely enveloped the cave. It was a barrier of deadly poison. The enemy probably meant to prevent Bai Yuan from escaping but had trapped Yi Yun in the process. What crappy luck! Yi Yun was feeling extremely depressed. Bai Yuan's opponent was definitely someone of great origin. Such an existence would not care about the life of a trivial figure with a supremacy cultivation level like himself. He was being destroyed in passing while Bai Yuan was being pursued. How down on his luck was he? He had made a trip to the Fey Bone Cave, and before he managed to take much benefit from it, he encountered a battle between supernatural existences and was about to be reduced to cannon fodder. Upon seeing that the poisonous gases were trapping them within, the airborne Bai Yuan tapped her fingers gently. Boom! A spatial vortex appeared out of thin air because Bai Yuan had forcibly split open an alternate space in the extremely stable ancient battlefield continuum. Gather! Bai Yuan shouted sharply as the interdimensional hole produced a powerful suction storm, sucking away massive amounts of the world decay poison, as well as many of the demonic servants. They were sucked into the spatial storms and ground into fragments, losing their lives instantly. Roar! 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 At that moment, all the demonic servants began convulsing vigorously. They charged at Bai Yuan and, once they were just dozens of feet away from her, their bodies began to rapidly expand. Boom! 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 The large number of demonic servants self-destructed. The terrifying explosion together with the world decay poison permeated the surroundings. The explosion left Yi Yun's lifeblood in chaos. He could hardly withstand the blasts from this conflict. Furthermore, he could sense that Bai Yuan was in a dire situation as well. Situated in the middle of the explosion, she had suffered 99% of the blast and, most critically, she was already heavily injured. Block that spatial passageway. If not, we will die when this becomes a battle of attrition. Yi Yun shouted, his voice distorted by the explosive storms. Bai Yuan frowned, completely ignoring Yi Yun. She obviously knew that the calamity she was facing was a result of some unknown method that had been employed to trace her location. Furthermore, a spatial passageway had been opened to drain what little strength she had in a battle of attrition. To the enemy, the demonic servants were endless in number and not something to wince about no matter how many died. But since that person had opened a spatial passageway, there was definitely an array formation protecting it. In Bai Yuan's present condition, she would need time to seal the spatial passageway. However, the demonic servants were pouring in like a tidal wave. She also needed to suck away the world decay poison and had no time to block the entrance. You block the entrance. I'll help you ward them off for a while, shouted Yi-Yun. You? Bai Yuan finally spoke. She naturally could tell that Yi-Yun's foundation was extremely robust. He had basically proved his talent by coming this far, but unfortunately the demonic servants were just too powerful and numerous. There was also the world decay poison. What could Yi-Yun use to ward them off? Quickly make way and go block the entrance. As Yi-Yun spoke, he rushed towards Bai Yuan. At this moment in time, he was going all out. He had offended an unknown existence and he was bound to be in danger in the future. But if the enemy was trying to squash ants to death, taking him down in the process, how could he not resist? In a blink of an eye, Yi-Yun had rushed to Bai Yuan. He was just 3 steps away from her. As he was so close to the divine woman known from legends, Yi-Yun could clearly sense the might and sacredness from her. Even in an absolutely adverse situation, she was still Bai Yuan. Upon seeing Yi-Yun rush in front of her, Bai Yuan's brows pricked up. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone dared order her around or come so close to her. She was naturally displeased with Yi-Yun's rashness. Just as she was about to shout for Yi-Yun to stop and get him to leave the area quickly, a vibrant green beam erupted from Yi-Yun's body. Instantly, a tremendous vibrant lifeform was awakened from inside Yi-Yun's body. The lifeform was unlike powerful ancient fae that left people in awe. Instead, it was filled with an indiscriminate love and vital strength. Azure Wood Divine Tree. Yi-Yun had obtained the Azure Wood Divine Tree's seed from the Azure Wood Great World. Back in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, Yi-Yun had slain the demonic servants by relying on the Azure Wood Divine Tree, and now he had conjured it once again. After so many years, Yi-Yun had grown a lot more stronger than he was in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. The might of the Azure Wood Divine Tree was already beyond its former self. Instantly, the atmosphere in that region of space changed. It went from a perilous land of death with lingering poisonous gases to one of paradise. Yi-Yun stood imposingly in mid-air as the gigantic Azure Wood Divine Tree spread out its leaves behind him. The leaves fluttered in the wind as they shimmered. Pwa pwa pwa! The Azure Wood Divine Tree's leaves bore through the demonic servants that charged over. Green blood shot out like arrows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1479, Paradise. Chapter 1479, Paradise. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Aoo. As the demonic servants were torn open by the Azure Wood Divine Tree, they struggled, but with it being their natural nemesis, they had no means to resist. They had their vitalities ripped away by the Azure Wood Divine Tree as they rapidly withered. Instantly, the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi began manifesting vegetation, and even tiny critters as a result of the Azure Wood Divine Tree. They shuttled around the Azure Wood Divine Tree happily as, in a blink of an eye, the scene became that of a vibrant paradise. What? This is... Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yuan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What are you waiting for? Quick, block off the passageway. I can't keep this up that long. It drains too much yuan qi. Yi-Yun said in exasperation. And in fact, he did kill demonic servants at a speed slower than Bai Yuan. These were high-level demonic servants, on a completely different level from the low-level demonic servants in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. Yi-Yun's Azure Wood Divine Tree was also grown from a seed, and its strength was in no way comparable to the Azure Wood Great World's true body. Now, against so many demonic servants with abundant amounts of world decay poison, the Azure Wood Divine Tree did not have it easy. Its leaves only managed to restrain the demonic servants. Time was needed to drain them completely. And while this was happening, Yi-Yun, who was the medium in all of this, was having his yuan qi rapidly drained. Bai Yuan scowled. What sort of figure was she? Even royal sealed divine lords would act submissively in front of her, much less a junior. It had been ages since anyone dared speak to her in this manner. However, she did not fuss over the matter as there were more pressing dangers. With a flash, she appeared beside the spatial passageway and began producing seals to repress it. Even the all-powerful existence would have found it difficult to keep a spatial passageway open in the ancient battlefield across distant space. Seal. Bai Yuan gave a light cry as the spatial passageway seemed to be squeezed by a pair of invisible hands that made it shrink constantly. Pa! 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 The powerful sealing forces shattered all the nomological marks around the spatial passageway, causing it to shrink to a third of its original size. At that moment, there was a violent tremor in the spatial passageway as a gigantic black hand reached out from within. The moment the hand appeared, it seemed to grasp the entire world. Even Yi-Yun, who was hundreds of feet away, felt his blood freeze as though the hand had grabbed hold of his heart. The massive hand crashed down at Bai Yuan as it attempted to snatch her. Boom! The 5 fingers closed and trapped Bai Yuan within. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun's heart tightened. He was now sharing the same fate with Bai Yuan. There was no chance of him surviving once she died. But at that moment, light beams burst out from the middle of the hand. Chie! 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 The spatial fragments condensed into a gigantic sword as it charged out of the hand with a blood beam before slashing down at the wrist. Cha! The massive hand had been severed by Bai Yuan. Go! Bai Yuan flicked her finger as the spatial sword transformed into a stream of light and struck the spatial passageway. Pwah! A light sound was drowned out by the spatial storms as the spatial sword returned with its blade stained with blood. Bai Yuan took the opportunity to produce another 12 seals to seal the spatial passageway's entrance in layers. Suppress! Bai Yuan retracted her hands as the spatial passageway closed completely. The entrance had been sealed. They had finally stopped the madness. And at that moment, Yi Yun was using the Azure Wood Divine Tree to control nearly all the demonic servants. Although many of them were still alive, it was not difficult for him to slowly wear them down. Pwah! Bai Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It had a blue luster to it, clearly deeper than the blueness from before. Bai Yuan's face was pale as she plummeted from midair. She was already heavily injured and the activity of the battle only made the poison in her spread more. Her situation was more severe than before. Bai Yuan came to a stop above the divine stalactite marrow pool, because at that moment the pond's divine stalactite marrow was fully contaminated by the world decay poison. It had a noxious stench and corpse fragments floating in the pool, filling it completely. It could no longer be used for recuperation. This scene left Bai Yuan frowning. She looked up at the space above her. The final 12 golden hexes she left continued coruscating, sealing off the space they were in. Although the spatial passageway had been sealed shut, it was only a temporary seal. The enemy knew her location and it was only a matter of time before the seal was broken. If she did not finish recuperating before that, she was doomed. She never expected that the massive battle she had meticulously prepared for over so many years would end in such a manner. Ultimately, she was still too weak. Bai Yuan had a heavy heart. It was already impossible for her to vanquish the enemy. All she wanted now was to think of a way to escape. Oh? You? Bai Yuan suddenly saw Yi Yun enter the divine stalactite marrow pool, casually submerging himself in the contaminated divine stalactite marrow. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yuan was alarmed. Although the world decay poison could not cause any lethal damage to her, it was still a poison that was no trifling matter. Even ordinary divine lords would be injured from touching it and die from consuming it, much less a supremacy. But Yi Yun just dipped deep into the pool. She noticed that Yi Yun's body was covered in a strange black flame. All the world decay poison was burnt away when it came close to the black flames, failing to seep into his body. Could he be purging the poison? The scene of Yi Yun battling the demonic servants had shocked Bai Yuan. So it was not impossible to believe him capable of doing another impressive thing. However, she never imagined that he would flat out purge the poison. Expert! Yi Yun suddenly shouted. Bai Yuan was rendered a little speechless when she heard him address her. What sort of address was this? Yi Yun coughed dryly twice. He did not wish to expose the fact that he knew Bai Yuan's identity. If he did, there were many things that she would ask which were not easily explained. It would also bring him trouble. We are now in the same boat. Although helping you is akin to helping myself, I'm weak and poor, so I'm incomparable to you in any way. On account of me braving the dangers and risking my life to help you block off those heretic demons, and with me now in the poison pool to try my best to refine away the corpse toxins at the risk of suffering the side effects of being poisoned, shouldn't you give me some sort of reward? Yi Yun said this with a smile. What kind of person was Bai Yuan? She was a godly monarch that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Her wealth was completely unimaginable. Just a pinch of her reserves would be enough to refine a few cauldrons of Dragon Emperor relics. This was not the time to put on appearances. Asking for some perks was just smart. Bai Yuan looked Yi Yun coldly in the eye. What did he mean by braving the dangers and risking his life? In the previous battle, the one that truly expended their vital powers was herself. As for the claim about suffering the side effects of being poisoned, she could not tell. The punk was clearly at ease inside the poison pool. Of course, Bai Yuan could not be bothered to haggle with a junior. Furthermore, this junior had showcased strength that shocked her. He had also intrigued her. Okay. If you succeed, half of the divine stalactite marrow pool is yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1480, same source. Chapter 1480, same source. Translator, Seetullin. Editor, Seetullin. Upon hearing what Bayuin had to say, Yun was somewhat surprised. He never expected Bayuin to immediately offer him half the divine stalactite marrow in the pool. It was something of immense worth. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that the poison could be purged. If not, ignoring the question of him getting his divine stalactite marrow reward, just the fact that Bayuin would be unable to recover would spell his doom once the unknown existence launched another attack. At that moment, Yun had completely submerged himself in the divine pool. He powered the Azurewood divine tree as its branches spread across the liquid like an octopus. The Azurewood divine tree contained boundless vitality, and the contaminant of the divine pool was world decay poison, the decaying fumes of a great world. They were antithesis to each other. Since Yun first obtained the Azurewood divine tree, including the time under the River of Forgetfulness water's influence, about 200 years had passed. Back when the Azurewood great world was on its last legs, it still had a vibrant vitality. Its massive root network had even bound the bronze giant. The Azurewood divine tree slowly cleansed the divine stalactite marrow by absorbing the world decay poison in it bit by bit. However, as the world decay poison refined by the mysterious enemy was extremely powerful, the process was slow. At this speed, it would be difficult to cleanse the pool fully without at least 7 or 8 days. Bayuin clearly sensed this fact. It was simply too slow. She was in urgent need of recuperation. But Yun did not panic as he shook his hand, producing a black flame wisp. It was none other than the heretical godfire seed. In the Divine Alchemist's notes, there were records on the world decay poison that naturally included the refinement methods. As for the heretical godfire seed, it was able to burn through everything. Yun had relied on the heretical godfire seed to protect himself when he entered the poison pool. Go! Yun waved his hand as the heretical godfire seed spread out, wrapping around a blob of divine stalactite marrow as it slowly refined away. With sizzling sounds, large amounts of world decay poison was burnt to ashes by the heretical godfire seed, but the divine stalactite marrow was not affected at all. The Divine Alchemist's notes mentioned that the divine stalactite marrow could not be refined into medicine and could only be consumed directly or be used as a bath. The reason was that fire could burn away the medicinal effects in the divine stalactite marrow. Bayuin naturally knew this point. So when she saw Yun use such a method to refine away the poison, she believed that he would destroy copious amounts of divine stalactite marrow. However, she never expected Yun's control of the heretical godfire seed to be so precise, like it was part of him. The fire seemed to possess a will of its own as it precisely enveloped the divine stalactite marrow's surroundings, and burned away the poisonous elements within without damaging the divine stalactite marrow in any way. With the passage of time, the color of this blob of divine stalactite marrow slowly turned lighter as it returned to its pure milky white color. This punk was also an alchemist? Bayuin was slightly shocked. Only an alchemist was capable of such a feat. She never imagined that Yun possessed this kind of strength, power that went far beyond his age, and was adept at the medical refinement at such a young age. Now that the heretical godfire was in play, it worked simultaneously with the Azurewood divine tree, greatly increasing the speed. However, he still needed about 4 to 5 days to completely refine away the poison in the pool of divine stalactite marrow. This was still a little too long. At that moment, a green urn flew out from inside Yun's body. The moment it appeared, it released a sinister aura. The urn was the urn of ashes that Yun previously obtained. Those ashes were the remains of an ancient mighty figure. The moment the urn appeared, it began vibrating intensely. Yun could sense that poison demon within was extremely excited. It could not wait to be released. Master, I can sense that this poison will a great supplement for me. Poison demon had been in slumber, but when it was summoned by Yun, he sensed the world decay poison in the divine stalactite marrow pool. It kept clamoring in Yun's mind as its eyes flashed green light. It was exactly what one imagined a ravenous ghost that had been starving for days would look like when it suddenly saw a feast in front of it. Yun opened the urn as poison demon yelled. It transformed into a green stream of light and plunged into the divine stalactite marrow pool. Poison demon was a manifestation of poison to begin with. Since it was poison itself, it was invulnerable to poison. It did not care if the poison was world decay poison, it sucked on the divine stalactite marrow, drawing away the poisonous elements from within. Large amounts of world decay poison settled inside poison demon's body, but he was not damaged by it in any way. Instead, the world decay poison nourished poison demon, making it turn stronger. As poison demon's strength increased, its speed at sucking on the world decay poison increased. At that speed, with the three-prong approach of the heretical godfire, azurewood divine tree, and poison demon, it would take at most 2 days to fully cleanse the pool of divine stalactite marrow. And in fact, Bai Yuan could even begin cultivating once a portion of the divine pool was cleansed. It would not set her back too much. Bai Yuan was alarmed when she saw the poisonous pool cleansed at such a discernible rate. This Yi Yun had way too many tricks up his sleeve. The average supremacy would probably avoid a pool of world decay poison. Even a powerhouse adept in medicine would probably be helpless in such a situation, yet, Yi Yun was using 3 methods to purge the poison. Most impressive of all, he was using all 3 simultaneously. The azurewood divine tree and poison demon were independent, with no need for Yi Yun to split his focus. Bai Yuan's eyes could not help but land on Yi Yun. At that moment, he was enveloped in the azurewood divine tree's green halo, his black hair flailing. A spherical blob of divine stalactite marrow floated in front of him as it was being burned by the heretical godfire. The green poison demon was flying around, circling Yi Yun. It was puzzling how this young man had developed so far. In the tens of millions of years of the divine empire that Bai Yuan established, never once had such a freak been produced in the extensive 7 desolate continents. Slowly, poison demon's speed at purging the poison exceeded the speed of Yi Yun's heretical godfire. It was even getting faster. This was not something that only surprised Bai Yuan. As owner of poison demon, Yi Yun was equally alarmed. He found that the world decay poison seemed to share the same source as poison demon, and it was for this very reason that it was so easy for poison demon to devour the world decay poison and see his strength increase so rapidly. Could it be? A brilliant thought suddenly flashed in Yi Yun's mind. Poison demon was born out of the ashes in the green urn. The ashes belonged to an ancient mighty figure who was poisoned to death. After his body was burnt, the poison remained in his ashes. As for the poison demon that Yi Yun subdued, it was born from the poisonous elements in the ashes. Yi Yun could not help but connect the dots. Perhaps hundreds of millions of years ago, the mighty figure that died was killed by that mysterious person. And this was why poison demon shared the same source as the world decay poison in the divine stalactite marrow pool. This revelation made Yi Yun's expression turn serious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1481, Questions. Chapter 1481, Questions. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. 4 hours later, Yi Yun was already greatly enervated from the continuous powering of the heretical godfire seed. As for poison demon, not only was he still feeling energetic, he was becoming stronger as he absorbed large amounts of world decay poison. His body had expanded greatly in size and his eyes turned deeply profound as though he was connected to another world. Yi Yun could sense that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, with plenty of room to grow further. Thankfully, Yi Yun had planted a slave mark in poison demon, guaranteeing his loyalty. If not, he would have cause to worry if any thoughts of betrayal surfaced in him. Poison demon was absorbing the world decay poison at a speed far greater than Yi Yun was burning it away, so Yi Yun took some time to stop powering the heretical godfire, consume a pill, and began meditating. Senior, I have something I wish to ask you about. Yi Yun asked Bai Yuan after recovering some of his yuan qi. Bai Yuan gave Yi Yun a glance. I know what your question is. Yi Yun had no doubt been pulled into the struggle after the battle. He naturally wished to know the identity of the person behind all of this. However, Bai Yuan did not immediately give him an answer. Instead, she looked away, far into the distance, as though her gaze was penetrating the rivers of time and falling onto an ancient era. The rivers of time had washed away too much history, that it became a question of where to begin. What do you already know? Asked Bai Yuan suddenly. Yi Yun was taken aback. What, do I know? That tree in your body reminds me of a divine tree. Your tree should be related to it in some way. You seem to have gained the recognition of that divine tree? Bai Yuan speculated. Back when Yi Yun first summoned the azurewood divine tree, Bai Yuan was alarmed and did not immediately identify it. After all, the azurewood divine tree was holding down a great world while Yi Yun only had a tiny sapling in him. The difference in strength was just too disparate. But as the tree showcased its aura, Bai Yuan began suspecting that the tiny tree in Yi Yun's body was a manifestation of a part of the azurewood divine tree or even its seed. The azurewood divine tree was almost equivalent to a god. If its seed had sprouted in Yi Yun's body, it meant that it had acknowledged Yi Yun. Who was this man? How did he obtain the azurewood divine tree's acknowledgement? Especially with Yi Yun's bone age looking extremely young, how could Bai Yuan not be astonished? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, I have been to the azurewood great world before and indeed saw the azurewood divine tree. Beneath it, an ancient bronze giant was suppressed by its roots. Back when I visited the Azurewood Great World, the ancient bronze giant happened to awaken. It was eventually suppressed by the Azurewood divine tree again at the cost of a large amount of yuan qi. I managed to barely escape with my life while the Azurewood divine tree seed was planted in my body. Later, in the Yang God Empyrean heaven, I encountered demonic servants. They dug in like parasites in the bodies of warriors, causing their hosts to slowly lose their vitality. However, the Azurewood divine tree turned out to be their natural weakness. It seems these demonic servants are related to the bronze giant? Bai Yuan listened silently and did not say a word. At that moment, Yi Yun was already silently making his guesses. According to Huan Shenxue, Bai Yuan was one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs. And the 8 godly monarchs had combined forces to fight the ancestor god back then. Some died in combat, others were heavily injured or went into reclusion. After that battle, the number of godly monarchs that remained were few in number. As the person who was least injured, Bai Yuan was able to declare herself a monarch by establishing the White Lunar Divine Empire tens of millions of years ago. The ancestor god did not seem to have died but was instead sealed. But over the hundreds of millions of years that passed, the seal seemed to have weakened constantly. How could Bai Yuan and the ancestor god live in peace harmoniously? Was it possible that the person that fought Bai Yuan through the spatial passageway was the ancestor god itself? Upon coming to this thought, Yi Yun took a deep breath. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that he was now a target of the ancestor god? He was not even at the Divine Lord realm yet. You do not need to be overly worried. It is not able to easily leave that place. It has left an auric mark on you, but I can help you wipe it away, Bai Yuan said nonchalantly. Yi Yun felt a chill run down his back when he heard that. An auric mark? He did not sense it being placed or its presence in him at all. The demonic servants that wreaked havoc in the Yang God Empyrean heaven seemed to have a leader. Aren't you going to do something about that? Yi Yun tried getting her to talk with a seemingly vague question. Without a doubt, Bai Yuan had a deep grudge with the ancestor god of the ancient era. Bai Yuan shook her head. There are countless demonic servants. What you encountered in the Yang God Empyrean heaven is only the tip of the iceberg. Long before that, demonic servants have appeared several times in various worlds. Yi Yun nodded. It was indeed the case. Such matters did not warrant Bai Yuan's direct attention. From the looks of it, over the past tens of millions of years, Bai Yuan was not fully in seclusion. Legend had it that she had vanished after she established the White Lunar Divine Empire. She likely had important things to do. There are many things that you are currently incapable of doing. Perhaps you will come to learn more in the future. Bai Yuan said that sentence before floating up. She landed inside the divine stalactite marrow pool and began her recuperation. She was heavily injured. Just the lethal poison in her was enough to reduce a royal sealed divine lord to bone. Bai Yuan flicked her finger, making 12 silver needles to appear in her palm. The silver needles pricked at her Baihui, Jichuan, and Guanyuan acupuncture points. They left one shuddering in fear since each needle was a foot long. Soon, blue blood was purged by Bai Yuan. The blood had a pleasant fragrance which Poison Demon coveted, but he did not dare consume it. He could sense that the woman was terrifying. It was safer for him to focus on consuming the world decay poison without a fuss. And at that moment, Yi Yun had already left the divine stalactite marrow pool. He was observing the divine bone sealed in the mountain walls. Blood Fey bone. A gigantic skeleton was being sealed in the mountain, and the blood Fey bone that Yi Yun had encountered outside was only a tiny part of the massive skeleton. Just that tiny part was enough to produce a lifeblood force that left one's heart palpitating. What would happen if it was the entire blood Fey bone? Yi Yun cultivated in the Dragon Emperor technique. He was in great need of lifeblood. How could he not covet such a supreme grade treasure? However, he did not aim to take away the entire blood Fey bone. All he needed to do was absorb a tiny portion and it would benefit him greatly. And Bai Yuan probably would not mind if he only took a tiny portion of the blood Fey bone. Yi Yun had helped her greatly, and although he did not understand her as a person, he thought it unlikely she would fuss over such trifling matters. Yi Yun placed his hand on some exposed blood Fey bone and powered his yuan qi. He attempted to absorb the lifeblood forces in the blood Fey bone, but when he did so, he immediately felt a repulsive force that jerked his hand back. Yi Yun frowned as he stared at the blood Fey bone for a long while before extending his hand again. But this time, Yi Yun had a tiny blob of fire in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482, The Massive Lifeform That Lays Slumber. Chapter 1482, The Massive Lifeform That Lays Slumber. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. This Fey bone was extremely massive. It had fused with a mountain, and the terrifying power contained within was something Yi Yun knew would be difficult to claim as his own. However, after having come so far, he had to at least attempt to draw out some of the Blood Fey bone's powers. Success was an entirely different matter. But it did not make sense to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Under the heretical Godfire's illumination, the Fey bone turned transparent. There was a redness in it that seemed like flowing blood. Instantly, Yi Yun seemed to hear thumping heartbeats that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. It made his heart palpitate. The Blood Fey bone that had been dead for an excessive period of time still had heartbeats and even the gurgling sound of flowing blood? As Yi Yun listened to the heartbeats, he unknowingly seemed to immerse himself in the sound. It was like he was transported to an ancient era while flowing upstream against the river of time. He saw a massive lifeform soar over a majestic world. This is... Yi Yun's heart jolted suddenly. This powerful lifeform gave him a baffling sense of intrigue. It's best you do not attempt it. Bai Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yun's heart quivered as the seemingly real mirage in front of him immediately vanished. He turned back to look at Bai Yuan and saw that the color in her face had returned. However, Yi Yun could tell that she had only temporarily repressed the poison within her. She had yet to fully purge it out. The poison laws the mysterious existence wielded were just too powerful. Even Bai Yuan found it extremely difficult to defend against them. It lays in slumber here, what remains of its body reduced to blood. It has fused as one with the divine mountain here. Its powers are also sealed here, but, with your cultivation level, it's impossible for you to obtain that power. Bai Yuan silently walked to the blood bone side. She looked at the traces of gigantic bone buried within the mountain as her eyes shimmered, her thoughts a mystery. The body had fused with the divine mountain, its blood bone buried within it? Yi Yun was slightly alarmed hearing that. In that case, the cave he was in was partially formed by the ancient divine beast itself. Senior, based on how you speak of it, it seems you know the origins of this Fey bone, said Yi Yun. Bai Yuan nodded. It's the mount of a past enemy of mine. Enemy? Yi Yun's heart stirred. Bai Yuan nodded slightly. We had fought for hundreds of thousands of years, but for particular reasons, we had no choice but to form a temporary alliance. Later, he perished in the ancient battlefield. His mount also died and landed here in the Fey god tomb. So that's how it is. Yi Yun took a deep breath. He had heard the rumors that depicted the Fey god tomb as the burial ground of an ancient Fey god. From the looks of it, the rumors were not complete rubbish. It was indeed the tomb of an ancient divine beast, so the name Fey god tomb did had some truth to it. So the so-called Fey god is this massive blood bone skeleton. That's right. The ancient battlefield has existed for a very long period of time. There are numerous geniuses in history that have probed the Fey god tomb, with most of them returning fruitless. However, there were indeed some who discovered this Fey god bone. One of them had even fused 3 divine Lord Royal seals. He was an expert that neared the level of a godly monarch. However, everyone that has attempted to obtain the Blood Fey bone's powers has failed. Compared to the Blood Fey bone, their strength is insufficient. Some have even resorted to using force but ended up being absorbed into the Fey bone, losing their lives. If you aren't careful, there might be disastrous consequences. Senior, have you not attempted to obtain its powers yourself? Asked Yi Yun. The creature had animosity towards me in life. Bai Yuan shook her head. I did once think of refining this Fey bone, but it still has remnant bits of consciousness. If I were to forcibly refine it, it could release its sealed powers and self-destruct. It's not worth the risk. So that was the reason. Yi Yun nodded. Someone that could be Bai Yuan's match was obviously powerful. Furthermore, this Fey bone was the combat partner of that person. It was definitely not something an average person could connect with. However, back when Yi Yun saw the illusions, he had a baffling feeling. It felt like something that was at his fingertips but just barely unreachable. Although Bai Yuan had warned him, Yi Yun could not resist his urge to figure out what it was. He thanked Bai Yuan but still walked in front of the Blood Fey bone. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuan frowned. She had already warned Yi Yun. Since time immemorial, geniuses, even divine lords that were nearing the godly monarch realm, had failed. But since Yi Yun remained adamant about it, she did not care. After all, life and death were decreed by fate. She closed her eyes and continued her meditation. Yi Yun, meanwhile, stood in front of the Blood Fey bone. His psyche was completely immersed into the Blood Fey bone. According to Bai Yuan, this was an extremely dangerous act. If he was not careful, he might very well lose his consciousness inside the Blood Fey bone, and be consumed by the remnant consciousness of the skeleton. However, Yi Yun still dove right in. He believed in what he felt. Whoosh! Yi Yun saw the scene before him suddenly turn black. He sensed a powerful suction force emit out of the blood fey bone as his entire being was pulled towards the bone. At that instant, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with a blood-red color. He looked around but could not see anything specific. It was red throughout, including the ground beneath his feet. Even the divine stalactite marrow pool and Baiyuan had vanished. Yi Yun immediately realized that he had likely been sucked into the blood fey bone. And at that very moment, he was very likely in the depths of the blood fey bone, deep inside the mountain walls. Ha! Baiyuan, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. She furrowed her brows even tighter when she discovered that Yi Yun was sucked away by the blood fey bone. She was a cold and distant person, and so did not care about the fates of random mortal beings. However, she suddenly recalled that Yi Yun had fused with the Azure Wood Divine Tree Seed. If he could continue developing his strength, he would be a mighty combat force. It would be a pity if anything accidentally befell him. She split off some of her psyche in a bid to infiltrate the blood fey bone and pursue Yi Yun, but there was a blurry layer of blood mist on the surface of the blood fey bone that prevented her psyche from going any further. She was seriously injured, and any forceful attempts to penetrate the mist would be too taxing on her soul. At that moment, in the dark red mountain walls, Yi Yun's consciousness had already entered another world. He saw that extensive world once again, and the massive lifeform that soared majestically. But this time, his gaze was fixated on a person standing on the back of the massive lifeform. He slung a sword on his back, his body standing straight up in between the heaven and earth like a javelin. Yi Yun felt his heart jolt when he saw the person. A strong sense of familiarity surged into his heart. He recalled the 7 kills pillar and the gigantic sword scar he had seen back at the Pyryang Sword Palace so many years ago. He recalled the powerful figure that had cleaved off the bronze giant's head and a corner of a world. The person riding on the massive lifeform was clearly the Pyryang Sword Palace owner. He was also one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs. It turned out that the Pyryang Sword Palace owner was the enemy that Baiyuan fought long ago and was also the person she had no choice but to ally with. The Pyryang Sword Palace owner perished on the ancient battlefield, and the corner of the world he cleaved off was likely part of the ancient battlefield. His mount had perished here as well. Yi Yun's Pyryang broken sword had been obtained from the Pyryang Sword Palace. As for the Pyryang sword tip, it had been obtained by Azure Yang Lord but later landed in Baiyuan's hands. Upon coming to this realization, Yi Yun was enlightened. It was no wonder Baiyuan had placed the Pyryang sword tip in the cave for nourishment. The remnant skeleton that laid in slumber in the cave was the Pyryang Sword Palace owner's mount, and Baiyuan had failed to obtain the ancient Fey beast's recognition. But the Pyryang sword tip could. Being placed where it was, it could be nourished by the blood Fey bone and slowly regain its powers. This was also why Baiyuan chose this place to cultivate. However, there was one point that continued eluding Yi Yun. Why did Baiyuan stay with Azure Yang Lord for so long? Azure Yang Lord was only a royal sealed divine lord. He was far weaker than figures like the Pyryang Sword Palace owner or Baiyuan. All she needed to do was snatch it away from Azure Yang Lord since he was not her match. If Baiyuan was only interested in obtaining the Pyryang broken sword, why did she need to go through so much trouble? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1483, Somehow Predestined. Chapter 1483, Somehow Predestined. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When Yi Yun came to this realization, the gigantic lifeform in the sky suddenly turned its head and looked right at him. This glance seemed to come from the opposite bank of the river of time, penetrating hundreds of millions of years to find him. It was as if its amber pupils reflected the entire world. Yi Yun held his breath as he locked eyes with the massive lifeform. Bam! 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 Tumultuous heartbeats seemed to resonate in Yi Yun's ears. This exchange of looks lasted for an oddly vague period of time. It felt like a few seconds but also hundreds of years. Yi Yun felt as though he had traveled through endless spacetime when, suddenly, he felt all the Yuan Qi in the space surge at him. You have his aura. An ancient voice sounded directly in Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun could sense longing in the voice as he immediately realized that it came from the remnant consciousness of the Fey Bone. And this him that he shared an aura with was the Pyryang Sword Palace owner. The Yuan Qi enveloped Yi Yun as he felt a sliver of psyche consciousness hidden within it. It was carefully observing him. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment but did not resist. He allowed the consciousness to take him in. After a long while, the voice sounded again, its tone filled with wistfulness. I never imagined that he would have a successor in this world. Child, perhaps you coming to where my bones are buried is somehow predestined. Yi Yun had obtained the heritage of the pure young sword palace owner in the Tian Yuan world, and now upon arriving in the Sinkhole's ancient battlefield he encountered the skeletal remains of the pure young sword palace owner's mount. If Yi Yun had not experienced countless dangers that threatened his life and survived these various obstacles, he could not have come so far. I have seen the battle between you and the demonic servants. I would never have imagined that you could possess such strength at such a young bone age. Furthermore, you have the azure wood divine tree seed planted in you. It's as though you are the chosen one. If he were to know that a person like you had inherited his sword Dao, he would likely be rather pleased," said the Blood Fey Bones consciousness. Yi Yun fell silent when he heard that. Then he asked, "Senior, I would like to know who the White Lunar Godly Monarch was fighting." "That person? He is the one that the 8 godly monarchs fought years ago. In ancient times, countless people perished because of him. Elites of that era were able to heavily injure him. But now, he appears to have returned. I do not have much time left. I have been lying slumber all this time, doing what I could to maintain a sliver of my consciousness. If you had not arrived, I would have had to await my end in another few 100,000 years. By inheriting his will, you will eventually be pushed to the forefront of a generation. When the time comes, certain matters that you might not wish to know will present themselves to you automatically." Once this was said, the Yuan Qi that surrounded Yi Yun suddenly surged around him. Following that, there was a rapturous roar of a divine beast as the Yuan Qi inundated him. Boom! 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 The forceful impact made Yi Yun feel like he was stuck in a massive ocean. And amid the Yuan Qi, there was a single drop of red blood. The drop of blood was extremely dense. From it came the dull, thunderous sounds of heartbeats. But dump! But dump! This is a drop of blood essence that contains all my powers. You are his successor, and back then I aided him in conquering his dominion. Now, I shall aid you. My mission shall be ended from this moment forth. Senior. Before Yi Yun finished his sentence, the drop of blood landed on his forehead. He immediately felt like a volcano had erupted as horrifying powers instantly bore into his body, heating it up greatly. Instantly, all the clothes on his body was reduced to ash. His skin rapidly turned red from the heat. The blood vessels beneath his skin had blood surging in them that was as hot as lava. Ah! Yi Yun could not help but let out a tortured cry. He had experienced extreme temperatures before, but nothing could compare with the scorching heat coursing through his body. At that moment, Yi Yun really felt like he was going to be instantly burnt to ashes. No, how can I perish from being given an opportunity? Yi Yun widened his eyes, they burned with flames and intense indignation. He absolutely would not allow himself to die under such circumstances. While under unimaginable pain, Yi Yun forcefully circulated the Yuan Qi in his dantian as he began powering the Dragon Emperor technique. The moment his Yuan Qi began flowing, the excruciating pain Yi Yun suffered increased. His body was so hot that he was actually unable to sweat. However, drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Soon, Yi Yun looked like a person encased in blood. Yi Yun shut his eyes tightly as he focused his body and mind on the Dragon Emperor technique's circulation instead of minding the pain his body was experiencing. As his body burned vehemently, the flames gradually turned calm. Layers of black, bloody substances encased Yi Yun's body, eventually forming a black shell. After an unknown period of time, the black shell crumbled, revealing Yi Yun's flawless skin that resembled beautiful white jade. The red lava in his blood vessels flowed while illuminating Yi Yun's extremely tenacious skeleton that had been tempered to the level of a divine beast. Whew! Phew! Whew! Phew! Yi Yun's breathing was deep and forceful. He sat there cross-legged as his body emitted the terrifying aura of an ancient divine beast. It was as though he had transformed into a true dragon, one that could soar into the sky at any moment. Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. At the instant his eyes opened, a terrifying glint flashed in them. His gaze seemed to contain both the secrets of the universe and infinite time. Yi Yun gently breathed out as the red lava that surged in his body lost its glow and his aura gradually converged. He stood up, his body tall and proportionate. And within this body were the powers of an ancient divine beast. The Blood Fey Bones blood essence had perfectly fused with Yi Yun's body thanks to the Dragon Emperor technique's circulation. And amid the fiery heat, Yi Yun's body had undergone complete reconstruction, as though he was exquisite metal tempered in roaring flames. Yi Yun extended his hand and waved it as Yuan Qi automatically condensed into a white robe that sat perfectly on him. Senior? Yi Yun called out but did not receive any response. Even the sound of heartbeats that echoed in his surroundings had vanished the instant he awoken. Although Yi Yun had guessed at this outcome, he still felt a little disappointed when his voice echoed emptily. He sighed lightly as he gave a deep bow. Inside the Divine Mountains cave, Bai Yuan instantly opened her eyes when the sound of heartbeats vanished. Her eyes were filled with alarm. She suddenly turned her head. Not far away, there was a crack that looked like spider webs on the cave's walls. Pa! 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 Countless bits of dark red rubble peeled off from the wall. While they gently fluttered to the ground, a white-dressed Yin gently touched his foot on the ground like a new being that had appeared out of a cocoon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1484, Breakthrough. Chapter 1484, Breakthrough. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Bai Yuan looked towards Yi Yun. After he entered through the stone wall, he exuded the air of a perfect lifeform. His body was pure and flawless, without a single impurity. The Yuan Qi in and surrounding his body automatically circulated as though it was a tiny universe. The surrounding laws were subtly attracted to Yi Yun, prostrating around him like he was a overlord. Had he actually obtained its power? Bai Yuan found it unbelievable. She had been cultivating in this area for tens of millions of years, so she understood the blood Fei bone very well. It had its own set of rules. Even if it knew that it had little time left, it continued holding its ground in the Fei God tomb. But today, it had actually handed its powers to a junior who was only at the supremacy realm. And at that moment, Yi Yun had already taken a step forward and entered the divine pool. He began absorbing the divine stalactite marrow freely. Bai Yuan knew that Yi Yun's body was holding too much power, so much that he was unable to fully absorb it in time. He wanted to refine all of it for himself inside the divine stalactite marrow pool. When that happened, his cultivation level would naturally undergo a qualitative improvement. The moment Yi Yun entered the divine pool, he made a tiny whirlpool form in the divine stalactite marrow. Its very essence constantly flowed towards Yi Yun. Bai Yuan had previously promised to give Yi Yun half the divine stalactite marrow pool. As such, she did not stop him from freely absorbing its essence. If an ordinary warrior tried to absorb the divine stalactite marrow at such a speed while digesting the ancient Fei's powers, it would have long exploded. However, Yi Yun managed to withstand it. Bai Yuan could sense that Yi Yun cultivated in a very domineering body-tempering cultivation technique. It made his body 100 times stronger and robust. What she identified as a body-tempering cultivation technique was none other than the Dragon Emperor technique. This divine technique he had obtained from within the ascending dragon cauldron required large amounts of natural treasures to fuel its cultivation. However, due to this special characteristic, the natural treasures could be consumed extremely quickly once the Dragon Emperor technique was circulated. Bai Yuan silently watched Yi Yun cultivate. She could feel that his cultivation level was rapidly rising, and it would only be a matter of hours before he broke through to the late stages of the supremacy realm. And then... boom! There was a loud boom that left the space trembling violently. Bai Yuan frowned slightly. It was starting again. The space's location had already been pinpointed by that powerful existence. Of course he would stop at nothing to tear a spatial passageway open. Yi Yun also sensed the spatial changes even as he cultivated. If the demonic servants were to swarm in, he would have to stop his cultivation. The effects on his cultivation would be non-trivial. The space continued quaking as a black rift suddenly appeared above them. Furthermore, it began constantly expanding. Behind the rift, one could already see countless demonic servants packed tightly together. The number of demonic servants was far greater than the previous horde. Bai Yuan hurriedly stood up inside the divine pool. With a wave of her hand, a blinding white light immediately flew towards the rift. Instantly, countless chunks of frost appeared around the rift. The terrifying and harsh coldness froze the spatial rift. A dull sound they could hardly make out came from the rift. It sounded like a warning that came from ancient times. As for Bai Yuan, light emitted from her body as her aura was extremely austere. Her pretty face contained bloodlust as she coldly cried, "Begone!" Boom! The frost exploded as the ice sealed an entire area. The spatial rift was torn into countless pieces amid the frost before being completely annihilated. He had forcibly opened a spatial passageway, but Bai Yuan closed it before it could fully open. Immediately following that, Bai Yuan set up a spatial array to seal off the entire space. Yi Yun watched Bai Yuan and found himself inwardly astounded. After Bai Yuan got her injuries under control, the strength she released was far greater than before. He couldn't fathom how powerful she was at her peak. The dull sound from before likely came from the ancestor god. It was unknown how far he was from the spatial passageway, yet he was able to transmit his voice right to them. Bai Yuan noticed Yi Yun watching her. She gave him a glance before sitting back in the divine pool. You can cultivate as you wish. He cannot leave that place, nor can his true body descend in here. As for those demonic servants, they no longer pose a threat now that I've mostly recovered from my injuries. I believe he will not waste his strength for nothing. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's reassurance, Yi Yun closed his eyes again and fully focused on his cultivation. Several hours later, a mystical change happened within the sealed cave. A massive yuan qi vortex appeared above Yi Yun's head as it stirred the entire divine pool. It was absorbing large amounts of divine stalactite marrow from the divine pool. Following that, the yuan qi vortex formed a funnel that fed all of its energy to Yi Yun. Large amounts of yuan qi surged into his body, constantly raising his aura. Late-stage supremacy. After long periods of accumulation, Yi Yun was already just a sliver short of the late-stage supremacy realm. His current breakthrough was only natural with these ripe conditions. After Yi Yun broke through to the late stages of the supremacy realm, his eyes remained closed as he continued cultivating. The divine mountain cave was an excellent spot for cultivation. He had both the blood fey bones power in him as well as the divine stalactite marrow helping him. Yi Yun had decided to seclude himself here for a long period of time. He estimated that he could improve one step further once he completely digested the energy. Cultivation knew no time. Yi Yun no longer had any sense of time's passage. The beginning of the ancient battlefield would last from 10 plus years to 30 years. The warriors that entered would first seek out opportunities before seeking a wonderland where they could spend most of their time in cultivation. After all, there was a need to refine whatever opportunities one had found. After increasing their strength, they would have more of an advantage in the competition. The seasons passed as years flew by one by one. Bai Yuan had fully recovered from her injuries, but she did not leave. To a godly monarch that had a lifespan of hundreds of millions of years, a few decades was like the snap of a finger. A short meditation would take that long. She quietly rested while regulating herself until one day, a light cracking sound suddenly emitted from the youth who was immersed in the divine stalactite marrow. Like a baby dragon coming out of its shell and immediately soaring into the heavens, Yi Yun's body suddenly released a terrifying primordial strength after the light crack. The divine pool spun around Yi Yun crazily as his body seemed to be like a ferocious beast with a gaping maw. It was frenetically absorbing all the surrounding energy. Boom! 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 Yi Yun's body emitted the sound of thunder as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence and primordial chaos destruction space, as well as various other phenomena, constantly appeared around Yi Yun. When these phenomena disappeared, Yi Yun's aura turned calm once more. He opened his extremely bright eyes which sparkled like the heavenly bodies in the sky. Peak supremacy. Yi Yun took a deep breath, and the air in the cave became two vortices because of his mere exhalation. Yi Yun stood up from the divine pool and took in his newfound power, then, he punched forward. He did not use any of his body's strength or power it with yuan qi. It looked like a light punch. Hum. As Yi Yun swung his fist out, nomological Dao patterns naturally condensed on his fist, splitting space apart as he slammed it heavily into the mountain walls. Immediately, the wall shook as the stone cracked. The extremely hard mountain was left with a deep fist imprint that would forever be there, with even time finding it difficult to wipe it off. Only then did Yi Yun reveal a satisfied expression. His strength was not far from that of a divine lord. By becoming one would he dare to be confident that he had many ways of preserving himself in the impending storm. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly felt the laws around him change. Bai Yuan also sensed it, and she had a deeper understanding of it than him. Oh. It seems like it's some change of the ancient battlefield. It has reached all the way here, said Bai Yuan. The cave was almost fully isolated from the external world, but it was still part of the ancient battlefield. Only the changes of the ancient battlefield's laws could be transmitted inside. But why now? At that moment, Bai Yuan realized that the nomological changes seemed to be circling Yi Yun. After a clear hum, an ancient beam of light flew out of Yi Yun's body. Oh? It's the decimation token? Yi Yun wore a look of shock. Countless laws lingered around the token as it immediately transformed into a point of light that flew towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not dodge and allowed the point of light to land on his chest. It was very close to the runic mark from before. The point of light gradually turned corporeal as it became a blood-red mark. It was ancient and mystical in a way that could send one into a daze just by mere sight of it. Yi Yun circulated his yuan qi, and when the yuan qi passed through the blood-red mark it would emit resplendent light. Sensing that, Yi Yun punched out again. This punch emitted an ear-piercing whistle as it landed on the imprint Yi Yun left just moments ago. Boom! The divine cave mountain seemed to explode as the extremely solid wall produced numerous fractures then, with a loud crack, was reduced to countless bits of rubble that peeled off. Following that, the rubble gathered together again, mending the cracked spot on the wall, slowly restoring itself to how it was formerly. This was the second mark. Yi-Yun pondered slightly. He had obtained the first mark in the Divine Parish Hall. He had used the Shura token to absorb the nebulous primordial chaos in the Divine Parish Hall. As for the second mark, he had obtained it from the Fey God Tomb. It was likely related to his absorption of the Blood Fey Bones powers. Bai Yuan had witnessed all of this from the side. She noticed that Yi-Yun already had another mark when he obtained the second mark. Is that the Shura mark? She sighed lightly. This youth had too many miracles happen to him. He had actually condensed 2 Shura marks. It was the recognition of the ancient battlefield. Over hundreds of millions of years, the number of Shura marks born from the ancient battlefield could be counted on one hand. Yet, Yi-Yun had obtained 2 already. However, Bai Yuan clearly did not wish to raise the issue. Instead she said, "It has been 12 years. You are also at peak supremacy. It's time to leave this place." "I will be leaving too. I have sealed the space here, but once I leave, this space will open once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1485, Exiting Seclusion After 12 Years. Chapter 1485, Exiting Seclusion After 12 Years. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Yi-Yun had been cultivating the entirety of the past 12 years. He had absorbed nearly 40% of the divine stalactite marrow, which did not exceed his promise with Bai Yuan. "Senior, how are your injuries?" asked Yi-Yun. "I'm fine," replied Bai Yuan simply. Yi-Yun nodded. He knew that the root cause of her injuries were not that easily resolved. She probably only meant that she had her injuries under control. Noticing that Bai Yuan was about to leave, Yi-Yun had to ask the question that was burning inside him. "Senior, pardon me for asking, but do you have a disciple named Lin Xintong?" Yi-Yun took a deep breath as he calmed his emotions and asked this important question. After he did so, Yi-Yun stared at Bai Yuan intently, watching for any changes in expression. He felt slightly uneasy. Although he had spent 12 years in the cave with Bai Yuan, he gained no understanding of Bai Yuan's character. Although she had never harmed him and had kept her promises, he couldn't help but remember that she had heavily injured Azure Yang Lord, causing his defeat in battle that made him enter the lower realm in a downtrodden state. Yi-Yun found her an enigma. However, a person like Bai Yuan was filled with mystery to begin with. It was impossible for him to easily see through her. Lin Xintong had been taken back to the White Lunar Divine Empire by this unfathomable woman. He was naturally filled with speculation and questions. Bai Yuan gave Yi-Yun a surprised glance. She guessed at his motives through his expression. "That's right. Xintong is my disciple." "Why do you ask?" "Xintong has been focusing on cultivation and remains undistracted. She shows no interest in anything else." Bai Yuan was uncertain about Yi-Yun's motives and could only want him to forego any wild thoughts. Yi-Yun remained silent. The way Bai Yuan put it implied that Lin Xintong was very safe at the moment. Her tone also seemed to imply that she placed great importance on Lin Xintong. Yi-Yun did not plan on telling Bai Yuan his relationship with Lin Xintong. If he did, she could very well hinder them in various ways or even act against him to ensure Lin Xintong's carefree cultivation. That would be trouble. "Senior, you are overthinking things. I have long heard of Fairy Lin's fame and am only a little curious about her." "Senior, I heard that Fairy Lin chanced upon you and that you brought her back to the White Lunar Divine Empire, is that true?" continued Yi-Yun. Bai Yuan gave him a glance, her eyes emitting a look of displeasure. Clearly, she had no intention to entertain the topic further. Yi-Yun had no choice but to shut his mouth. He did not have a strong enough grasp of Bai Yuan's character. She was just too mysterious. Yi-Yun was puzzled over the reasoning behind Bai Yuan taking Lin Xintong in as her disciple. Perhaps some spectacular event had happened to Lin Xintong? But after seeing the great importance Bai Yuan placed on Lin Xintong, Yi-Yun no longer worried for Lin Xintong's safety, at least for the time being. He could not continue asking for more, afraid that it would raise Bai Yuan's suspicions. "It's time to leave," said Bai Yuan. Yi-Yun stood up. He took one last, longing look at the blood fey bone on the cave wall and the divine stalactite marrow. He left the divine cavern together with Bai Yuan. The moment they left the divine mountain, Bai Yuan said indifferently, "Your talent is extraordinary and the light from Providence shines on you. I wish you the best." With that said, she raised her hand and shot a cold beam at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun's heart leaped, but he did not dodge. When the cold beam landed on his chest, he immediately felt as though a certain spot on his body had been stabbed by an ice needle. Following that, a gray light surged out of his body before Bai Yuan snuffed it out with a frost beam. Yi Yun looked at the gray light and knew that it was a mark left behind by the ancestor god. He had broken through to the peak supremacy realm and had his body nearly reconstructed, but he had failed to discover the tracing mark. From the looks of it, the mark's purpose was much more than just tracing. Compared to that legendary existence, he was still too weak. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Yun looked up and thanked Bai Yuan. But in that short time, there was no one in front of him. Bai Yuan had already vanished. A figure like Bai Yuan naturally had many things and people that required her attention. It was impossible for her to stay with him any longer than she already had. Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief now that Bai Yuan was gone. It was time to continue his journey through the ancient battlefield alone. The Fey God Tomb's originally chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi had calmed down greatly. The terrifying source of it, the blood Fey bone, had been taken away by Yi Yun. However, the dangers that surrounded the Fey God Tomb would continue for some time. It was like a furnace. Even if the firewood was removed, the remnant could still continue burning for quite a period of time. Perhaps this place would become an ordinary but massive chasm after a few more centuries. There were too many wonderlands, perilous lands, and mystic realms in this world. They would come into existence for different reasons and give birth to great dangers and even greater opportunities. They might cause a stir for a period of time, making people revere or fear them while flocking to see. Perhaps there were many stunning elites that once ended up perishing in there, but, eventually, these perilous mystic realms would be forgotten in the long rivers of time. Yi Yun sighed as he gave a deep bow in the direction of the blood Fey bone. It had spent its mighty life waiting in this area for hundreds of millions of years alone, experiencing the endless barrage of time until it finally could rest. From this day forth, those that knew of its existence would be few in number. The Fey God Tomb would eventually be forgotten. Senior, rest in peace. I will continue Senior Puri Yang's legacy and complete it for him. Yi Yun bowed once more as he got up and proceeded out the Fey God Tomb. It's been 12 years. I wonder how Luo Yue and company are. He never expected to spend so much time inside the Fey God Tomb. Back then, they had come so far only by accompanying the warrior that had possessed the blood Fey bone. Yi Yun did not have the time to send them out and could only have them stay where they were. He never expected to encounter the ancestor god in the blood Fey bone cave, which resulted in the need to seal it. Then Yi Yun received the blood Fey bone's lifeblood powers and had to cultivate immediately. If he stopped midway, he would have wasted a great deal of energy for no reason. The danger in the Fey God Tomb should have decreased drastically after I absorbed the blood Fey bone's powers. Luo Yue and company should be fine. Besides, Fairy Yuru is there. She's no ordinary person, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to leave the Fey God Tomb. With this thought in mind, he went to where he separated from Luo Yue and company. He scanned the area with his psyche and indeed, they were already gone. 12 years was too long for young warriors. Yi Yun felt a little sorry. He did not know how much danger they encountered while waiting for him. I think it's best if I confirm they are safe. I hope that nothing ill has befallen them. Yi Yun stepped past the region and saw the dried riverbed from before. 12 years ago, they had entered the Fey God Tomb by walking parallel to it. Oh. Someone's there. Yi Yun's mind stirred as he immediately hid himself. He saw a group of warriors approaching him while following the riverbed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1486, Massive Chaos God Fiend Array. Chapter 1486, Massive Chaos God Fiend Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. These people were dressed uniformly in a sex attire. One of them was sitting cross-legged on a mat as he floated forward. He was short in stature and his head was proportionally bigger than usual. At his glabella was a mark that resembled an eye. Psyche waves emitted from the mark that radiated in every direction. He was a royal sealed divine lord. These psyche waves constantly swept over the region where Yi Yun was hiding, but since he had reached peak supremacy level and had perfect control over his body's energy with the purple crystal, he could completely prevent any energy fluctuations from reaching him. Even a royal sealed divine lord that focused on soul cultivation could not sense Yi Yun's existence. After searching for about 8 minutes, the royal sealed divine lord gave up the search and shook his head. Is there nothing at all? Asked a youth. The royal sealed divine lord said, it might have been a mistake on my part. I felt an energy fluctuation from that area just moments ago, but now that I'm carefully probing I sense nothing. The youth frowned slightly. Martial uncle, could that Yi Yun have been reduced to nothing? We have searched the Fey God tomb numerous times but have not found even a single bone of his. Even if Iyun died in the most horrible fashion, he should have left behind at least some of the divine treasures he obtained in the divine parish hall. Yet we have found nothing. Humph. That Iyun killed so many of our great cosmic state elites. He even killed my junior brother, Li Fire Divine Lord. I have no idea how he managed to escape the divine parish hall ahead of time, never mind how he made it to the Fey God tomb that's millions of kilometers away. He was also truly arrogant. He thought that he was invincible after gaining some small benefit from the divine parish hall, and went deep into the Fey God tomb alone. Numerous elites throughout history have perished in there. His death is no matter, but for him to leave the divine treasures from the divine parish hall in the Fey God tomb, he has made us search in vain. If I find his corpse, I'll definitely pulverize it, the tiny royal sealed divine lord said hatefully. Iyun heard all of that clearly from the side. Li Fire Divine Lord. Having cultivated for 12 years, Iyun nearly forgot about the matter. He had killed 2 royal sealed divine lords in the divine parish hall, Li Fire and Xingyu. Many of the other great cosmic state experts had been killed by him as well. Back then, the divine parish hall was sealed and only Iyun had been transported out. People from the great cosmic state should not have known what happened inside. But now, from the conversation, he could clearly tell that the divine parish hall's entrance had been opened once again. As the trapped warriors left the divine parish hall, news naturally spread. The fruit of the netherworld tree and the large amounts of nebulous primordial chaos in the inner sanctum had all been taken by Iyun, with the others got nothing. Ignoring the fact that Iyun had killed numerous people, just the treasures on him alone would make him to be the target of many even if he had not provoked anyone. Martial uncle, we have been searching for years. Who knows if our continued search will bear fruit, another person grumbled. The tiny warrior snorted coldly. The treasures of the divine parish hall have attracted many people, especially the nebulous primordial chaos. It has even stirred the entity who gave us this order. So cut the grumbling. If we find Iyun, regardless if he is dead or alive, just getting the netherworld fruit and the copious amounts of nebulous primordial chaos will result in rewards that would last you for millennia. It is even possible to cultivate all the way to the Divine Lord realm. You might not be aware that the entity cultivates in the primordial chaos laws. If not, why would he be given the title Primordial Chaos Tao Lord? Once the short warrior said that, the minds of the others burned with excited thoughts. Being able to cultivate straight to the Divine Lord realm might border on exaggeration since it was still very difficult to cultivate to the level of Divine Lord no matter the resources, but just the idea of rewards from Primordial Chaos Tao Lord left them salivating. Perhaps he would bestow them with heritage manuals, allowing them to study some of the primordial chaos laws. It represented a great Tao of supremacy from when the universe was first created. Just gaining a little enlightenment in such things was a great boon to them. Martial uncle, you are right. I was being too impatient. Although there are many opportunities in the ancient battlefield, none of them are easily found. Although our strength isn't bad, we are just average compared to all the geniuses in the ancient battlefield. It's better to stay rooted to the ground and seek out Iyun's corpse. It's less risky and it would provide a huge opportunity once we find it. That's right. Speaking of which, the Fey God Tomb's Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi is getting more stable. About 10 years ago, Tao Lord personally set up a massive array to fix the chaotic energies in here and shock the heretic demons. It was supposed to be temporary, but from the looks of it at present, this array formation seems to have quite heaven-defying effects. The dangers in the Fey God Tomb have been decreasingly greatly, mused the short Divine Lord. Martial uncle, what's so odd about that? It's the massive Chaos God Fiend array which fuses the primordial chaos laws. Even an ancient phase powers cannot resist the sapping of the primordial chaos laws, a young warrior said proudly. Their lineage, if traced, led to one of primordial chaos Daelord's disciples. Massive God Fiend array? Iyun was slightly taken aback by that. He never imagined that the primordial chaos Tao Lord these people were talking about cultivated in the primordial chaos laws as well. From the looks of it, he definitely had obtained certain opportunities. It's no wonder. I noticed that the further I came out of the Fey God Tomb, the faster its strength seemed to be reducing. Even though I absorbed the blood Fey bone, the ancient Fey powers in here should still linger on for a very long period of time. It's because someone is using a massive array to repress the area. Iyun sighed. If that massive lifeform's consciousness remained, how could anything, even if it were a massive Chaos God Fiend array, be able to repress the blood Fey bone? But now that the Fey God Tomb had lost its power source, it naturally could not resist the massive array. An expert like the short Divine Lord was able to sense a certain amount of these things. But the juniors were lacking in experience. They could only conclude that the primordial Chaos Downlord was powerful. How was it possible for them to imagine the Fey God Tomb's true powers? Yi Yun revealed himself after the group departed a good distance away. He spread out his psyche and indeed, he saw many warriors searching around the Fey God Tomb. These people were all looking for his corpse, hoping to obtain the netherworld fruit and the nebulous primordial chaos to make a killing. Yi Yun also saw that a huge grey barrier was enveloping the entire area and even further distance away. The barrier emitted an energy fluctuation that Yi Yun was extremely familiar with. It was made from the primordial chaos laws. This barrier had contained all the remnant ancient Fey powers inside the Fey God Tomb. These ancient Fey powers would have dissipated into the world with the passage of time, but the barrier made it so that all the ancient Fey powers had nowhere to dissipate to. They were being absorbed by the massive Chaos God Fiend array. And at the array's core was a grey crystal. It was about 10 feet tall, and all the ancient Fey powers that were coursing through the array gathered in the middle of the crystal, dyeing its bottom blood red. The ancient Fey powers were being converted into pure energy by the array, and every bit of it was gathered in that crystal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1487, The Will That Continues. Chapter 1487, The Will That Continues. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Oh, does the person who set up this massive array plan on taking the remnant ancient Fey powers for his own? Yi Yun saw a young divine lord guarding the massive Chaos God Fiend array's core where the crystal was. Apart from him, there were another 8 people dressed in great cosmic state uniforms. If the Blood Fey Bones consciousness was still there, it would not have permitted these people to act so impetuously on its land. But now that it was gone, they were able to freely absorb the ancient Fey powers. It was a natural treasure that they coveted, after all. The great cosmic state juniors were very desirous of the gathered ancient Fey powers. Elda's senior brother, the Fey God Tomb isn't really that impressive from the looks of it. I've heard many stories of how dangerous the Fey God Tomb is when I first entered the ancient battlefield. The stories spoke of countless geniuses who perished in here, but now with Divine Lord personally taking action, a massive Chaos God Fiend array is enough to easily seal the area. Now, the array is working calmly, without so much as a stir. The Fey God Tomb is this and nothing more. A few great cosmic state youths were discussing with excitement. They were very respectful when it came to the young Divine Lord that led them. He was dressed in blue clothes. His brows resembled swords and his aura was as sharp as a blade. He was the only personal disciple primordial Chaos Downlord selected out of the younger generation. In the great cosmic state, all the members of the younger generation addressed him as eldest senior brother. This was because of his well-grounded foundation. He had once trained in a particular perilous area in the great cosmic state for a century, making a huge and swift breakthrough, achieving the level of Divine Lord at a young age. Although he had not fused a Divine Lord royal seal, it was already a very impressive feat. He smiled faintly and said, "That's only natural. It's not that the Fey God Tomb isn't dangerous. It's simply that Master's cultivation level is just too high. In all of the sinkhole, the next person that has any hopes of becoming godly monarch is Master. No matter how powerful this ancient Fey God was in the past, it has now been reduced to bone. How can its remnant powers escape Master's grasp? Definitely. Definitely. Ha 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 ha." Many of the young great cosmic state disciples immediately echoed him respectfully. They knew the Downlord would reward them for simply guarding the area. If Ian's body could not be found by the others, they would be the ones that did the most meritorious deeds. They might even be bestowed with a portion of the ancient Fey powers that had been gathered by the crystal. Eldest senior brother, this crystal will be almost full in another half year. A young disciple rubbed his hands as he looked at the grey crystal that had been dyed red by the ancient Fey powers with covetous eyes. The young Divine Lord naturally knew what he had in mind. He chuckled and said, "All right. It has been hard on all of you, guarding this crystal these past few years. In that case, I'll extract a bit of the ancient Fey powers to share with all of you." Really? Upon hearing the young Divine Lord's offer, the young disciples brimmed with excitement. They had long yearned for the ancient Fey powers that they had been watching over for years. Just a tiny sliver of the massive power would go a long way towards their cultivation. It's just an ancient Fey that has been dead for hundreds of millions of years. It's not as impressive as the rumors say. Master won't mind it either, said the young Divine Lord proudly. To establish himself in the great cosmic state, he naturally needed to win over the masses. Giving tiny perks like these was a necessity. He strode forward to the grey crystal and extended his hand to beckon, causing a red beam of light to shoot out from the crystal. It was none other than the ancient Fey powers. When this power landed on the young Divine Lord's hands, it shrank into a blob. Although the ancient Fae's remnant consciousness was gone, the remnant lifeblood of a massive lifeform like it carried traces of instinct after fusing with its vital marks. If the lifeblood was buried deep underground, it was possible for it to gain new sentience after absorbing the worldly essence after tens of millions of years. This blob of lifeblood power constantly struggled in the young Divine Lord's hands. It attempted to escape, but he smiled hideously. As he grasped it in his palms, a gray flame immediately enveloped the blob. Its eldest senior brother's primordial chaos fire. Ha ha ha, this ancient Fae actually has thoughts of resisting. The primordial chaos fire conjured by eldest senior brother can easily refine it. The surrounding young disciples gave their kudos. Chie. 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 The ancient Fae blood was constantly being burned as it let out a lamenting cry. Its vital mark was being rapidly refined away. Humph, you are just an ancient Fae that has been dead for hundreds of millions of years. If your true body were here, I might have to worry about you, but all that's left is a sliver of a vital mark. You can forget about resisting my flame. It's futile. The young Divine Lord was just about to inject greater strength to completely vanquish the vital mark when he suddenly felt as though the lifeblood blob in his hand had been ignited. It began to burn extremely vigorously. Oh? What happened? The young Divine Lord was taken aback. He saw that the ancient Fae blood was producing a crimson-red blood flash that burned fiercely. It was like a blood-red sun had risen inside it. The situation was too unnatural. The young Divine Lord sensed that something abnormal had happened. The ancient Fae blood's energies were rapidly increasing, but how was that possible? He had limited the amount of ancient Fae powers he had extracted. Had something else injected energy into it? Boom! The terrifying energy exploded out of the ancient Fae blood. The blob of lifeblood suddenly transformed into a giant head as it bit down at the young Divine Lord's wrist. You are courting death. The young Divine Lord smacked down with his palm. He was, after all, the strongest member of the great cosmic state's younger generation. The might of just his palm was extraordinary. When he struck the blood-colored head's glabella, he felt a huge jolt in his arm. All his lifeblood began stirring within him. It's that powerful? Just as the young Divine Lord was coming to terms with the shock, he suddenly heard cracking sounds. He turned his head suddenly and his expression changed drastically. He watched helplessly as the gray crystal in the massive Chaos God Fiend Array's core cracked. Fissures that resembled spider webs were spreading across the crystal. Impossible. How could that be possible? The young Divine Lord turned pale from fright. The massive Chaos God Fiend Array that his master had personally set up was crumbling from its core. The young disciples of the great cosmic state were also alarmed. They did not know what would happen next. At that moment, no one knew that Yun was standing 100 feet above them in a warped space. He was looking down at them coldly. I never expected that Senior Ancient Fae passed down his powers to me but still left behind a vital mark. Now, a calamity has befallen it as it was sealed and tortured by these people. With Senior Ancient Fae departing this world, its powers live on in me. I shall hand over some of these powers to you and let you determine your own fate. Yun gently beckoned. Pa! 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 The gray crystal began to shatter. The ancient Fae powers sealed in it surged out like a flood. Roar! 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 Terrifying roars filled the sky as the ground quaked. The lifeblood sealed in the crystal convalesced into a massive lifeform. It had 2 wings on its back and a forbidding horn on its head. It resembled an ancient divine dragon. What is it? Against such a terrifying existence, the expressions of the great cosmic state disciples turned ashen. Work together and hold it back. The young Divine Lord yelled the order, but at that moment the blood-colored ancient Fae's massive wing had slashed down like a cleaver. Ka-cha! Space shattered as the might of that strike was enough to render the world asunder. Ah! Young disciples cried out tragically as their bodies were sliced clean through by the wing blade. Due to their impressive cultivation levels, they did not die immediately. However, their eyes were filled with despair and indignation as they watched their own bodies separate. Eldest senior brother, save me! They shouted loudly, but the young Divine Lord had his hands tied. He had just dodged the wing blade's lethal strike, but at that moment the blood-colored ancient Fae had opened its jaws, shooting a black beam of light at him. The attack was too fast. Power of primordial chaos! The young Divine Lord roared as he released all his strength. A sliver of nebulous primordial chaos floated out of his dantian and formed a gray shield in front of him. His master was primordial chaos Downlord, after all. He had once refined a sliver of the nebulous primordial chaos. Just that sliver was as heavy as a mountain, making it the best defense. But compared to the nebulous primordial chaos that Yi Yun had cultivated, the eldest senior brother's nebulous primordial chaos was like a tiny puddle of water against the roaring seas. It was completely incomparable. In terms of primordial chaos nomological insight, the difference between them was also like night and day. Yi Yun had only injected a sliver of his primordial chaos nomological insight into the blood-colored column of light. Boom! The shield shattered. The young Divine Lord never expected that the primordial chaos shield he had always been so proud of would only last as long as it took to blink. He had just retrieved a green talisman from his interspatial ring, a life preservation trump card his master, Primordial Chaos Lord, had given him when the black beam of light struck him in the chest. He didn't have time to activate the talisman. Pwah! His chest was penetrated as he looked at the bloody hole left inside him. He felt that his strength was rapidly vanishing. He was dead, just like that? The young Divine Lord felt as though he was in a dream. He felt that everything that had happened before him until his moment of death seemed surreal. He was a disciple of Primordial Chaos Lord, the strongest person of the great cosmic state's younger generation. He had a limitless future ahead of him, but here he was, dead. He was feeling enormously proud of his success just moments ago, but now he was in the process of dying. Was the martial path truly that unpredictable? Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. The young disciples of the great cosmic state cried out frantically. Their eldest senior brother, who they deemed a straw to clutch at, had been penetrated through the chest. He did not look like he would survive it. If their eldest senior brother failed to put up any resistance, how could they have any hope of escape? What was this blood-colored ancient Fae? Could it be the powers sealed inside the Fae God tomb? However, the Fae God tomb had long been sealed by Primordial Chaos Lord with the massive Chaos God Fiend array. It had gone without incident for more than 10 years. Why did this anomaly suddenly happen now? At that moment, all of them were reeling in despair. They wished to escape, but, at that moment, the furious blood-colored ancient Fae was charging towards them. Pwah pwah pwah! Blood splattered as the great cosmic state disciples were decapitated one by one. The blood-colored ancient Fae had an extremely strong bloodlust. It showed no mercy to its enemies. It was a massive life form that transcended mere humanity. Most life was at the level of ants to it. It coldly watched life turn to death, thinking nothing of the slaughter. To it, the meaning of life was solely that woolen mission that had continued for hundreds of millions of years. And now, its wool had been inherited by Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1488, Primordial Chaos Lord. Chapter 1488, Primordial Chaos Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun watched silently from within the void rift as the blood-colored ancient Fae reigned over the Fae God tomb like a god. Its massive body reached straight to the skies as its head peeked through the massive Chaos God Fiend array and completely tore it. Roar! The ancient Fae let out a terrifying roar as it burst forward, sweeping through the area. Many warriors in the ancient Fae God tomb saw a surging blood aura bearing down on them from afar. Even the gray clouds of the ancient battlefield sky that remained perennially unchanged were dyed red. What happened? What happened to the Fae God tomb? People were alarmed. They were aware that Primordial Chaos Lord had come to the ancient battlefield. He was one of the few that left his name on the ancient battlefield's world monolith 100,000 years ago. To this day, his name could still be clearly seen. He naturally had no need for a teleportation jade slip to enter and exit the ancient battlefield. The only reason he was even there were the changes in the Divine Parish Hall. He decided to stop his seclusion just to come to the ancient battlefield. Then he set up the massive Chaos God Fiend array in the Fae God tomb to repress the ancient Fae's aura. They had all heard that the Fae God tomb had become calmer over the years. It was as though the massive Chaos God Fiend array had been very effective, so they never expected an anomaly to happen today. Could it be that the repressed ancient Fae powers had suddenly gone berserk and destroyed the array as a result? A Divine Lord probed the Fae God tomb with his psyche from afar but only saw the tragic deaths of the great cosmic state disciples. The blood-colored ancient Fae was indomitable. A casual swipe of its claws tore apart a portion of the world. Just the spatial storms that surged out of the rifts had ground the disciples from the younger generations to bits. Wow, the great cosmic state has suffered massive losses today. People began retreating even if they were already far away, afraid that they would attract the blood-colored ancient Fae's attention and be the next ones to perish. 15 minutes later, after the blood-colored ancient Fae left the massive Chaos God Fiend array in a wake of destruction, and nearly all the great cosmic state disciples were killed, its massive body began to shrink suddenly. Its form phased away into an invisible point and had completely vanished in mere seconds. That ancient Fey blood figure has vanished. People shuddered in fear. It seemed they had underestimated the Fey god tomb. From the looks of it, it was indeed still a perilous land. It was no wonder that Yun, who had been basking in the limelight 12 years ago, had perished in there. Of course, Yun was alive and well, enveloped by the dense ancient Fey powers as he flew in midair. The sanguine mist-like aura conformed to his flawless body, the product of 12 years of marrow cleansing. He looked like a sinister god that had been reborn after bathing in blood. Whoosh! All the sanguine aura vanished as Yun was restored to his original looks. He had bestowed the bound ancient Fey powers with the energy he had received from the massive lifeform's consciousness. After it exacted its revenge, it automatically and successfully fused back into Yun's body. The energy had not been depleted, but instead increased after fusing with the ancient Fey powers that the massive Chaos God Fiend array had been absorbing for 12 years. Now, Yun felt as though he had gained a new lease on life. He had never been this strong before. Primordial Chaos Lord, is it? To set up such a massive array and send parties to seek out my corpse, thought Yun. There was no corpse, of course, but he had given him a surprise. He was unsure what Primordial Chaos Lord's expression would be like when he saw all of this. Meanwhile, at the Divine Parish Hall more than 500,000 kilometers away from the Fey God Tomb. The Divine Parish Hall had already changed tremendously since Yun entered. The hall's exterior was covered in dense fog and the interior was dark. The Divine Parish Hall was not a place anyone could enter. Rumor has it that ever since the Divine Parish Hall was opened and the Spear of Primordial Chaos awakened, the area became a perilous land. Weaker warriors would perish just because they approached it. But in this perilous land, there were dozens of Divine Lords, trying their best to collectively unseal a seal. The Spear of Primordial Chaos's awakening had attracted all these Divine Lords. They were all rather famous, with the strongest few being reclusive experts from the various divine empires. Some of them were even monarchs of their empire. There were a few who were original residents of the ancient battlefield, figures who had left their names on the ancient monolith. When the ancient battlefield opened 12 years ago, the warriors that came learned that the original residents were cultivating here. Simply by having the qualification to stay in the ancient battlefield, these people were mysterious and formidable to the younger generation. They were elusive beings. But now, with the Divine Parish Hall fully opened, people were finally able to see their true faces. Their strength far exceeded the likes of Fire Divine Lord and company. These people were acting to obtain the Spear of Primordial Chaos. Ordinary Divine Lords that had not fused a Divine Lord Royal Seal had to stay away. But as these Divine Lords pursued the Spear of Primordial Chaos vehemently, it tunneled into space and left behind a spatial seal. They never expected another space to be hidden within the Divine Parish Hall. This left everyone intrigued. It was not easy to unseal the sealed space, but after the collective forces of dozens of Divine Lords was applied, about 80% of the seal had been destroyed. With success at hand, a man right in the middle who was immersed in grey fog suddenly revealed an infuriated look. Who is it? How dare they destroy my massive Chaos God Fiend array and kill my disciple? The man looked extremely young. His eyes had a grey color to them, but it constantly flashed with wisps of red light. It was an extremely odd thing to look into. Oh? Fellow Taoist Primordial Chaos, why have you stopped acting on the seal? Primordial Chaos Daelord's sudden halt left the other Divine Lords perplexed. One of the Divine Lords questioned him immediately. I have something immediate to tend to. I must make a move first, said Primordial Chaos Daelord with a heavy voice. Another Divine Lord immediately frowned. Fellow Taoist Primordial Chaos, we had agreed to destroy the seal together. How can you leave just like that? Primordial Chaos Daelord's gaze turned cold. I will leave as and when I wish to leave. Fire Cloud, are you trying to stop me? You? Fire Cloud Divine Lord was exasperated. Primordial Chaos Daelord was a testy person, but he was extremely strong. He was not someone to cross. Upon seeing the mood turn stiff, a scholarly-looking Divine Lord suddenly smiled faintly. Extending out his arm, he flicked it, immediately destroying the frozen space between Fire Cloud Divine Lord and Primordial Chaos Daelord without a trace. Primordial Chaos Daelord, Brother Fire Cloud had no such intention. However, we did make an agreement. If you truly must leave now, you should at least give us a reason, said the scholarly Divine Lord with a smile. Upon hearing the more reasonable scholarly Divine Lord's words, Primordial Chaos Daelord's cold expression calmed down. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. I have some things to tend to. I should return in 2 hours, said Primordial Chaos Daelord. If it's only that short a time, go ahead and tend to your matters. I believe anything that requires your sudden attention can't be trivial, said Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. It's nothing so grave, either. I will resolve it quickly and return. As Primordial Chaos Downlord spoke, his body instantly transformed into a stream of light as he charged into a rift ahead of him. The rift vanished instantly, along with Primordial Chaos Downlord's body. He tore open space? From the looks of it, Primordial Chaos Downlord is very concerned over this matter. He did set up that massive array in the Fey God Tomb. Perhaps it has something to do with the Fey God Tomb, said Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. Sacred Horizon Downlord is right. What else can he be involved with apart from the Fey God Tomb in this ancient battlefield? Probably something serious has happened in the Fey God Tomb. Firecloud Divine Lord looked peeved seeing Primordial Chaos Downlord leave. At the same time, he was gloating over any misfortune that might have happened to him. Everyone knows about the Fey God Tomb and how Yun, who had vanished there 12 years ago, is laden with treasure. Primordial Chaos Downlord is trying to monopolize it all for himself and has gotten the great cosmic state disciples to seal off the area. He acts like it's his own back garden, another Divine Lord sneered as he said. When it came to this matter, the other Divine Lords were obviously unhappy. Despite being residents, they had missed out on the emergence of great treasures in the Divine Parish Hall, and now, Primordial Chaos Downlord had rushed back outside. By capitalizing on his powerful strength, he had monopolized the Fey God Tomb. Who would be happy with that? This Primordial Chaos Downlord really thinks nothing of us. Not only does he refuse to share the Fey God Tomb with everyone, he was already ready to come to blows with us over a simple question. He doesn't even show much respect to Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat, said Firecloud Divine Lord. Eclipse Arhat was a monk. He wielded a demon-felling pestle and his eyes were tightly closed. Even when he heard Firecloud Divine Lord mention him, he only raised his eyelids a little. His aura was powerful and majestic, but if one did not take a careful look at him, one would not even notice his existence. Primordial Chaos Downlord has had a stunning cultivation level from a young age, after all. He has a high chance of becoming a godly monarch. Despite my cultivation level, I'm too advanced in my years. I have no hope of becoming a godly monarch, nor do I wish to embroil myself in this contest. It is normal for such a genius to have some arrogance. Everyone, let's just continue breaking the seal. For this hidden space to be so concealed, no one has ever heard of it. We might very well be the first to step into it, said Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord clearly had a high standing in this group. He was the sect master of the First Beginnings Immortal Gate. He had come to the ancient battlefield only because the Divine Parish Hall had fully opened. Although he sounded humble, no one would truly brush him off for being advanced in his years. His strength was unfathomable and some people guessed that he was only a step shy of reaching godly monarch. With him saying that, everyone immediately nodded in agreement and continued destroying the seal. At that moment in the Fey God Tomb, Yun and the ancient Fey powers had completely fused together. Just as he was about to leave, a spatial rift suddenly appeared high above the Fey God Tomb. Cold killing intent emanated out of it. Yun's expression changed slightly. He could sense potent strength coming from the aura. The person who had torn open space was very likely the Primordial Chaos Downlord who had been previously mentioned. He never expected Primordial Chaos Downlord to come so quickly. The spatial rift had been opened up from an extremely distant spot. Such a thing required an extremely profound grasp of spatial dimension laws. In this situation, if Yun were to immediately flee, he would immediately attract the attention of the incomer. Therefore, he immediately converged all his aura and stood motionless in his spot. Yun's primordial chaos laws were very powerful at present. Just by standing there, he seemed to melt into the world, as though he were just another wisp of air in the sky. No one could notice him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1489, Successfully Escaping. Chapter 1489, Successfully Escaping. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Boom! Primordial Chaos Downlord charged out of the spatial rift. The moment he appeared, he immediately swept the Fey God Tomb with his psyche. Ian sensed the psyche sweep pass over where he was hiding, but it did not pause. Clearly, Primordial Chaos Downlord had failed to detect him. He continued converging his aura until Primordial Chaos Downlord was gone, then he felt he could leave with poise. Primordial Chaos Downlord failed to find Yun, but he saw the massive array in shambles, his disciples' corpse, and the corpses of great cosmic state disciples strewn across the ground. He had failed to catch the culprit despite rushing over so quickly. Primordial Chaos Downlord was fuming. He had killed anyone that had dared offend him ever since he made a name for himself. Even Divine Lords had learned not to provoke him, yet in this tiny Fey God tomb, someone had dared overturn his plans. He was above the disciples of the great cosmic state. He could tell at a glance that nothing otherworldly had happened in the Fey God tomb. The destruction of his massive array had to be a result of human interference. Who's there? Get out here now. Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly drew a long saber. As it produced a sharp whistle, it instantly cleaved apart space and struck the ground. Boom! 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 As though the world was quaking, a massive chasm split open in the land. Space was vibrating vigorously in the wake of the saber flash as it produced lethal spatial rifts. Yun was alarmed. He never expected Primordial Chaos Downlord to have such an irascible temper. Despite not seeing even a shadow, he had unleashed hellfire on his surroundings. Worst of all, one of the spatial rifts was sweeping towards the very spot where Yun hid. If Yun remained motionless, he would likely be sliced up by the spatial rift. Despite having struck out in fury, Primordial Chaos Downlord found it impossible to calm the raging fires in him. Just as he was about to cleave a second time to level the entire Fey God tomb, his psyche suddenly noticed a figure flash by like a ghost. Let's see you escape this. Primordial Chaos Downlord immediately locked onto the figure as he roared angrily. The person, who somehow evaded his detection, was truly audacious to hide under his nose. The moment Yun moved, he felt as though the surrounding space had turned into a quagmire. Above him came Primordial Chaos Downlord's angry bellow. Primordial Chaos Downlord's psyche was astounding. Unless Yun remained completely still, he would stir the surrounding Yuan Qi. Even the slightest motion made it so he couldn't evade Primordial Chaos Downlord's detection. Therefore, Yun did not panic when he was discovered by Primordial Chaos Downlord. He had long expected this. Yun's build and looks instantly changed as he drew a sword. At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord's second saber flash had arrived. However, this strike was by no means intended to directly kill Yun. Primordial Chaos Downlord only wanted to lop off Yun's limbs. Death was too simple for a person that had dared to foil his plans. Yun's eyes were calm. As he watched the incoming saber flash that could cleave open the world, he suddenly retaliated. His sword flashes were like water as they instantly enveloped the saber flashes of his enemy. The corner of Primordial Chaos Downlord's mouth suffused a cold smile. He could sense that the person before him was a mere Supremacy Junior. To attempt to parry his attack was utter foolishness. Labeling him as courting death was an understatement. However, he was also perplexed. How did a Supremacy destroy his massive array? Even if his concealment technique was somewhat unique, the massive array was not something that could be easily destroyed through such tricks. Perhaps this person had nothing to do with the array, but Primordial Chaos Downlord had no intention of stopping. Lopping off the person's limbs and searching his soul was enough to get his answer. At that moment, the sword flashes broke apart but did not dissipate. They transformed into thousands of sword raindrops, with each raindrop emitting the powers of destruction. As the rain pelted the saber flashes, they eroded them clean. But Yun did not remain idle as he struck out again. More sword flashes instantly tore open a huge chasm in the ground as a powerful sword chi surged at Primordial Chaos Downlord. Primordial Chaos Downlord's expression changed. This person was no simple Supremacy. He blocked the sword chi with his saber, but his psyche lock on Yun revealed that he was already rapidly escaping. You will not escape after daring to destroy my array. Primordial Chaos Downlord's cold voice echoed throughout the Fey God tomb. He tore open his spatial rift with one hand and began his pursuit of Yun. How dare someone with the strength of an ordinary Divine Lord dare to flee under his nose? He was certain that Yun was the person who had destroyed the array. His attack suffused the power of an ancient Fey, and this only infuriated Primordial Chaos Downlord even more. When Yun bought himself some time with his strike, he immediately flew away at full speed. Primordial Chaos Downlord had not used his full strength in the previous attack, which was why Yun had managed to fully parry it. However, he entertained no illusions of how powerful Primordial Chaos Downlord was. If a typical late-stage Supremacy were standing there, they would probably have been dismembered with one strike. As for Yun, he had not only fused with the Blood Fey Bones powers, he had also fused with the ancient Fey powers that Primordial Chaos Downlord had been gathering for more than 10 years. This allowed him to parry the saber strike unscathed. However, this was not enough to make Yun believe that he could clash with Primordial Chaos Downlord head-on. At the very least, he was still not Primordial Chaos Downlord's match. He hadn't even fled more than 5,000 kilometers when a spatial rift tore open behind Yun suddenly. Primordial Chaos Downlord stepped out. Where do you think you can flee to? However, just as Primordial Chaos Downlord finished his sentence, he saw Yun's body flare with a sanguine aura. He then transformed into a sanguine beam as he sped up greatly. Burning your blood essence? I want to see how long you can keep this up. Primordial Chaos Daelord's gray eyes flashed with a hint of blood red as he spoke coldly. He reached out his hand and tore open another spatial rift immediately. Yun and Primordial Chaos Daelord continued this game of flee and pursuit across the ancient battlefield. Soon, they were out of the Fey God Tomb's confines. As for Primordial Chaos Daelord, who believed that it would be an easy task to apprehend Yun, he gradually sulked. With their speed and Yun's burning of his blood essence, he should have long been enervated or even injured. Yet, Yun's momentum never once faltered. What was going on? Primordial Chaos Daelord was perplexed. He had given chase by tearing open space itself. Although he was very fast, he was still slightly lacking compared to Yun, who was burning his blood essence. Primordial Chaos Daelord still needed to tend to matters at the Divine Parish Hall. He could not continue wasting time with Yun, therefore, he decided to tear open space once more. The moment he stepped in, he immediately tore open another spatial rift. Repeated tearing open of space demanded extremely high attainments in spatial dimension laws. Only someone with Primordial Chaos Daelord's strength could do it. Yun immediately sensed the erratic spatial fluctuations behind him. Spatial rifts appeared successively, which greatly increased Primordial Chaos Daelord's speed. If this continued, he would soon be caught. Chie! Primordial Chaos Daelord walked out of the final spatial rift and appeared in front of Yun. But at that moment, Yun's body emanated an even richer sanguine aura as his speed increased even more. Burning blood essence was very damaging to ordinary warriors, but it was nothing to Yun. After cultivating in the Dragon Emperor technique, Yun could burn up to 30% of his blood essence and still easily replenish it. He can still burn even more blood essence. Primordial Chaos Daelord's expression sank. This person was too good at fleeing. He also needed to expend a great deal of Yuan Qi to tear open the void. This was the ancient battlefield after all. Its space was extremely stable and was not something one could tear through so easily. If this continued, he would truly lose sight of his target. Upon coming to this conclusion, Primordial Chaos Daelord was hopping mad. He was actually watching helplessly as his target fled successfully. Primordial Chaos Daelord gritted his teeth and tore open the void once more. But this time, he could sense that he had expended too much Yuan Qi. Although he could continue the pursuit, it would require him to give up on the Divine Parish Hall. The sudden appearance of the Black Divine Spear seemed to hide an enticing secret. Although he was bent on capturing the person who had destroyed his array, he still wanted to probe the Divine Parish Hall's mystery. This left him apprehensive about expending all his Yuan Qi. If he used too much, he wouldn't have enough to deal with people like Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and Eclipse Arhat when the time came. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1490, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Proverbial Jaws. Chapter 1490, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Proverbial Jaws. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After tearing open space again, Primordial Chaos Daelord stepped through the spatial rift and found that Yun's back was covered in sanguine aura. His speed had not decreased in any way. Was he really still burning his blood essence? At that moment, the space suddenly trembled gently. Primordial Chaos Daelord's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look. He saw the clouds begin to move in the direction of the spatial quake as though a major anomaly had occurred. However, that scene was fleeting. The sky quickly returned to normal. Oh! It's the Divine Parish Hall. Primordial Chaos Daelord's heart jolted. The phenomenon moved precisely in the direction of the Divine Parish Hall. Some anomaly in the Divine Parish Hall had caused a fluctuation in the spatial dimension laws. He angrily glanced at Yun's fleeing back as he sent his cold voice into Yun's ears. You won't escape. With that said, he ripped space apart again and stepped into the spatial rift. In a blink of an eye, he vanished along with the spatial rift. Oh? He isn't chasing me anymore? Yun stopped after Primordial Chaos Daelord disappeared but was still wary. Following that, he looked in the direction of the spatial quake he had just sensed. He did not know what had happened there to cause a quake that would reach him. Furthermore, the fact that Primordial Chaos Daelord was willing to immediately abandon his pursuit to rush over meant that the anomaly was no trifling matter. Yun gently frowned. Should he head over to take a look? Logically speaking, he ought to flee as soon as possible. But Yun knew that the ancient battlefield was all about seeking opportunities. If he was going to be apprehensive about everything, he might as well dig a hole in the ground and hide. There was no point to being in the ancient battlefield if one wasn't bold. I shall conceal my aura using the purple crystal. It shouldn't be risky to just take a look. I will immediately retreat if things go awry. Yi Yun quickly made up his mind. With that, not only did he give up the opportunity to flee, he ended up changing directions and quickly followed Primordial Chaos Downlord. Scram! A stream of light shot towards two Divine Lords who were standing outside the Divine Parish Hall's entrance and looking inside. The domineering force sent the two Divine Lords flying away as they let out painful and shocked grunts. You? One of the Divine Lords widened his eyes and was about to say something. Shut up! The other black-robed Divine Lord immediately stopped him. They watched the stream of light surge into the Divine Parish Hall. Dao brother, why did you stop me? I was only standing outside the hall to look. He attacked us without even saying anything. The tall Divine Lord that had glared said in a peeved tone. That's Primordial Chaos Dao Lord. He's not the type to be reasonable with you. If you offend him, he will not even think about the faction that backs you. I have already heard that this place disallows most people from entering. Only important figures like Primordial Chaos Dao Lord, Sacred Horizon Divine Lord, and Eclipse Arhat, as well as Royal Sealed Divine Lords have the right to stay in there. It's best we leave. Even if there are great advantages in there, it's not for the likes of us unless you're willing to risk death, said the other black-robed Divine Lord. Upon hearing Primordial Chaos Dao Lord's name, the tall Divine Lord's expression changed. He was only an ordinary Divine Lord and was completely no match for him. At that moment, another stream of light flew over from afar. These two Divine Parish Halls watched the stream of light circle the Divine Parish Hall's entrance a few times in shock before it silently flew in. There was really someone who was so sick of living. The stream of light was naturally Yi Yun. He never imagined that the anomaly would stem from the Divine Parish Hall. Furthermore, he had learned from the two Divine Lords' conversation that this place had long been sealed. In addition, Primordial Chaos Dao Lord and others had been plotting something in here all this while. Yi Yun had visited the Divine Parish Hall once and reaped tremendous benefits from it. He had left upon claiming his prize. If not for Primordial Chaos Dao Lord, he would not have come here again. Could it be that the group of people inside were conspiring for that Black Spear? The Black Spear was protected by the field of nebulous primordial chaos around it. Furthermore, it was in a sealed state. Even though Yi Yun had obtained the Shura mark back then, he had not been able to approach it. Instead, he had been thrown into a spatial rift and directly transported to the Fey God tomb. Could it be that an anomaly was affecting the Black Spear, enticing all these people to conspire for it? Yi Yun would not sit idly by while Primordial Chaos Dao Lord obtained the Black Spear. He and Primordial Chaos Dao Lord were already in a situation where they were at each other's throats. Coming to this conclusion, Yi Yun concealed himself as he slowly approached the spot where the Black Spear was. And in a perilous land of the Divine Parish Hall, a spatial door suddenly opened. However, the spatial storms it revealed raged wantonly, preventing one from approaching it. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and company stood in front of the spatial door when, suddenly, a stream of light flew over and stopped. It was Primordial Chaos Dao Lord. Fellow Taoist Primordial Chaos is back. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord nodded at Primordial Chaos Dao Lord. Fellow Taoist Primordial Chaos, did something happen at the Fey God tomb? You have sealed that place with a massive array. Did the ancient Fey powers sealed within rebel against you or something? Asked a Divine Lord. Primordial Chaos Dao Lord replied with a livid expression. Some punk who's sick of living came to cause trouble. As I was in a rush to tend to the matters here, I temporarily spared his life. I will definitely kill him in good time. The sect backing him will also be annihilated. If he has a family clan, I'll exterminate them too. The Divine Lords wore a mix of emotions on their faces. Primordial Chaos Dao Lord was always like this. The person he was chasing likely knew that the massive array was set up by Primordial Chaos Dao Lord, but he had still dared cause trouble. They were truly curious about how anyone could have such courage. They knew that Primordial Chaos Dao Lord had a Divine Lord disciple presiding over the situation. For Primordial Chaos Dao Lord to rush there personally, the massive array was probably in utter ruins. In such a situation, the culprit wouldn't live for long. Even people that were connected to him would be killed by Primordial Chaos Dao Lord one after another. Firecloud Divine Lord had a derisive look on his face. Primordial Chaos Dao Lord had left like he had everything under control but returned with his face ashen. Has the spatial node opened? Primordial Chaos Dao Lord asked, clearly having no intention to discuss the Fey God tomb. Only halfway. However, with you back, your spatial dimension laws will allow us to quickly enter, said Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. Let's do it together, said Primordial Chaos Dao Lord. As he spoke, he immediately released his spatial dimension laws as he removed the spatial storms within the spatial door. The others acted in accordance. Although these divine lords were not famously adept in spatial dimension laws, they were only slightly below primordial chaos downlord. With so many people working together, the spatial door's storms were quickly attenuated. Immediately following that, a passageway the size of a person began to appear. Through it, one could see the extensive starry cosmos. At that moment, a spear's hum was heard. The spear of primordial chaos flashed across the starry cosmos, and, immediately following that, another gray nebulous stream flew across the starry cosmos. It's the nebulous primordial chaos. For nebulous primordial chaos to actually exist in the starry cosmos left everyone pleasantly surprised, especially primordial chaos downlord. He could not even contain his excitement. He had scoured the Fey God tomb in search of Yun's corpse for nebulous primordial chaos. He had failed to find it all this time and even lost his massive array for it. He never expected to discover what had evaded him in the Fey God tomb in this spatial plane. The starry cosmos was obviously an independent world, and it was extremely extensive. Its interior exuded a nomological aura that was different from an ordinary world's. Meditating over the nebulous primordial chaos in such a place would be much more effective than in the ordinary world. More than 10 divine lords had combined forces to open the entrance to this spatial plane. Yet even if these people were the strongest in the sinkhole, or were elites that had left their names on the ancient battlefield, they found the potent nomological sealing forces in the spatial plane unbearable. They had gotten just short of opening it. Primordial Chaos downlord was reeling with excitement. He never expected that the Black Spear was acting as a seal to a world. What world was this? Why was a divine artifact used to seal it? And at that moment, Primordial Chaos downlord suddenly felt a nomological fluctuation in the periphery of the divine parish hall. Oh! Primordial Chaos downlord knitted his brows. They were gathered in the divine parish hall and had set up an array formation outside. There were also disciples protecting it, but now a spatial fluctuation had suddenly happened. What just happened? But at that moment, Primordial Chaos downlord was injecting all his Yuan Qi into the spatial node to open it. He had nothing to spare for a probe. Just as Primordial Chaos downlord was about to say something, a stream of light abruptly flashed across them as a figure appeared. Lifeblood burned over him as he shot straight into the spatial passageway that had just been opened slightly. Who is it? Sacred Horizon Divine Lord bellowed. Even as he said that, Primordial Chaos downlord was already raging mad. It's you! Primordial Chaos downlord saw the familiar blur of burning blood essence and guessed the person's identity. He immediately felt blood rush to his head. This person was truly arrogant to dare follow him here and even snatch the fruits of his labor from under his nose. But the spatial passageway had just opened and was still unstable. If they stopped, the spatial passageway would close again, preventing them from entering. All of Primordial Chaos downlord's powers had to be used in maintaining the spatial passageway, and so he was unable to spare anything to deal with Yun. Therefore, despite his rage, he could only helplessly watch as Yun charged into the spatial passageway. That's fine too. By entering that sealed world, you are courting your death. Primordial Chaos downlord said through clenched teeth. But at the instant Yun entered the spatial passageway, he suddenly extended a finger. Whoosh! A black stream of light shot out from Yun's finger as it went straight for Primordial Chaos downlord's chest. This was a move he had learned from the Divine Parish Hall Shura finger. By condensing his decimation aura and the nebulous primordial chaos at his fingertip, he shot out a beam that could tear through the world. As Yun had burnt his blood essence more than 10 times, his Yuan Qi was lacking. The shot was only at half might, but that was more than enough. Primordial Chaos downlord was completely unable to parry the attack. Ah! You are courting death. Primordial Chaos downlord raged, helpless as the beam shot at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1491, Pursuit. Chapter 1491, Pursuit. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Get lost. Primordial Chaos downlord opened his mouth and let out an angry boom. His booming voice formed swirling sound waves which mixed with the grayish fog before colliding with the finger beam. Boom! This beam had some of its strength weakened when it tore through the sound waves, but it continued tearing forward before making a direct hit on Primordial Chaos downlord's chest. Primordial Chaos downlord felt like a tiny mountain had slammed into him, and when the forces of the beam surged into his body, he felt his lifeblood enter turmoil. If Primordial Chaos downlord had circulated his Yuan Qi in a timely fashion, diverting the decimation aura and the nebulous Primordial Chaos away, it would not have amounted to much. But he had to maintain the casting of his spatial dimension laws at that moment. He could not afford to commit to defense. Primordial Chaos Downlord let out a heavy grunt as a wisp of blood seeped out the corner of his mouth. The other Divine Lords were alarmed. That one strike had managed to injure Primordial Chaos Downlord. Killing intent erupted out of Primordial Chaos Downlord's body as he watched Yun's figure furiously, eyes shimmering with sanguine light. This cowardly person had taken advantage of his perilous state to publicly injure him. Yun found it regretful that his strike had failed to severely damage Primordial Chaos Downlord. He believed that he had scored the perfect opportunity to sneak an attack on Primordial Chaos Downlord, but he was simply too strong. After his finger beam hit, Yun's figure vanished into the spatial passageway. The moment Yun entered the stellar world, he immediately sensed the surrounding nomological changes. The area was filled with primordial chaos laws and the space was hundreds if not thousands of times heavier than the outside world. Few could have expected that the ancient battlefield held such a mystical land within. Furthermore, it appeared to be sealed. After Yun entered the spatial passageway, Primordial Chaos Downlord immediately strengthened his casting of the spatial dimension laws. He emitted a terrifying aura that even left his fellow Divine Lords feeling threatened. Primordial Chaos Downlord was no doubt a walking volcano, one that would erupt at any moment. Ka. The spatial passageway had finally been fully opened. Primordial Chaos Downlord said with a sunken expression, "Everyone, let's enter." Everyone entered the spatial passageway and, the moment they entered, they immediately felt what Yun had experienced. Oh. In here, my body seems to be several times its usual weight. The Divine Lords present were top experts. With their strength, they were unaffected by their body weight in flight or combat, to the point that they wouldn't even sense it. But now, they felt like mortals inside the primordial chaos space. They had the illusion of their bodies turning heavy. Our flying speed has reduced. It's the primordial chaos laws. A tiny sliver of the nebulous primordial chaos is as heavy as a mountain and a wisp of it is as heavy as a star. There is quite a sizable amount of nebulous primordial chaos in this starry space. It's only normal for the environment to take on such properties, explains Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. If an ordinary Divine Lord came here, they would be unlikely to proceed even an inch. And if it was a supremacy, they would probably be repressed by the space, to the point of having their body and bones squashed flat. The outcome of warriors at even lower levels was obvious. However, the stranger the space, the more anticipation the Divine Lords had. Apart from seeking the spear of primordial chaos in here and absorbing the nebulous primordial chaos, they wished to uncover the secret of this spatial plane. At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly produced a few seals and threw them at the spatial passageway. The spatial passageway began to quake violently as spatial storms appeared once again, instantly barricading the spatial passageway. "Fellow Daoist Primordial Chaos, why are you doing that?" asked a Divine Lord immediately. Primordial Chaos Downlord said, "There's no need to worry. I just made a slight alteration. That punk's concealment arts are quite impressive. He managed to sneak in because of that. I have sealed the spatial passageway, and I will naturally release it once I kill that punk. I believe none of you are in a rush to leave after finally getting in, am I right? Besides, I'll eventually want to leave as well. You do not need to worry that I will keep us sealed in here." They were naturally in no rush to leave. As for Primordial Chaos Downlord's reason, it was quite reasonable. The person in question did have very formidable concealment arts. At the very least, none of them were able to detect him. Furthermore, although Primordial Chaos Downlord was very skilled in spatial dimension laws, it was not impossible for them to open the seal if they joined forces. Even if Primordial Chaos Downlord thought nothing about them, he wasn't so foolish as to cross all of them. "In that case, I wish you a quick return," said a Divine Lord. Primordial Chaos Downlord did not speak further. His eyes were cold as he immediately turned and charged into the stellar space. It's no wonder that person dared to cross Primordial Chaos Downlord. He is truly bold and decisive, but I do not sense the aura of a Divine Lord Royal Seal from him. Don't tell me that he is an ordinary Divine Lord? Yet, his techniques are truly strange and mystical. Firecloud Divine Lord felt appeased that Primordial Chaos Downlord had suffered so publicly in front of everyone. Yet the group of people were not fully convinced by his words. How could an ordinary Divine Lord have such strength? Although his assault on Primordial Chaos Downlord happened when he was preoccupied, it was no trifling matter for him to destroy Primordial Chaos Downlord's massive Chaos Godfiend array. Regardless of his cultivation level, he's likely a young man. I could sense that his bone age is limited. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord said. However, he has completely infuriated Primordial Chaos Downlord, who is now bent on killing him first instead for seeking out the opportunities this space holds. he won't have long to live. With primordial chaos Daelord's strength, killing an ordinary divine lord in a sealed space was a given when the other party had nowhere to run. After Ian came to this stellar plane, he had carefully flown deeper. Along the way, he saw a stellar fragment and ended up sitting on it. The stellar fragment automatically flew forward, and although it was not very fast, it saved Ian quite a bit of energy. Back when he escaped primordial chaos Daelord, he had expended quite a lot of blood essence. This was the perfect time to meditate and recover his strength while the stellar fragment carried him. Ian's Dragon Emperor technique seemed to provide endlessly. When other warriors expended their blood essence, they would require a long period of recuperation before they could return back to peak state. However, Ian was different. The only flaw of cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique was that it required the expenditure of a massive number of natural treasures. As long as he had them, his body could rapidly absorb them to supplement his lifeblood forces without any side effects. And years ago, in order to refine the Dragon Emperor relic, Ian had gathered plenty of natural treasures. He immediately took out the pills and relics in his interspatial ring to consume them. After making a few circulations, he slowly regained the blood essence he had expended. 4 hours later, Ian heaved a sigh of relief. He began observing the starry space he was in while sitting on the stellar fragment. No planet could be seen in the starry space, but there were plenty of fragments and dust. Certain places had chaotic turbulences that contained nebulous primordial chaos. With it being as heavy as a star, the interactions would result in formidable torsional forces. If anyone were to be sucked in by these forces, they would be ground to shreds. Ian sensed that this was a desolate stellar space. It appeared like a space that held a recently born world or the remnants of a destroyed world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1492, Primordial Grounds. Chapter 1492, Primordial Grounds. Translator, Cetulan. Editor, Cetulan. Was this a world left behind from the birth of the universe? Why was the spear of primordial chaos sealing such a place? Ian felt that this world seemed to hide something. As Ian was pondering over such matters, a grey mist suddenly flashed across his vision. Oh? This nebulous primordial chaos seems somewhat different? Ian did not hesitate to pursue the nebulous primordial chaos. He didn't chase it for long before he suddenly discovered several tiny sparkling crystals floating around the nebulous primordial chaos. As the crystals produced mesmerizing colors, their aura was extremely magnificent. Despite being the size of beans, they contained the splendor of a world. These are Chaos Gems. Ian revealed a look of pleasant surprise. During a great world's birth, the primeval laws that remained inside the star would condense into a huge mineral vein, known as world stones. World stones were the currency of the 12 Empyrean heavens, but the sinkhole did not use them. It had a better replacement. At the birth of the sinkhole world stones that were condensed from the worldly laws were even more perfect. When mined, they had the quality of natural jade, thus, they were named Spirit Jade. Similarly, Spirit Jade was used as currency in the sinkhole. Spirit Jade with excellent quality were mined from the core Spirit Jade mineral vein and were deemed Jade Marrow, or were also given the name Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus. Their prices were extremely high, and even a divine lord would typically only have dozens of them. Only godly monarchs would have them in excessive amounts, thus giving Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus its name. But above Godly Monarch Immortal Annuli, there were even more precious kinds of world stones. Legend had it that at the birth of the entire universe, the worldly laws fused with the nebulous primordial chaos, forming the most primeval world stone. They were born together with spacetime, yin and yang, preceding the 5 elements in all things. Such world stones were called Chaos Gems. It was possible for world stones to be produced again. The universe was vast and ever-changing. Over billions of years, new great worlds would form all the time. However, Chaos Gems would never form again. Unless the universe came to an end, giving birth to a new universe, there would be no opportunity for new Chaos Gems to form. Chaos Gems were rare to begin with. Furthermore, since much time had passed since the Ancient Age, these rare Chaos Gems had been found by people and depleted. They were nearly extinct. Prior to this, Ian had only heard the legends of Chaos Gems, but now, he was actually seeing real Chaos Gems. Even if the Chaos Gems were the size of beans, they were sufficient to make Ian's heart race. These gems were formed from the most primeval laws under the heaven and earth. They were born from the birth of the universe and were the foundational rocks of the universe. He never expected the space he was in would have traces of such things. This world was clearly extremely old and had not been stepped into for hundreds of millions of years. Yun flew towards the Chaos Gems, but the moment he approached one, it would shoot into the cosmos rapidly like a meteor. This. Yun was completely taken aback. Had these Chaos Gems gained sentience after so much time? It was hard to imagine Chaos Gems producing living spirits. It was very fast. Yun furrowed his brows. Here, his movement was restricted by the laws present, but the Chaos Gems were completely unaffected. They streaked out as resplendent beams across the sky and flew deep into the starry cosmos. Yun was obviously not going to let the Chaos Gem slip away from him. He targeted the smallest Chaos Gem and chased after it. The smaller the Chaos Gem, the slower it was, making it easier for him to grasp it. The Chaos Gem seemed to possess a basic level of intelligence. It came to a stop after it pulled a certain distance away from Yun. This time, Yun powered his Dragon Emperor technique and accelerated to maximum speed. He extended his hand to grab the Chaos Gem. Whoosh! The Chaos Gem reacted extremely quickly, perfectly flashing to dodge Yun's snatch. Oh! Yun gave a clear cry as massive amounts of Yuan Qi erupted from him. Primordial chaos and decimation aura began condensing around Yun, forming a primordial destruction domain. Whoosh! The boundless primordial chaos powers radiated outwards and, although Yun's movement was hindered, the primordial destruction domain did not seem to face any obstacles. After all, the primordial chaos laws were almost perfectly congruent with the world he was in. As such, even though the Chaos Gem was escaping at full speed, it eventually became enveloped by the primordial destruction domain. Retrieve! Yun focused his mind, instantly binding the Chaos Gem. It began slamming in every direction with terrifying strength. Yun frowned. He never expected the Chaos Gem to possess such strength. It had nearly charged out of its confines. He controlled the primordial destruction domain and gradually contracted it. The Chaos Gem was finally suppressed. Yun relaxed slightly and held the Chaos Gems in his palm. The Chaos Gem was just too small, slightly bigger than a rice grain. But even so, Yun felt a nearly unbearable weight in his palm. How heavy! Holding the Chaos Gem in hand, Yun felt like he was holding onto a star. He took a few deep breaths, calming the turbulent Yuan Qi inside of him before he slowly wrapped the Chaos Gem with primordial chaos laws. Just holding the grain-sized Chaos Gem was already so difficult. If it were any other supremacy, they would have to watch helplessly and do nothing. As the primordial chaos laws enveloped the Chaos Gem, the connection of the laws allowed Yun to feel wisps of energy surge into his body. His Dragon Emperor technique automatically circulated itself to absorb the energy. The energy was extremely abnormal. It could not be called Yuan Qi, but would be more appropriately labeled Chaos Qi. They were the first wisps of Qi in the heaven and earth at their birth. Back then, they did not belong to any laws, thus giving them the name of chaos. Yun was absorbing the Qi left behind from the primeval universe. It perfectly harmonized with the great Tao of the heaven and earth, or it could be said that it itself was a great Tao. Just absorbing a wisp of it was equivalent to merging with the primeval universe's laws. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Yun hid inside the stellar fragment with the Chaos Gem. The stellar fragment was the size of a tiny mountain, and after expending a great deal of strength, Yun bore open a cave in it. Hiding inside it after placing a concealment array at the entrance, Yun sat cross-legged deep inside the stellar fragment. He held the Chaos Gem in hand as thin, smoky wisps of Chaos Qi constantly surged into his body. Every wisp was something he deeply cherished. The Dragon Emperor technique's circulation immediately sped up. The blood essence that Yun had lost previously was completely replenished quickly as his lifeblood even seemed to turn more exuberant. Constantly maintaining a highly concentrated primordial chaos domain expended a great deal of Yun's energy, but the vacuum that was left behind was replenished with Chaos Qi. If Yun's body was described as a reservoir, with energy being the water, then he was now expelling all the ordinary water that was originally in him and replacing it with chaos water. Not only was the reservoir expanding greatly as a result, the water itself was experiencing a qualitative improvement. With that, Yun entered a trance-like state for cultivation. He did not know how much time had passed before he finally finished absorbing all the Chaos Qi inside the Chaos Gem. He had already reached the pinnacle of the supremacy realm, but he had gained a tiny sliver of improvement, coming increasingly close to the Divine Lord realm. Ever since he stepped into the ancient battlefield, Yun's cultivation level increased rapidly. It would be easy to get an unstable foundation as a result. River of Forgetfulness is water. Yun flipped his hand and took out a tiny bottle from his interspatial ring. This was the River of Forgetfulness' water he received from the 9 Limagus Empire. He had a tiny amount left, and although the effects were far poorer than before, they could still prove useful. With the water, Yun experienced time at a much slower speed than the outside world. It gave him plenty of time to solidify his foundation. As the final wisp of chaos chi was digested by Yi-Yun, he gradually felt the world in front of him seem to change. Chains seemed to appear in the starry cosmos out of nowhere. Some were thick and others thin. These chains were interlinked, forming ordered chains that seemed to prop up the cosmos. What seemed like messy and disorderly stellar fragments or stellar dust that drifted in the cosmos were in fact laws that resided on these chains. These nomological chains could not be clearly seen usually but could only be vaguely sensed. People with astounding talent had a high affinity with the worldly laws, allowing them to sense the laws at a deeper level, giving them deeper insights. There were others that would never sense the great Tao laws their entire lives. But now, through the chaos chi, Yi-Yun was able to see the great Tao laws that connected the world. They coruscated with resplendent light like a bridge across the heaven and earth. Despite seeing the laws through the chaos chi, it did not mean he could necessarily figure them out. For many warriors, however, seeing it gave them hope. Of course, how much of the laws one could figure out through the chaos chi depended on a warrior's talent. The nomological chains that Yi-Yun could see nearly spread across all of the cosmos. Through these laws, he seemed to be able to take in everything he saw. On the stellar fragment, Yi-Yun silently meditated over it. The chaos chi constantly circulated him as an ancient aura emitted from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1493, Earth Visual Heaven Auditory. Chapter 1493, Earth Visual Heaven Auditory. Translator, Seetulin Editor, Seetulin. Deep in the starry cosmos, a figure emanating grey mist was traversing through the stellar fragments. He was none other than primordial Chaos Tao Lord. He had long recovered from the injury Yi-Yun had inflicted on him, but the humiliation he suffered could only be washed clean with Yi-Yun's fresh blood. By relying on his primordial chaos laws, primordial Chaos Tao Lord experienced the restriction of the starry cosmos less than other divine lords. Although his flying speed was incomparable to what it was outside, he was in no way slow. Primordial Chaos Tao Lord failed to discover any trace of Yi-Yun after flying a particular distance, but he had expected that. It would instead have been abnormal if Yi-Yun had not hidden himself after entering the starry cosmos. Once Yi-Yun used his concealment arts, he was even harder to find in the starry cosmos. Perhaps when primordial Chaos Tao Lord sought opportunities in the future, Yi-Yun might be hiding right beside him to snatch them. As long as that hidden risk was present, primordial Chaos Tao Lord could not feel at ease enough to search the stellar cosmos. Primordial Chaos Tao Lord stopped and coldly swept his gaze ahead of him. Following that, a strange aura slowly emanated from his body. This aura formed countless threads that radiated slowly out from him. Following that, primordial Chaos Tao Lord suddenly extended his hand and continued producing more than 10 seals. While producing the seals, a tiny bit of sweat effused his forehead. This art was strenuous to use even in the outside world, to say nothing of using it in the restrictive cosmos. And as primordial Chaos Tao Lord produced one seal after another, all sorts of invisible threads seemed to weave into an all-encompassing net that spread outwards while he stood right in the middle of the net. After finishing the final seal, primordial Chaos Tao Lord closed his eyes and spread out his arms. There were threads that could be faintly seen on all 10 of his fingers, and as he moved his fingers, the all-encompassing net would gently vibrate. Search! Instantly, primordial Chaos Tao Lord's psyche coursed through these threads and extended out to extremely distant areas in every possible direction. This was the Earth Visual Heaven Auditory Mystic Art. Primordial Chaos Tao Lord had paid quite a significant price to cast this mystic art. His psyche would suffer slight damage and it would also drain a sizable amount of his Yuan Qi. And yet, primordial Chaos Tao Lord was already casting the Earth Visual Heaven Auditory for the 4th time. Every time he cast it, he needed to rest for 2 hours. After a slight recovery, he would switch to another spot to continue the search. All of this effort he was expending to find Yi-Yun. Every time he cast the Earth Visual Heaven Auditory Mystic Art, he could search an expansive region of the stellar cosmos. This time, when primordial Chaos Tao Lord's psyche swept across a stellar fragment, he sensed something slightly different about it. Instantly, primordial Chaos Tao Lord's eyes opened. His gray eyes flashed ominously. Found you. In that stellar fragment, Yi-Yun jolted awake from his trance-like cultivation. At that instant, a cold and sinister aura had swept past him. It felt like a venomous snake slithering towards him. He immediately realized that it was primordial Chaos Tao Lord. He never expected primordial Chaos Tao Lord to find him in the vast stellar cosmos while he hid inside the stellar fragment. Without any hesitation, Yi-Yun charged straight out of the stellar fragment and immediately fled into the distance. But at that moment, a beam flew towards him at an astounding speed. Before the beam reached Yi-Yun, it produced a gigantic hand phantom that seemed to instantly traverse space to come pressing down at Yi-Yun. Simultaneously, a potent binding force immediately enveloped Yi Yun. Primordial Chaos Downlord did not even bother engaging Yi Yun in senseless banter. He wanted to cripple Yi Yun as soon as possible. As long as the gigantic hand could restrain Yi Yun for even a few seconds, Primordial Chaos Downlord would arrive. And when that happened, Yi Yun would be meat for the slaughter. Yi Yun's expression changed when he faced the gigantic hand. He sensed that as the gigantic hand came at him, the surrounding space was being deformed by it. Also, there was a strange suction force that constantly emitted from the hand. If he was a warrior with slightly weaker strength, this incoming strike would probably have reduced him to mush immediately. But even with Yi Yun's present strength, withstanding the strike was absolutely not a breeze. Yi Yun's eyes focused as he looked at the gigantic hand. Just like how he had seen the true world through the Chaos Chi, the true form of the gigantic hand appeared in Yi Yun's vision. The gigantic hand's energy, along with spatial dimension laws, were interspersed together in a bid to grind Yi Yun to death. Meanwhile, Primordial Chaos Downlord was rapidly flying towards him. It was at that moment Yi Yun took action. A cold beam flashed in his hand as took out Mirage Snow. Slash! When the sword flash appeared, it looked like a crescent that coldly scattered across the starry cosmos. And this sword flash of forlorn beauty stabbed straight towards the gigantic hand. The sword flash was highly disproportionate in size compared to the gigantic hand. It was like an infant trying to fend off a giant. You overestimate yourself and think too highly of your strength. Primordial Chaos Daelord's eyes were ice cold. But at that moment, Primordial Chaos Daelord's expression changed drastically. The sword flash could not have destroyed the gigantic hand to begin with, but when it stabbed the hand, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly felt that it was difficult to control the hand. The gigantic hand froze, and immediately following that, a crack appeared. Ka ka ka. Even more cracks appeared at a constant rate. Even though Primordial Chaos Downlord was frantically attempting to control the gigantic hand, it was a lost cause like a breach of floodwaters. Primordial Chaos Downlord looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Yi Yun's strike had managed to tear through his laws. Unless Yi Yun's understanding of spatial dimension laws was higher or more profound than his, this was clearly impossible. Back when he was pursuing Yi Yun, he had constantly ripped open space, and Yi Yun was only capable of burning his blood essence to flee. This implied that his attainment in spatial dimension laws was far inferior to his. So what was going on now? Had Yi Yun reached a stage where he no longer needed to be well versed in laws to slice open his attack? At that moment, Yi Yun immediately turned around after destroying the gigantic hand and flew deep into the starry cosmos. His expression was somewhat ugly. It was not as easy slicing apart the laws as Primordial Chaos Downlord imagined. However, his eyes were coruscating with excitement. His strike had been a product of luck, but it had actually succeeded. If he failed, he would likely have paid a terrible price and still be unable to escape from danger. But now, he had already escaped Primordial Chaos Downlord's restraint and was fleeing at full speed. When Primordial Chaos Downlord saw Yi Yun's escaping figure, the astonished look on his face vanished instantly. The look in his eyes turned heavy as his ice-cold voice penetrated the void and entered Yi Yun's ears. Are you still trying to flee? Unfortunately, that trick of burning your blood essence is useless in here. Even though Yi Yun had sliced through his spatial dimension laws, his flying speed was far inferior to his. Here, with the primordial chaos laws restraining them, Yi Yun's strength was greatly reduced. Even if he burned his blood essence, it was insufficient to bridge the gap in their strength. But at that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly saw a grey mist appear around Yi Yun's surroundings. Yi Yun's finger beam from before was enough to let Primordial Chaos Downlord know that Yi Yun had some understanding of primordial chaos laws, since that strike contained nebulous primordial chaos. But what Yi Yun was presently doing still far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yun appeared to have rather deep insight into primordial chaos laws. But even so, it was useless. The difference in strength between the two of them remained stark. Immediately following that, the grey mist around Yi Yun gradually solidified and began expanding. Finally, it seemed to form an independent space that enveloped Yi Yun. It was a primordial chaos space. It constantly expanded, becoming like a boat that moved at an increasingly easy pace through the cosmos. By using the primordial chaos space to forge a path forward, it made Yi Yun nearly unaffected by the primordial chaos law's restriction. Upon seeing this happen, Primordial Chaos Downlord was alarmed. How was this possible? He had been able to come into contact with primordial chaos laws due to a special opportunity. He once found a numinous treasure that had been left behind in ancient times. Inside the numinous treasure were sealed primordial chaos laws, and it was for that reason that he could stand out among so many geniuses. He was peerless at his realm, as evidenced when he left his name on the ancient battlefield's world monolith. But how did this ordinary divine lord have such an opportunity? And even if he had obtained one, the primordial chaos laws were abstruse. Gaining any insight into them was an exceedingly difficult task. Furthermore, once this path of cultivating in the primordial chaos laws was taken, one needed to condense a 9-leaf Tao fruit in the Tao manifestation realm. Back then, in order to condense a 9-leaf Tao fruit for the primordial chaos laws, he had waited several centuries to fortify his foundation. Yet, this person's primordial chaos laws were not inferior to his. And he did not appear old at all. This made Primordial Chaos Tao Lord, whose title had primordial chaos in it, feel disbelief and incredulity. He instantly recalled that the person had managed to destroy the massive Chaos God Fiend array in the Fey God tomb precisely because he had grasped such profound primordial chaos laws. And the reason why he possessed so much nebulous primordial chaos had to be that he had found Yi Yun's corpse. He was very likely a person who had cultivated in the primordial chaos laws to begin with. After he obtained the opportunities left behind by Yi Yun, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Upon coming to this realization, Primordial Chaos Tao Lord fumed. This person had taken the opportunity from Yi Yun and had to be someone astonishing. If he could obtain it, becoming a godly monarch was only a matter of time. It was not that Primordial Chaos Tao Lord could not connect the Yi Yun in front of him with the corpse he was looking for, but that he was working with information he already knew about Yi Yun. Yi Yun was only a young man at the mid-stage supremacy level. His age was likely only 300 to 400 years old. Primordial Chaos Tao Lord refused to believe that a 300 to 400-year-old supremacy could have the time to condense a 9-leaf Primordial Chaos Tao fruit and cultivate to the strength of a divine lord, becoming able to injure even him. Perfect. I have no need to continue searching for Yi Yun's corpse. All I need to do is extract the nebulous primordial chaos from your body, said Primordial Chaos Tao Lord coldly. Even if Yi Yun was fast, how could Primordial Chaos Tao Lord let him go? He was now even more eager to capture Yi Yun. The two engaged in a chase as they flew deeper into the cosmos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1494, Primordial Chaos Cyclone. Chapter 1494, Primordial Chaos Cyclone. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun originally believed that Primordial Chaos Tao Lord would fail to catch up to him as long as used the primordial chaos space. He hoped that, after an extended pursuit, his opponent might give up. But he realized he had underestimated a hegemon-level figure of a major faction of the Sinkhole. His understanding of the primordial chaos laws weren't poor either. Coupled with his Yuan Shi foundation, his prolonged pursuit slowly closed the gap between them. This sank Yi Yun's heart. Once Primordial Chaos Tao Lord chased up to him, he was definitely no match for him. He had to think of a solution. While Yi Yun was reeling in astonishment due to Primordial Chaos Tao Lord's strength, Primordial Chaos Tao Lord's mind was in a state of perturbation, like the tumultuous waves of a stormy sea. It had been 3 days. He had been chasing that person for 3 full days. Ever since he became famous across the Sinkhole, allowing him to rule over the great cosmic state, there were very few people that warranted his attention, much less an opponent that caused him to expend so much strength and still fail to kill them. When his target's young age came to mind, Primordial Chaos Tao Lord's killing intent raged even more. He had to kill this person, or their unlimited potential ensured a grudge with them would result in endless repercussions. But now, Yi Yun was just too great at escaping. He had locked his psyche onto him, but as he was hidden in the grey mist of the space, his figure could hardly be discerned. Another 3 days passed. Yi Yun and Primordial Chaos Tao Lord had flown into the deep depths of the spatial plane. The world was much bigger than they imagined and, coupled with the restrictions of the primordial chaos laws, they couldn't even see its ends despite flying for so long. At that moment, a grey cyclone suddenly and silently appeared in front of Yi Yun. It was like a behemoth's mouth that hid within the void only to strike out and devour him. By the time Yi Yun noticed the cyclone, he was already in front of it. A potent suction force emitted from within, instantly pulling Yi Yun into it. Before he grounded himself after being pulled in, Yi Yun instantly felt a cold blast of wind inundate him. He quickly brandished mirage snow, producing a series of metallic clangs. But even so, Yi Yun's clothes were ripped apart instantly in more than 10 spots, leaving behind several bloody marks on his body. It was only then that Yi Yun discerned what had attacked him. It was not a monster but turbulent nebulous primordial chaos. What was going on? Yi Yun frowned. Although he comprehended primordial chaos laws, there were still many things he did not understand about the mysterious primeval universe he was in. He was unable to fully control the laws of the environment. He tried to sweep his psyche around, but it couldn't even reach out. Instead, he was rewarded with a pain that felt like a needle prick. The cyclone resembled a nebula that spun slowly in the void, but its interior was filled with turbulent nebulous primordial chaos flows. These heavy flows tore open multiple spatial rifts that barred anyone from passing. The spatial rifts were able to rip apart a person's body and even their soul. If not for Yi Yun's absorption of the blood Fey Bone's blood essence, and copious amounts of ancient Fey powers, resulting in an extremely robust body of flesh, blood, and bone, he would definitely have been grievously injured. Furthermore, the primordial chaos flows were increasing in amount. Even Yi Yun's body was failing to withstand it as he desperately conjured the ascending dragon cauldron. He finally heaved a sigh of relief once he was safely inside. Through the ascending dragon cauldron, Yi Yun observed the outside. He saw that there was endless primordial chaos turbulence all around him. There were also spatial rifts that would suddenly appear to dot the area. It could be said that danger lurked at every turn. This place was indeed extremely treacherous. Even an ordinary divine lord would be in peril in this place, much less a supremacy. It was even likely that a royal sealed divine lord would lose some skin in such a place, and yet, he had been swept into such an area. However, after Yi Yun recovered from his shock, he suddenly felt delighted. He could clearly see a few gray lights flash past the nebula cyclone. They were chaos gems. During his 6 days of fleeing, Yi Yun had been constantly seeking any trace of chaos gems, but he realized that there were very few chaos gems in this primeval universe. Apart from the few he saw in the beginning, he did not discover any chaos gems. And now, there were 3 chaos gems hidden within the cyclone. Although they were about the size of a rice grain, Yi Yun knew to be contented. He controlled the ascending dragon cauldron to fly over, hoping to scoop up the chaos gems into the cauldron. However, the chaos gems had extremely sharp senses. The moment they sensed Yi Yun's approach, they scattered in different directions, disappearing into the primordial chaos turbulence, no longer to be found. Yi Yun was in no hurry. He hid within the ascending dragon cauldron and did not act rashly. He knew that primordial chaos Downlord was soon to chase up to him. Primordial chaos Downlord was constantly locked onto Yi Yun with his psyche. Even if Yi Yun used his concealment tactics, it would be impossible for him to fully hide himself. Soon, primordial chaos Downlord appeared in the spot where Yi Yun had vanished. When he faced the abrupt appearance of the gray cyclone, primordial chaos Downlord suddenly felt a suction force tugging at him. He immediately retreated with great force, mustering all his Yuan Qi in the process before breaking free of the suction. Primordial chaos cyclone? Primordial chaos Downlord recognized the invisible cyclone. Yi Yun's sudden disappearance definitely had something to do with the cyclone. With his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to last long in the primordial chaos cyclone. Perhaps he would be heavily injured and dying within moments. If Yi Yun died in the primordial chaos cyclone, his corpse would not be discovered even if 100,000 years passed. It would slowly be disintegrated amid the cyclone's force. If that happened, primordial chaos Downlord naturally would fail to gain the treasures he was carrying on his body. He hesitated for a moment and finally chose to enter the primordial chaos cyclone. He believed that it was not problematic for him to be in there for a short period of time, given his cultivation level. Within the primordial chaos cyclone, Yi Yun was not kept waiting long before he felt an abnormal fluctuation. The surrounding primordial chaos turbulence also instantly began to surge violently. He immediately knew that primordial chaos Downlord had chased him all the way in. His judgment of primordial chaos Downlord was indeed accurate. Having pursued him for so long, how could primordial chaos Downlord give up after encountering a mere cyclone? Even if he knew that the cyclone's interior was fraught with danger, primordial chaos Downlord was confident he could enter long enough for a probe. The moment primordial chaos Downlord entered, he immediately took out a defensive artifact to withstand the primordial chaos turbulence. He was eager to look for Yi Yun, but he was unable to extend his psyche in here, consigning him to only use his naked eyes to seek out Yi Yun. At that moment, a cold and sharp flash came out from the primordial chaos turbulence and slashed at primordial chaos Downlord. Dang! His defensive artifact immediately ruptured and, upon taking the hit, produced a tiny crack. A few streams of the primordial chaos turbulence gushed in, leaving a few wounds on his body. And immediately following that, another few beams came cleaving over. Primordial chaos Downlord instantly realized that they were not natural attacks formed by the cyclone but were delivered by Yi Yun. At that moment, he discovered the massive cauldron hiding amid the primordial chaos turbulence. It exuded a mysterious and suppressive aura. It was an absolute treasure. This punk had tons of treasures. However, his expression sank. By relying on the cauldron, Yi Yun was not only able to remain in the turbulence, he was also able to hide safely and peek out to sneak attacks on him. Even knowing that, he had no choice but to parry Yi Yun's attacks. At that moment, Yi Yun's voice emitted out from the ascending dragon cauldron. Aren't you looking for me? Why aren't you coming over now that I've appeared? Before he finished his sentence, grey turbulence surged out from the ascending dragon cauldron's lid in Primordial Chaos Daelord's direction. Primordial Chaos Daelord's eyes chilled as a long saber appeared suddenly in his hand. He brandished it, causing sharp saber beams to scatter like sunglow. It created a barricade in front of him. Boom! The sword flash and the grey gust slammed into the saber barricade. Simultaneously, more primordial chaos turbulence inundated the barricade, causing it to immediately dim and vanish after withstanding numerous strikes. However, it did manage to keep the sword flashes and grey gust at bay. Yi Yun sighed inwardly. Primordial Chaos Daelord was indeed powerful. He had unleashed his sword techniques and the mark on his chest, but had failed to injure him. As for Primordial Chaos Daelord, his expression was extremely grim. With Yi Yun hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron, all he needed to do was fend off the few forces of the primordial chaos cyclone that infiltrated the cauldron's mouth. The pressure he experienced was far less than his own, allowing him free rein to fish in troubled waters. How could he tolerate that? As he fended off the primordial chaos turbulence, he charged towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun was obviously not giving Primordial Chaos Daelord such a chance. He constantly slashed out with his sword as while casting the finger beam through his chest mark. He was using all the techniques he knew. It is a rare opportunity for a top divine lord that was approaching the likes of godly monarch to be his punching bag, so how could Yi Yun forego this chance? He delivered strike after strike and, whenever Primordial Chaos Daelord came close, he would immediately control the ascending dragon cauldron to open up a gap, but he never left its safety. Primordial Chaos Daelord's fuming anger grew more intense, but he was without solution. He was constantly under attack by Yi Yun, but Yi Yun was hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron. As long as the ascending dragon cauldron was inside the primordial chaos cyclone, it was difficult for Primordial Chaos Daelord to do anything to Yi Yun. And if he retreated, Yi Yun's attacks would keep coming for him. No matter how wrathful Primordial Chaos Daelord was feeling, he subconsciously knew that this could not continue. He was at a definite disadvantage while fighting Yi Yun in such an area. Yi Yun had the cauldron, an unassailable defense, which could withstand the primordial chaos cyclone, while all he could rely on was himself. The pressure Yi Yun felt was less than a tenth of what he was facing. He cleaved apart a primordial chaos turbulence before slashing at the ascending dragon cauldron. He hoped to send Yi Yun retreating before making a temporary retreat. Since he knew Yi Yun was not dead, he could simply wait outside the primordial chaos cyclone. He refused to believe that Yi Yun would remain inside forever. There was no way Yi Yun could last forever inside the primordial chaos cyclone even with an artifact. Once Yi Yun was out, he would definitely rip out his soul and destroy his body, so as to appease the hatred in his heart. However, Primordial Chaos Daelord never imagined that just as he had thoughts of retreating from the primordial chaos cyclone, Yi Yun would extend his finger once again. Whoosh! While stirring the surrounding primordial chaos turbulence, a grey stream of light tore through the void and headed straight for Primordial Chaos Daelord's chest. Primordial Chaos Daelord's expression changed. This was the same move that Yi Yun had previously used to injure him. Amid the cyclone, he was constantly fending off all sorts of dangers. He was extremely wary of Yi Yun's finger beam. Pang! A saber flash cleaved down, striking Yi Yun's finger beam. The heavy finger beam was like a flying star. The impact made Primordial Chaos Daelord's hands hurt. Thankfully, he had blocked Yi Yun's attack, but at the same time, the surrounding tempestuous primordial chaos turbulence surged at him. It left his lifeblood stirring as he rapidly retreated. And at this moment, the ascending dragon cauldron had already spun around and was flying towards Primordial Chaos Daelord. It was like a taunt. Primordial Chaos Daelord was so angry that he was just short of literally blowing a gasket. Although he wished to smash Yi Yun into mush, he knew that Yi Yun was being sneaky. If he attacked, he would flee. If he did not do anything, Yi Yun would approach. Primordial Chaos Daelord clenched his teeth and turned to fly to the entrance. But once he turned, whoosh! Another sword beam pursued him from behind. Primordial Chaos Daelord turned his head and saw the ascending dragon cauldron slowly chasing up to him. This nearly made him vomit out blood. Previously, Yi Yun would not even dare turn his head during their chase, but now it was Yi Yun's turn to chase him. The punk was taking advantage of his invincibility inside the primordial chaos turbulence. Even though Yi Yun knew that his attacks could do little to Primordial Chaos Daelord, he deliberately continued to attack just to disgust him. Being the mighty Primordial Chaos Daelord, one who was famous throughout the sinkhole, it would probably make people laugh their heads off if news spread of him being pursued by an unknown ordinary divine lord. However, once he gave into his intolerance and attacked Yi Yun would immediately control the ascending dragon cauldron to dodge him. As long as he had the opportunity, he would deliver another strike. In this way, he was like a martial sparring partner for Yi Yun. Primordial Chaos Downlord felt aggrieved fleeing, but also felt the same aggrieved feelings fighting. He had never encountered something so depressing in his entire life. All he wished was to quickly leave the cyclone, afraid that he was suffering internal injury from all the anger that plagued him. As for Yi Yun, he did not plan on letting Primordial Chaos Downlord go. He had suffered Primordial Chaos Downlord's pursuit outside, and once Primordial Chaos Downlord left, he would face the situation of having nowhere to flee to. Now that the rare opportunity of being at the right place and right time presented itself, how could he not grasp the opportunity to irritate the old bastard? Bam! The Primordial Chaos Cyclone's mouth suddenly exploded as Primordial Chaos Downlord charged out of it in an extremely wretched state. His face was scarily grim. This punk that did not know the meaning of life and death. Primordial Chaos Downlord took a deep breath. He flipped his hand and took out some array flags from his interspatial ring. He planned to set up a massive array to isolate the Primordial Chaos Cyclone before killing Yi Yun. Although Primordial Chaos Downlord lacked the means to blunt the Primordial Chaos Cyclone of unknown origin, he had discovered that while battling in it, it would make the Primordial Chaos Cyclone turn more violent. As such, as long as he set up a massive array that constantly gathered tempestuous forces, he could inject them into the Primordial Chaos Cyclone, making it turn more turbulent. It would eventually reach a point when Yi Yun would no longer be able to last long in it. If Yi Yun did not leave, he would be pulverized. Even if Yi Yun died inside the Primordial Chaos Cyclone, thanks to that mysterious cauldron, his corpse would likely be left intact. When that happened, he could retrieve all the secrets on Yi Yun's body. Go! Primordial Chaos Downlord waved his hand as 36 array flags were left embedded in the void, completely enclosing the Primordial Chaos Cyclone. However, at that moment, unbeknownst to him, Yi Yun had already directed the ascending dragon cauldron to fly deeper into the Primordial Chaos Cyclone. In the vehement cyclone, he was unable to probe with his psyche and could only search with his naked eyes. Finally, Yi Yun found a few shimmering gems that emitted gray light in a corner. Chaos gems. He had found them again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1495, Perfect Congruence. Chapter 1495, Perfect Congruence. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Each of the gray chaos gems seemed like a dense and contracted pocket world. They were likely the group of chaos gems that Yi Yun encountered when he first entered this spatial plane. Oh. This is... Yi Yun's eyes narrowed, for he discovered a pure black gem the size of a finger close to the few chaos gems. The surrounding chaos gems appeared to revolve around the black chaos gem like planets around a sun. This scene made Yi Yun draw a deep breath. Just like the way Spirit Jade had different grades, chaos gems had grades too. The finger-sized black chaos gem had to be of a higher grade than its surrounding chaos gems. Chaos gems which were condensed at the birth of the universe had very different energy levels as well. Back when Yi Yun transmigrated, the universe in which his Earth existed began from a Big Bang. Yi Yun did not know what the birth of the universe he was in was like, but it was likely phenomenal. As such, the closer to the origin of the primordial bang, the more compressed the chaos was. The quality of the resulting chaos gem would also be higher. This was truly a gift from the heavens. Who could have imagined that the ancient battlefield was hiding such a primeval universe, one with so many chaos gems? However, over the billions of years, the chaos gems had gained some basic sentience. If he recklessly approached them, they would scatter and flee. Yi Yun could only carefully expand his primordial chaos space, enveloping them completely before slowly pulling in the net. In the extremely turbulent nebulous primordial chaos cyclone, expanding such a wide primordial chaos space was a huge challenge for Yi Yun. He felt that his yuan qi was being drained like an open floodgate, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Time slowly passed. Yi Yun spent a full 30 minutes, draining 40% of his yuan qi, before pulling the chaos gems into a region about 10 feet across. Finally, Yi Yun carefully brought over the ascending dragon cauldron and directly swallowed the few chaos gems into it. If not for the ascending dragon cauldron, Yi Yun would never have dared to do this. Draining 40% of his yuan qi in such a space was just too dangerous. If primordial chaos had came charging in again, Yi Yun might have died terribly. Oh. The primordial chaos turbulence has intensified inside this cyclone. The primordial chaos cyclone formed a space in and of itself. Yi Yun suddenly realized that the laws of the space were turning more chaotic. Furthermore, this new energy was not like the great Tao the space originally had. Instead, it seemed to be injected by human means. Yi Yun instantly realized that primordial chaos Tao Lord was up to his tricks. The old bastard was trying to make the primordial chaos cyclone turn more violent and chaotic, forcing him to leave it. If this continued, the primordial chaos cyclone could even undergo successive explosions. That would be enough to give most people a tragic death. After understanding primordial chaos Daelord's motive, Iyun sneered. Unfortunately, the old bastard had underestimated the ascending dragon cauldron. How could he have guessed that the ascending dragon cauldron he was sitting in was a weapon left behind by the ancient 12 ancestor gods? Furthermore, it was one that was infused with the Dragon Emperor's soul. The typical warrior would need to expend copious amounts of yuan qi to control a defensive artifact, making it difficult for them to continue resisting later on. However, Iyun was different. The ascending dragon cauldron had an absolute defense. All Iyun needed was to expend an extremely minute amount of yuan qi to keep it going. No matter how powerful the primordial chaos cyclone became, he was confident he could persist inside for a long time. Iyun sealed the cauldron's lid and ignored the turbulent primordial chaos outside. He turned his gaze on the few chaos gems he had brought inside the ascending dragon cauldron. There were a total of 5 chaos gems. 4 smaller ones were slowly revolving around the big chaos gem. The space around them was being influenced by them, making it look darker and more profound. From afar, it truly looked like a mysterious solar system floating in the universe. The blurry gray halo emitted what seemed like eternal nomological beauty. Upon seeing this scene, Iyun hesitated momentarily. He could not bear to destroy such gorgeous chaos gems. On careful thought, these chaos gems had traveled across the endless river of time before slowly gaining a rudimentary sentience. From a particular point of view, they could even be considered as a form of life. This was a life born out of the universe's great Tao, beings from its very beginnings. Once it was destroyed, it would not appear again until the birth of the next universe. In contrast, lives of flesh and blood, including humans, could continue on for generations as long as food was provided. If he were to destroy these chaos gems, it would be equivalent to destroying something that took the primordial universe billions of years to accumulate. That would be too much of a pity. With this thought in mind, Iyun decided not to destroy them. Primordial Chaos Daelord was outside and he was in desperate need of strength. He could not give up these chaos gems, but he could reach a compromise. He could absorb half of the chaos gems' powers, leaving the rest of the energy with them. As such, he would not destroy these chaos gems. After all, time had no meaning for these chaos gems. In this space that was filled with nebulous primordial chaos, these chaos gems would slowly absorb the essence of the universe over lengthy periods of time to recover. After Iyun had this thought, he cast his primordial chaos laws, imperceptibly transmitting his benevolence. After some time, the 5 chaos gems seemed to sense his benevolence. They stopped resisting Iyun and no longer fled. Instead, they slowly floated over and lightly revolved around Iyun. Iyun cultivated in primordial chaos laws, something that stemmed from the same origin as the chaos gems. The scene of the 5 chaos gems revolving around Iyun appeared extremely harmonious. At that instant, Iyun felt as though he had transformed into a universe, perfectly fusing with this primordial universe. As the chaos gems revolved around him, the primordial chaos forces constantly gathered inside Iyun's body. Mixed with it were the blessings of the chaos gems. The primordial chaos energy was perfectly congruent with the energy within Iyun's body. He did not encounter any obstruction while absorbing it. There was not even a need to refine it. They would automatically fuse into his body's meridians. If not, the process of refinement and absorption would result in a lot of wasted energy. This discovery gave Iyun a pleasant surprise. He had done so with the thought of having to miss out on half the available energy. In order to not destroy these chaos gems, he realized that the perfect congruency of the energy made it seem like he was getting the full benefits despite giving up half of the energy. Instead, it saved him the refinement process, allowing his absorption of the chaos gems to go a lot faster. According to his current speed, all he needed was a few days to complete his cultivation. The essence of primordial chaos forces that contained the blessings of the chaos gems rapidly accumulated in Iyun's body, raising his strength at a constant pace. Previously, Iyun had only taken 12 years to go from a mid-stage supremacy to a peak supremacy. However, due to the effects of the river of forgetfulness as water, this process had actually been closer to nearly a century. But regardless, Iyun had cultivated in one fell swoop. There would definitely be some instabilities in his foundation. Yet now, through the baptism of the primordial chaos forces, these instabilities were gradually leveled and compacted. The nebulous primordial chaos was as heavy as a star. It sank into Iyun's dantian, giving it the most stable foundation. And Iyun was hiding inside the ascending dragon cauldron. While he peacefully cultivated, Primordial Chaos Downlord had been using his massive array outside the Primordial Chaos Cyclone for 5 days. He had expended a great deal of strength over those 5 days. Now that the massive array was working stably, it no longer needed Primordial Chaos Downlord to inject his Yuan Qi. As time passed, the laws in the Primordial Chaos Cyclone would only turn more chaotic. At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord looked at the entrance to the Primordial Chaos Cyclone. His psyche perception could not probe inside, nor was he aware of what was happening inside. However, the thought of an utterly chaotic Primordial Chaos Cyclone gave him the impression that the punk would ultimately fail to last long even if he had a top-grade defensive artifact. Primordial Chaos Downlord coveted the opportunities Yi Yun had. As long as he obtained them, he could attempt the Godly Monarch realm. I'll wait another 10 hours. I'll push my body and mind to their optimal state before entering to finish that punk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496, Connected Psyche. Chapter 1496, Connected Psyche. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At that moment, in the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, Yi Yun was constantly absorbing the nebulous primordial chaos inside the Chaos Gems. During this process, Yi Yun felt as though he was slowly becoming one with the Chaos Gems. He extended his perception out, vaguely sensing that the other Chaos Gems which were located in this universe were a great distance away. He was feeling their presence as a Chaos Gem. They were born together at the birth of the universe. Then, over a prolonged period of time, they flew through the cosmos, absorbing the worldly essence, fusing with the worldly laws. Yi Yun seemed to witness the changes of the vestiges of time from the perspective of a Chaos Gem. These were the memories that belonged to the Chaos Gems. He discovered that the Chaos Gems seemed to be connected. They could sense each other and, even after gaining sentience, they could transmit information among themselves. These Chaos Gems were far more complicated than he imagined. Yi Yun was delighted that he had not destroyed these Chaos Gems, but instead came to understand their world by coming into contact with them. Otherwise, how could he have had such an experience? Time passed slowly as Primordial Chaos Downlord waited outside the cyclone. Even though it had only been 10 hours, he still found it excruciatingly long. Primordial Chaos Downlord was in a hurry to explore this primeval universe and its secrets. He wanted to know why the space existed in the ancient battlefield and the opportunities it offered. He had planned on seeking the opportunities after killing Yi Yun, but who knew that the seemingly simple pursuit of Yi Yun would delay him by more than 10 days? It was unknown what Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and company had found during such a long period of time. It would be troublesome if all the good things were already snatched by Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. Oh! Just as Primordial Chaos Downlord was feeling anxious, he suddenly saw a gray beam flash by. It was very fast, but with his knowledge of primordial chaos laws, he had extremely sharp senses. He could still vaguely identify the gray beam of light. It was a Chaos Gem. Primordial Chaos Downlord held his breath. The ancient artifact he had obtained from the opportunity he gained years ago had a core made of a Chaos Gem. He was very familiar with Chaos Gems and would absolutely not make a mistake in identifying one. This primeval universe actually had Chaos Gems. Furthermore, from the looks of it, these Chaos Gems had even gained sentience. They were absolutely superior grade ones. Primordial Chaos Downlord turned agitated instantly. He was in great need of them. He had made it a point to rush to the ancient battlefield because he had heard of the Divine Parish Hall and the existence of nebulous primordial chaos. Now that Yi Yun, a vessel of nebulous primordial chaos, was being trapped by him, his additional discovery of Chaos Gems really made the ancient battlefield a land of opportunity for him. Primordial Chaos Downlord's body phased away as he chased the Chaos Gem. He grabbed at one, sealing off the void in the process. Although Primordial Chaos Downlord did not have a primordial chaos space, his strength was much more profound than Yi Yun's. After some minor struggle from the Chaos Gem, Primordial Chaos Downlord caught up to it. And with that, he held it in his hand. Where do you hope to escape to? Now that I have you, I will absorb you, putting you to full use. Primordial Chaos Downlord laughed out loud. The Chaos Gem in his hand was only the size of a sesame seed. It was pinched in between his index finger and thumb, nearly cracking in the process. He was constantly extracting the energy within. Hiss! The Chaos Gem let out a burdened sound as though it was about to shatter into dust when... Boom! Yi Yun charged out the Primordial Chaos Cyclone with an explosion. He did not stop for a single moment as he slashed his sword right at Primordial Chaos Downlord. Oh! Primordial Chaos Downlord never expected this to happen. In his alarmed state, he hurriedly raised his hand to block. He ended up loosening his grip on the Chaos Gem, sealing it temporarily in his space beside him. Chi. The sword flash struck the protective Yuan Chi in front of Primordial Chaos Downlord. Immediately, Yuan Chi stirred violently as a loud bang that sounded like an explosion rang out. At that moment, Yi Yun's figure had charged out like a fish in water. He charged straight for the Chaos Gem. Yi Yun had previously cracked Primordial Chaos Daelord's spatial restraints. After he absorbed the Chaos Gems inside the Primordial Chaos Cyclone, his nomological insights had grown deeper. The moment he attacked, he once again slashed out a strike that destroyed laws. Boom! Yi Yun sliced through the spatial prison with one strike. He then extended his hand to grab the Chaos Gem. Following that, Yi Yun's figure charged towards the stellar cosmos. You are courting death. Primordial Chaos Downlord erupted with killing intent, with anger that was impossible to appease. He never expected that Yi Yun would not be damaged in any way while inside the Primordial Chaos Cyclone. If he did, he would not have been snuck up on and have his Chaos Gem stolen from under his nose. After waving his hand, he stored away the array flags in a discreet location. He immediately chased at full speed. And so it became just like the past. Yi Yun was fleeing in front, while Primordial Chaos Downlord was chasing behind him. However, Primordial Chaos Downlord was even more enraged, feeling as though blood was flowing in the opposite direction in him. Yi Yun had already snatched two precious things from him. The last time he had snatched away the ancient Fey powers gathered in the massive Chaos Godfiend array. And this time, he was practically snatching the Chaos Gem right from his hands. Primordial Chaos Downlord had already realized that he had underestimated Yi Yun's mysterious cauldron. The cauldron had been able to withstand such violent primordial chaos turbulence. It could no longer be well described by extraordinary. It was unknown what secrets this person's body held. It wasn't just about him finding Yi Yun's corpse and the acquirement of Yi Yun's opportunities, he probably had other surprise encounters. Genius warriors could grow stronger all because of the opportunities they found. Primordial Chaos Downlord was no exception. Apart from the opportunities attained in various mystic realms, one could take the treasures from a warrior laden with treasure. Killing him and taking his treasures was also a humongous opportunity. Primordial Chaos Downlord was bent on killing Yi Yun, filled with a rage that was never as intense in the past. As for Yi Yun, he was flying rapidly ahead. In his hand, he held the Chaos Gem that he had grabbed from Primordial Chaos Divine Lord. He had the intention to collect these Chaos Gems before finding somewhere to release them. The Chaos Gems were damaged when they were absorbed by the Primordial Chaos Daelord's explosion. However, the long rivers of time could slowly mend them. As he had fused with the Chaos Gems' thoughts, Yi Yun could already sense the Chaos Gems. They were the most fascinating lifeforms in the world. He could not bear to see these Chaos Gems damaged. And at that moment, the energy within the Chaos Gem automatically exuded out and seeped into Yi Yun's palm. Yi Yun was taken aback before he came to a realization. The Chaos Gems had already gained sentience. They could also sense one's kind-heartedness. In order to thank him for saving it, it had volunteered to give him a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos. As such, there was no need for Yi Yun to continue refining it by himself. He naturally did not need to stop. As such, he continued absorbing the nebulous primordial chaos and the primordial chaos gems while he fled from his enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1497, The Possessed Chaos Gems. Chapter 1497, The Possessed Chaos Gems. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun and Primordial Chaos Downlord continued their high-speed chase amid the cosmos, with Primordial Chaos Downlord pursuing his target with overwhelming killing intent. Suddenly, another gray beam of light flew past them. Yi Yun and Primordial Chaos Downlord discovered the gray beam of light simultaneously. Another Chaos Gem. Primordial Chaos Daelord's eyes lit up. This Chaos Gem was bigger than the one Yi Yun had snatched from his hand. He immediately took action, casting a spatial seal to grab the Chaos Gem. But at that moment, Yi Yun also took action. He released his Primordial Chaos space and sent it towards the Chaos Gem. Primordial Chaos Downlord scoffed coldly. He had been caught unawares previously, but now that he was first to take action, how could he possibly allow Yi Yun to snatch this prize away from him? In fact, Primordial Chaos Daelord's judgment was not wrong. He had taken action faster than Yi Yun, and his cultivation level was higher than Yi Yun's. The Chaos Gem was already enveloped within his space seal, so it should have been within his grasp almost immediately. Once the Chaos Gem was in his hand, Yi Yun would have to be sick of living if he dared to turn around to snatch it from him. However, Primordial Chaos Downlord never imagined that, at the instant the Chaos Gem was being enveloped by his seal, giving it nowhere to fly to, it would suddenly whoosh towards Iyun. What? Primordial Chaos Downlord watched helplessly as the Chaos Gem landed in Iyun's hand. He nearly spewed a mouthful of blood from anger. What happened? Primordial Chaos Downlord reigned supreme in the sinkhole and was very knowledgeable, but he could not understand what had just happened. This was the third time Iyun was snatching something away from him. The first time was done behind his back, the second time was the result of a sneak attack, but this third time was most ridiculous. The treasure had escaped him of its own accord and chose Iyun. And after Iyun snatched the Chaos Gem, he immediately continued fleeing at full speed without even turning his head. He could imagine the look on Primordial Chaos Downlord's face without needing to turn back. In truth, even Iyun did not expect the Chaos Gem to automatically choose him. The phenomenon had to be because of the Chaos Gems that Iyun had originally obtained. These Chaos Gems were connected to each other, and they could spread information among themselves. The second Chaos Gem could be said to have been summoned by the first Chaos Gem. This was something that would ultimately elude Primordial Chaos Downlord. In addition, Iyun was filled with benevolence, so the Chaos Gem had chosen him on its own accord when it had nowhere to escape to. Furthermore, it also seemed to prove that Iyun's guess was right. When the Chaos Gem entered Iyun's hand, it automatically released its energy for Iyun to absorb. In the subsequent days, Iyun continued fleeing while absorbing the Chaos Gems. As for Primordial Chaos Downlord, he chased closely behind him. Iyun did not dare release the Chaos Gems whose energies he had partially absorbed. They would only be snatched by Primordial Chaos Downlord, and the outcome of that was obvious. Iyun temporarily placed them inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, which was the safest choice. With the passage of time, Primordial Chaos Downlord nearly went mad. What the heck was going on? In the beginning, he was vying with Iyun for the Chaos Gems, and the Chaos Gem had chosen Iyun when it had nowhere to escape to. But towards the end, these Chaos Gems appeared possessed. They would crazily fling themselves at Iyun without him needing to even make a move. He kept following behind Iyun, and in the areas that they had yet to fly to, the Chaos Gems were being wiped clean by Iyun. It was only 5 days later that Primordial Chaos Downlord was finally able to obtain his first Chaos Gem after deploying every means possible. The Chaos Gem was smaller than a sesame seed, about the size of a needle hole. If it wasn't because the Chaos Gem was too weak and slow in its escape, Primordial Chaos Downlord could have forgotten about snatching it. Primordial Chaos Downlord clutched the Chaos Gem and, although he had finally obtained one, he still felt like gnashing his teeth. Since he encountered the Primordial Chaos Cyclone, he had seen 10 Chaos Gems, but he, the mighty Primordial Chaos Downlord, famous throughout the sinkhole for his primordial chaos laws, had only obtained the smallest Chaos Gem of the lowest grade. The other 9 had landed in Iyun's hands. After Primordial Chaos Downlord held the Chaos Gem in his hand, he did not hesitate to begin absorbing it immediately. After all his years of preparation and accumulation, he was nearing a breakthrough. As long as his primordial chaos laws became more profound, his speed would definitely increase greatly. He would then naturally be able to chase up to Iyun. No matter how many Chaos Gems Iyun obtained, they would eventually be for nothing. Even his life would be gone. The Chaos Gems that Iyun obtained would only serve to benefit him. But gradually, Primordial Chaos Downlord realized that the gap between him and Iyun was slowly widening. Iyun was using the primordial chaos space as a boat, rowing through the primeval universe. It was already less draining for him, and he constantly had Chaos Gems to replenish his energy. Not only was he not slowing down, he was accelerating. Primordial Chaos Downlord finally realized that, as he neared a breakthrough, Iyun had probably also broken through. The rate at which Iyun's strength increased was far greater than his. Although Primordial Chaos Downlord had rich accumulations, his age and cultivation level made his absorption of the Chaos Gem less effective than Iyun's. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Primordial Chaos Downlord, Iyun had not fully absorbed the Chaos Gems. Instead, they were providing the energies to him of their own accord. As such, the boons and banes each of them experienced was stark. Although Iyun's strength was inferior to Primordial Chaos Downlord's, he had absorbed a lot more Chaos Gems than Primordial Chaos Downlord during the pursuit. His cultivation, grasp of the primordial chaos laws, and insight into the heaven and earth laws were constantly increasing. Every time he expended some of his energy, the Chaos Gems would provide him with the purest and most essential primordial chaos forces to replenish his stores. Iyun's dantian was becoming wider as he was becoming stronger and stronger. After a few more days of chasing, Primordial Chaos Downlord nearly had a mental breakdown as he saw the gap between them turn wider and wider. Despite constantly pursuing Iyun, he had failed to catch up. He could also only watch helplessly as Iyun reaped numerous benefits, and because he could only follow Iyun, he did not receive any benefits. Ever since he obtained the needle hole-sized chaos gem, he had gotten nothing. He absolutely could not let this continue. He had already wasted a month following Yi Yun. This cosmic space was filled with primordial chaos laws and chaos gems. It likely hid even greater opportunities. He wished to probe them, and not let Yi Yun lead him by the nose. If he found a greater opportunity and had a breakthrough in cultivation level, chasing Yi Yun would become much easier. After all, he had sealed off the entrance to the cosmic world. Yi Yun would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Upon coming to this thought, he steeled his heart to stop wasting time with Yi Yun. He sinisterly looked at Yi Yun's back before turning to leave. But after flying a short distance away, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly felt something amiss. He swept with his perception, and was immediately enraged. That darn Yi Yun was following him. You are courting death. Primordial Chaos Downlord drew a long saber and cleaved at him. But Yi Yun was long prepared. He could not parry the attack, so he immediately hid inside the ascending dragon cauldron. Dang! A loud boom reverberated as the ascending dragon cauldron trembled. Primordial Chaos Daelord saber flash exploded against the surface of the ascending dragon cauldron, failing to damage it in any way. At that moment, the cauldron's lid opened as Yi Yun took his sweet time to come out. He glanced at Primordial Chaos Daelord and said with a sneer, "Old man, weren't you chasing me? Why are you leaving now? Why don't you continue the chase? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1498, Primordial Chao's Mental Breakdown. Chapter 1498, Primordial Chao's Mental Breakdown. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Primordial Chaos Downlord was obviously incensed by Yi Yun's taunt. He was in control of the Great Cosmic State for many years. All disciples of the Great Cosmic State would be absolutely respectful to him whenever they met him, not even daring to take so much as a breath in his presence. Even Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and the rest would have to treat him politely. He had never encountered anyone who dared curse him as old ignoramus right in his face. "Punk, if you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it for you." Primordial Chaos Downlord pointed his saber and charged towards Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's cauldron provided a great defense, it was not invincible. In the Primordial Chaos Cyclone, Primordial Chaos Downlord could hardly fend for himself, leaving him helpless against such a hit-and-run strategy. But outside, as long as he had a chance, he could contain the human and the cauldron together. When that happened, he could seal Yi Yun inside the cauldron and slowly refine him. Then, it would be no different from catching a rat in a hole. He could torture Yi Yun as he pleased. But how could Yi Yun not know this? He obviously would not offer Primordial Chaos Downlord such a chance. The moment Primordial Chaos Downlord moved, Yi Yun would put away the ascending dragon cauldron, activate the Primordial Chaos space, turn around, and fly off. His reflexes were faster than those of an escaping hare. He obviously would not come to actual blows with Primordial Chaos Downlord, he just wanted to infuriate the old ignoramus. After Primordial Chaos Downlord chased behind him angrily for a moment, he gradually realized that the continued pursuit would only result in the same situation as before. The little bastard was obviously trying to fight a battle of attrition with him. If he really continued the chase, he would only be succumbing to the little bastard's ploy. As Yi Yun kept fleeing, he discovered that Primordial Chaos Downlord had turned and left. Without a thought, he immediately turned back and caught up to Primordial Chaos Downlord. Primordial Chaos Downlord was unable to catch up to him, but he could easily reach Primordial Chaos Downlord. Yi Yun had the Primordial Chaos space, allowing him to travel like a fish in water through this primeval universe. It was impossible to get Yi Yun off his tail. Primordial Chaos Downlord sensed Yi Yun's return instantly, but he had made up his mind to ignore Yi Yun. Similarly, Yi Yun discovered that Primordial Chaos Downlord was only bent on continuing his journey, ignoring him completely in the process. He immediately pricked up his brows. How meaningless was such a pursuit? Primordial Chaos Downlord had made up his mind to treat Yi Yun as nothing but air, but at that moment, the air itself came at his back in a sharp surge. "Old ignoramus, take this." Primordial Chaos Downlord quickly turned around and saw a sword beam slashing at him. He extended his arm, distorting the spatial dimension laws to form a warped barrier of light in front of him. It was as though he had erected a mirror of light in front of him. When the sword beam struck the mirror of light, the mirror emitted a burst of light before dissipating slowly. As for the sword beam, it was completely blocked. Primordial Chaos Downlord looked grimly at Yi Yun and was tempted to attack, but Yi Yun had already taken precautions by summoning the ascending dragon cauldron. Upon seeing the ancient cauldron and the beaming Yi Yun standing beside it, Primordial Chaos Downlord was so angry that his fingernails sank into his flesh. Yi-Yun waited for Primordial Chaos Downlord to take action, but Primordial Chaos Downlord only gave him a cold stare before turning to leave again. "Old turtle, you sure are tolerant. I would love to see how long you can put up with this," said Yi-Yun without any scruples. He clearly saw Primordial Chaos Downlord's body pause for a moment before it continued its departure. In the coming days, Primordial Chaos Downlord was pushed to the brink of insanity. He had heard of how mortals had to suffer the pain of mosquito bites on summer nights, but from his point of view, Yi-Yun was even more irritating than a mosquito. He kept hearing the bastard's cries, "Old turtle, eat this, old ignoramus, have a finger, old tool, don't think of escaping." Behind him. They were all accompanied by a myriad of attacks. It irritated Primordial Chaos Downlord tremendously. He felt like Yi-Yun was using him as target practice. And in fact, Yi-Yun did have such intentions. Having been in the ancient battlefield for nearly 2 decades, Yi-Yun's cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. He had gone from the mid-stage supremacy realm to its peak, and was even approaching the cusp of Divine Lord. However, no matter how much of the River of Forgetfulness's water he consumed, Yi-Yun's combat experience was ultimately lacking. His strength needed to be honed through battle. Of course, fighting an opponent much more powerful than himself to repeatedly test his limits was the best way to hone himself. With Primordial Chaos Downlord in front of him, he had a golden opportunity. How could Yi-Yun let it go? At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord was already completely incensed, but he could do nothing to Yi-Yun. Every time his patience wore out and he attacked, Yi-Yun would immediately enter the large cauldron and use the Primordial Chaos laws to escape far away before his attack could hit. Previously, Primordial Chaos Downlord coveted the ascending dragon cauldron, but now, the mere sight of it gave him a headache. He wished he could reduce it to scrap metal. Apart from that, Primordial Chaos Downlord also noticed that Yi-Yun was constantly enervating him of his Yuan Qi. "Little bastard, do you think you have what it takes to fight a battle of attrition with your cultivation level?" Primordial Chaos Downlord thought hatefully. Although he expended quite a bit of Yuan Qi to block Yi-Yun's attacks, Yi-Yun expended even more by being the attacker. If Yi-Yun continued, he might end up getting caught in his own trap. Although Primordial Chaos Downlord wished to escape Yi-Yun, he was ready to go on an all-out offensive the moment Yi-Yun revealed a flaw. Playing with fire could ultimately lead to immolation. Throughout the journey, Primordial Chaos Downlord was in front, but he did not discover any Chaos Gems. Yi-Yun had no chance to replenish his Yuan Qi or Primordial Chaos forces even if he wanted to. He thought it would have actually been better if the Chaos Gems appeared. Since he was in front, Yi-Yun's strange technique for snatching the Chaos Gems would not work. Any Chaos Gems they found would end up being his. But after a period of time, Primordial Chaos Downlord slowly found something odd in the situation. Yi-Yun was still attacking him from behind invariably, but by his estimation Yi-Yun showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he looked energetic and spirited. His attacks were even becoming stronger. Primordial Chaos Downlord was perplexed. How were Yi-Yun's Yuan Qi reserves so immense when his cultivation level was lower than his? He expanded the radius of his perception while carefully observing Yi-Yun, hoping to figure out what Yi-Yun had been doing. A day later, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly realized that a gray beam of light streaked across the confines of his perception. A Chaos Gem. The Chaos Gem seemed to have intelligence as it streaked in a huge curved trajectory just on the periphery of his perception, completely circling around Primordial Chaos Downlord before landing straight in Yi-Yun's hand. Primordial Chaos Downlord felt stifled at that moment. No matter how hard he imagined, he would never guess that a Chaos Gem could pursue a new course. He never expected the Chaos Gem's intelligence to reach such a level. Primordial Chaos Downlord had the urge to pound the ground at that moment. He could not figure out how Yi-Yun was different from him despite racking his brains. Why did the Chaos Gems insist on choosing the little bastard? In fact, Yi-Yun himself never expected things would develop to this point. Yi-Yun's ascending dragon cauldron now contained dozens of Chaos Gems. From the beginning, Yi-Yun decided to only absorb about half the amount of the Chaos Gem's energies. But now, he was only extracting about 10%. Those Chaos Gems that were destined to be seized by Primordial Chaos Downlord by being in his path had received early warning by Yi-Yun and the other Chaos Gems inside his ascending dragon cauldron, allowing them to escape such a dire fate. Therefore, they did not mind letting Yi-Yun absorb 10% of their energy as repayment. After all, time was meaningless to Chaos Gems. As Yi-Yun attacked Primordial Chaos Downlord the entire way, the Chaos Gems replenished his expenditures, so no matter how high Primordial Chaos Downlord's cultivation level was, he was eventually left the exasperated one. Gradually, as Primordial Chaos Downlord was greatly drained of his energies, the vibrant Yi-Yun only had more attacks he could deliver to him. The frequency at which he attacked increased. It went from sudden, infrequent attacks out of the blue to a point where he was constantly attacking, like an artillery barrage of attacks. Yun's attacks originally felt no different than the scratch of an itch to Primordial Chaos Downlord, but as time passed, those same attacks began to give him trouble. Although his clothes were damaged, leaving tiny wounds, it still infuriated Primordial Chaos Downlord greatly that he was injured by a mere junior. Primordial Chaos Downlord had always acted as his heart wished, arrogant and domineering, decisive in his killing. He had never regretted killing anyone or antagonizing any enemy, but at that moment, he was feeling a little regret over provoking Yun. He had never seen such a troublesome wretch in his entire life. If this continued, he might not be enervated to death by Yun, but he would be enervated dry. And in comparison, Yun was bursting with energy. He became braver the more he fought. Through the exchange of blows with an expert far stronger than he was, Yun's cultivation level was turning more intricate, and his usage of the laws turned more adept. Yun's primordial chaos laws came from the Azurewood Great World, so compared to his major destruction laws, they were a lot weaker. But now, having absorbed so many chaos gems, Yun's primordial chaos laws was catching up, no longer any weaker than his destruction laws. If this continued, his primordial chaos laws and destruction laws would fuse perfectly, and when that happened, his strength would experience a qualitative improvement. Old Ignoramus, take another one of these. Yun let out a clear cry as he cleaved down with Mirage Snow. This strike contained the great Tao of destruction and chaos. The single strike seemed to rend space asunder, and although he was thousands of feet away, it had appeared right in front of Primordial Chaos Downlord in a blink of an eye. Get lost! Primordial Chaos Downlord roared as he cleaved out with his saber. His saber was similarly powered with the Tao of primordial chaos. It was extremely heavy, enough to split a planet apart. Boom! A violent explosion ensued as Primordial Chaos Downlord felt his Yuan Qi enter turmoil. The lifeblood at his chest went into disarray, for the sword strike contained both the powers of destruction and primordial chaos laws. It had managed to break through his protective Yuan Qi, surging straight into his meridians to cause wanton damage. What? Primordial Chaos Downlord's eyes turned cold as they emitted killing intent. He never expected Yun to grow so rapidly. He clearly sensed that Yun's attacks were becoming stronger during the pursuit. It went from only feeling like a mere itch to damaging his clothes, and now it was already capable of tearing through his protective Yuan Qi. He immediately circulated his energy to destroy the nomological forces in his meridians. Primordial Chaos Downlord was already so furious that his intestines were tied up in knots. He had previously sealed the universe they were in, hoping to corner Yun like a rat in a hole, but he never expected to be the one being chased. Now, his clothes were tattered and he was in a sorry state. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1499, Falling Down Even When Standing Still. Chapter 1499, Falling Down Even When Standing Still. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Primordial Chaos Downlord was truly irritated by Yun. He had even thought of just leaving the space altogether. Once he was out of the primeval universe, he would lose the restrictions the primordial chaos forces put on him. Yun would then no longer possess the advantage of speed in the primordial chaos space, nor would he have chaos gems constantly replenishing him. In that case, Yun would be completely unable to match him. Of course, this thought was a fleeting one that he immediately rejected. In this world, opportunities related to the primordial chaos were rare. Primordial Chaos Downlord had only encountered them a few times over many years of cultivation. Now that he had encountered such a stunning opportunity, how could he let it go? I have to think of a way of losing him off my tail, this darn little bastard. Primordial Chaos Downlord's face hung heavy. He temporarily abandoned any hopes of killing Yun. Just losing him would be good enough. As long as he could get Yun off his tail, he could also seek out opportunities in peace. He was just shy of another increase in strength. He could deal with Yun once he successfully broke through. When that time came, Yun would be in the bag. Primordial Chaos Downlord was feeling extremely aggrieved. Back then, Yun was slower than him even while he burned his blood essence, and now, he had to put all his effort into escaping from Yun's grasp. It was practically the world's biggest joke. Oh! What's that? At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord suddenly noticed a blurry mist far away. He looked into the distance and was extremely astonished by what he saw. Beneath the mist was the edge of a landmass. From afar it looked like a wide expanse covered in mist, giving it an extremely mysterious feel. This primeval universe actually had a landmass? Primordial Chaos Downlord found it unbelievable. He originally believed that this universe had perfectly maintained the state in which it was born, the moment after yin and yang separated, with the 5 elements having just born. As for planets and landmasses, those were formed only after countless random evolutions in the universe. Primordial Chaos Downlord muttered to himself slightly as he immediately changed directions, flying towards the landmass. He did not know what was waiting there, but regardless, it had to be better than his present situation. He was now being pursued by Yi-Yun insufferably, and perhaps the landmass had something he could use to lose his tail. Meanwhile, Yi-Yun had naturally seen the landmass as well. His psyche was constantly in communication with the Chaos Gems, and although the Chaos Gems could not speak, they could share with him a portion of their memories. Furthermore, these memories had tidbits of information regarding the landmass. When Yi-Yun saw these fragmentary memories, he was slightly stunned. The landmass existed before these Chaos Gems gained sentience. It was the core of this primeval universe. The landmass appeared to be in sight, but only when one actually flew towards it did they realize how far it was. This feeling was like flying towards a star in space. Despite being able to see the star's twinkling light as though it was within one's grasp, one was still separated by millions of light years with no hope of just flying over to it. During this long flight, Yi-Yun naturally did not ease up. He had not fully honed his laws, and every attack counted. Whatever Yi-Yun thought of, he would use, releasing these experimental attacks one after another on Primordial Chaos Downlord. As he engaged in such an assault, Yi-Yun turned more spirited in his fighting. The more he fought, the more grounded he became. It could be said that he had never had such a good time in battle his entire life. Someone who was stronger than him was allowing him to strike him and didn't retaliate. What sort of combat would be better than that? Of course, Primordial Chaos Downlord suffered as a result. From having his clothes slightly damaged in the beginning, they were now tattered in multiple spots. Even his face was covered with injuries. Darn punk, I'll definitely tear you apart. Primordial Chaos Downlord held back his anger and soon, the landmass was already close by. The landmass was massive as it floated silently in the cosmos, emitting an ancient and extensive aura. It left one feeling solemn when they faced it. Primordial Chaos Downlord was somewhat excited seeing the landmass. He could sense that the landmass hid something incredible. Such an opportunity was also a chance for him to lose or even trap Yi-Yun. Punk, keep following me if you have the guts. You've been following me everywhere I go. It will delight me to see how you die, said Primordial Chaos Downlord with a sneer. Yi-Yun smiled faintly. Isn't that nonsense? I will keep following you until I find a perfect spot for an old ignoramus like you. I'll dig a grave, build a coffin, and help an old ignoramus like you lie in it comfortably. Very good. Primordial Chaos Downlord had a cold smile. The cold glint his eyes emitted seemed to penetrate the void as he coldly said, You better hope you do not land in my hands or I have 1,000,001 ways to make you wish you were dead. I will test each and every one of them on you. After Primordial Chaos Downlord finished his sentence, he suddenly felt something. He slowed down and quickly turned his head, only to end up dazed. He saw about 8 people standing in the void in front of the landmass. They were none other than Sacred Horizon Divine Lord, Eclipse Arhat, and company. They were clearly attracted to the landmass as well, and now, they were looking at Primordial Chaos Downlord as well as the pursuing Yi-Yun in dumbfounded silence. What the hell was the situation? They had sensed the energy fluctuations in this area before rushing here to investigate, but they ended up finding this ridiculous scene. They were still feeling perplexed as to why Primordial Chaos Downlord took so long to pursue Amir Jr., but now, they could hardly believe their eyes at what they saw. Primordial Chaos Downlord was fleeing in front while Yi-Yun was chasing from behind. Furthermore, Primordial Chaos Downlord looked exhausted and his clothes were in a sorry state. He was in tatters and his face was all scratched up. Wasn't Primordial Chaos Downlord pursuing that average Divine Lord? Why was it now reversed? Daoist Primordial Chaos, what are you? Sacred Horizon Divine Lord inquired across several kilometers of distance. Primordial Chaos Downlord was flying toward Sacred Horizon Divine Lord at that moment. When he heard the inquiry, he nearly vomited blood. At that moment, Primordial Chaos Downlord felt like his heart was being trampled by 10,000 alpaca fae with mud-stained hoofs. He was usually decisive in killing others, lofty and untouchable, and he held great power in the great cosmic state. For such a powerful hegemon, apart from the obsession to break through and become a godly monarch, the only thing that mattered was his dignity. He never imagined a day would come where he would not only be pathetically pursued by a junior, but also allow that undying old fart, Sacred Horizon Divine Lord, to see it. When people were down on their luck, they would fall down even when standing still. Why did he bump into them in such a massive primordial chaos space? Primordial Chaos Downlord's face turned livid, but he quickly came to a realization. He had been drawn over by the landmass, and it was clearly the same for Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and company. This resulted in them encountering each other. But it was so embarrassing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500, Shocking Power. Chapter 1500, Shocking Power. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although Iyun noticed Sacred Horizon Divine Lord and company, he was unfazed. Since they were still a distance from him, they posed no threat to him. Even if each of the Divine Lords present were extraordinarily strong, this was a primordial chaos universe. In terms of comprehension of the primordial chaos laws, they were likely inferior to primordial chaos Lord. This made the universe they were in his home turf. Old ignoramus, didn't you say you would make me wish I were dead? Don't just shoot your mouth. Come capture me. As Iyun spoke, he slashed out once again. Mirage Snow's stream of light contained the primordial chaos and destruction Great Tao. Primordial Chaos Lord naturally knew how powerful this strike was, and did not dare to belittle it. He turned around in a fluster, slashing out with his saber. Ka-cha! The saber beam shattered as Iyun's sword chi remained very tricky. The fusion of primordial chaos and destruction Great Tao allowed it to easily endure the explosion. It once again penetrated primordial chaos Lord's protective Yuan Qi, boring straight into his meridians. Although primordial chaos Lord had instantly wiped out Iyun's laws, he was still left with lifeblood that was in turmoil. This scene naturally did not escape the notice of the experts present. All of them felt their hearts jolt. This person was that strong. It was strange, because they clearly did not feel the aura of a Divine Lord royal seal on him, so he was likely only an ordinary Divine Lord. Yet he had been pursuing primordial chaos Lord this whole time, to the point of tearing through his protective Yuan Qi. They immediately realized that they had underestimated Iyun. Iyun had managed to turn the tables while being pursued by primordial chaos Lord, and ended up chasing primordial chaos Lord until he was reduced to a sorry state. This only made him appear unfathomable. Especially when his bone age did not seem high. His future was likely limitless. Once they offended him, they had no choice but to kill him. If not, the repercussions would be dire. Upon coming to this realization, all the Divine Lords felt a little apprehensive against Iyun. It was best not to offend such a person. The hegemons of the few major factions of Sinkhole unanimously chose to maintain a distance from Iyun. This was exactly what Iyun wanted to happen. He had delivered the final strike at primordial chaos Lord in order to create such an effect. Of course, Iyun would not take the initiative to close in towards the hegemons of these major factions. Although his pursuit left primordial chaos Lord exasperated, he knew deep down that he was no match for these old fogies. If he came too close, he would be in danger once they grasped an opportunity. It was wisest to stay far behind and act accordingly. It looks as if this young man is prepared to investigate this landmass together with us, said Sacred Horizon Divine Lord as he looked with Iyun with a ruminative look. If this were any other time, any other person who dared snatch his treasures, he would have long smacked them to death, but now he had to admit that Iyun was already approaching their level. He had the qualifications to take a share of the loot. Humph, primordial chaos Lord, you are an embarrassment. An ordinary Divine Lord has reduced you to this state. Do you need me to lend you a set of clothes? Quipped Firecloud Divine Lord. Previously, while opening the primeval universe's entrance, he had nearly gotten into a fight with primordial chaos Lord. Now that he saw primordial chaos Lord in such a wretched state, he definitely did not miss the chance to mock him. Firecloud, are you sick of living? Do you really think I'm some wimp that you can push as and when you wish? If you have what it takes, chop off that junior's head and I'll be impressed. If you don't have what it takes, it's best you shut up. Primordial Chaos Lord said coldly. He was deeply aware of the inexhaustible variety of means available to Iyun. He was certain that Firecloud Divine Lord would definitely not fare any better if he crossed Iyun. In fact, he'd be happy to see him try. Ha ha ha. Primordial Chaos, do you think your goading will be effective on me? That junior is your enemy. It's not like I have any grudges with him. You want to use me as your vanguard? Do you think I'm a fool? If we enter this landmass and encounter some great opportunities, and this junior is foolish enough to offend me, I will show you. When that happens, you will be convinced utterly. As Firecloud Divine Lord spoke, he looked Iyun deeply in the eye. He had to admit that Iyun was capable, but to say he was afraid of Iyun would be a joke. He had reigned supreme in the Sinkhole for many years, so how could he be afraid of a junior? He could sense that Iyun might keep following them and try to snag any benefits for himself. If that was the case, he would definitely make Yun pay a terrible price. Let's go and take a look at what this landmass has to offer. Watch out for this junior. At the critical moment, he might stab us in the back. If it's possible, find a way to eliminate him. Firecloud Divine Lord sends Sacred Horizon Divine Lord a voice transmission. Sacred Horizon Divine Lord only smiled without a reply. It was not only Yun that they had to be wary about, anyone in their group would do the same since they only appeared united but were actually divided at heart. They had to be wary of everyone. Let's go! Sacred Horizon Divine Lord waved his hand as a group of people flew towards the landmass. Yun followed slowly behind them, keeping his feet on the ascending dragon cauldron. As everyone flew close to the landmass and approached the grey blurry mist, all of them drew a cold gasp. What looked like a grey mist from afar was in fact a powerful storm. The periphery of the landmass was enveloped in a thick stormy layer. There were turbulent astral winds in that layer which resembled sharp knives. Even the void would be blown to smithereens in such a storm. What a powerful storm! These winds are eroding our Yuan Qi. The powerful divine lords raised their protective Yuan Qi to forge through the astral winds. However, when their protective Yuan Qi was struck by the astral winds, it was like boulders weathering endless time. They were eroded and quickly worn down to nothingness. Their Yuan Qi was rapidly vanishing. Everyone was alarmed. The astral winds contained the power of time. However, these divine lords were hegemons of their respective dominion with deep foundations. Using their powerful Yuan Qi, they constantly replenished the barriers that were being corroded, allowing them to successfully descend. Firecloud Divine Lord gave Yun a glance, curious as to how Yun would pass through the astral winds with his weak cultivation level. Taking a step back, even if the astral winds were nothing to Yun, he could see what means and strength were available to Yun from his actions. If Yun could barely withstand the astral winds, he could even consider attempting a sneak attack. However, Firecloud Divine Lord never imagined that Yun wasn't even bothering to raise a barrier. Instead, he jumped into the massive cauldron and plummeted through the astral winds. No matter how unrelenting the astral wind's power of time was, the ascending dragon cauldron was unperturbed. Not even a mark was left on its shiny surface. What? Firecloud Divine Lord widened his eyes. What sort of treasured cauldron was that to be so powerful? Primordial Chaos Tao Lord grunted coldly. He had long expected for this to happen. He could not even be bothered to watch as he immediately tore through the storm to venture deeper. If a bit of astral winds could stop the punk, would he be in such a sorry state? He now anticipated something good would appear on the landmass and that Yun would ultimately succumb to impatience and try to snatch the treasure. When that happened, Yun would have to close in and it would be an opportunity for him to capture Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.